Toss it down. Do too much. Ain't enough. Ain't enough. Where you from? Oh, it up. What's going on, y'all? How are we doing today? It is another 4 a.m. morning. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. How's everyone doing today? Yes, I can put on the interview.
The best of 3, so hey, it's only a best of 1.
Hello, Ricoto. Thank you so much for the 3 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today, filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows.
You have identified new things that
How is everyone? Good morning.
This one specifically versus TES.
We've honestly not looked back at
today. We have some banger games.
Kind of look on how
let's go ahead and go over the schedule, honestly.
We need to focus on.
So we're all on the same page. What's going on, Markella?
Honestly, TS is a good matchup against.
So today, first game of the day is going to be Top Esports versus Fnatic. That's our Jackie Love. So we will be rooting for Top Esports. Second, we have BLG versus T1. This is going to be a banger game. We saw this in MSI, and I do believe BLG won. All of the games today are best of 1, so it should be some quick fires. Then y'all at 7 a.m.
Because during that time,
I need all of my
it was based off of Humanoid and Razor's level of play. Like it was their
stand up,
and there's Zhao. They had great moments.
All of my NA people to stand up.
Find consistency within the game,
PSG
and that was the
versus FlyQuest.
I felt like throughout the
NA killers, y'all. That's a scary place to be. But we got to root for FlyQuest extra hard today. And then we've got Weibo Gaming versus G2 to round the tournament out today. I totally forgot that I got the week of work next week before my travels for work happened. So I'm living my best life right now. Oh, well, period. Oh, so you're like, you're like chilling right now. Yo, Lauren, thank you so much for the 23 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. Filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows. Thank you for the 20.
They get so dumped on by the community, but I feel like the potential and the ceiling of this team.
Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for supporting the stream for over 2 years. Goodness gracious.
And in that sense, if I look at Fnatic,
and
I'm a bit worried on
I hope everybody's ready for some good games today.
Yeah, like
some
specifically
crazy
there
games.
Are times where, I mean, to be honest, in the game,
it's about to go
level
down.
1 was quite rough. Like the dive was really tough. Being able
What's
to recover
going on,
that from that
How are
really
you doing?
Hard. So like that has been
We've
the case.
got
That's
what,
true.
like
but
3
if I
minutes?
just look
Oh,
at
it should be
the
starting
story
soon.
for this team, Noah has been exceptional. I was actually really
It should
happy
be
with that
starting like in
game,
a minute.
Even though the look at the top lane
I'm a little bit early.
is very stark and very clearly in favor of 369.
I didn't know I was on time today. I mean, I'm always on time. Like, I'm always here before the game starts.
Because you're right.
Yeah.
They have been.
But I didn't know I was here like that.
The fans want the improvement, and I think we're seeing that bit by bit.
And we know how much it means for them, right? We know the history around them in Top Esports. We know that they need to show up now. That you're not going to get a lot of second chances.
How are you on this?
What are you doing here?
Oh, hi.
No,
Sorry, I think we're forgetting something really important. And it's, what is it? We need to be talking about something in relation to this rivalry. And I can't remember. Can you remember? Fnatic, TS Fnatic. And it was here. It was right here. I was supposed to do it right here. I was supposed to walk here. And then there was something here as well.
No,
and then it's about the rivalry. And it's about the history. And it's about... Yes, that was it. I remember now.
Wait a minute.
Keep it going, Shocks. It's going to work this time. I swear. You gotta let me fix it. It starts.
No, it starts with you out of here, please. Oh my God, there's a lot on the line for the teams we have today, and they have to show more than what we've seen from them so far and prove that they have what it takes to push the run further. It's time for day 4 of the World's 2024 Swiss stage.
Are we really kicking Shocks out?
Absolutely.
Let her in.
No way.
Shocks, what were you saying?
It's day 4. It's day 4, y'all. Okay. Our babies. The babies are playing. We must give them all of our energy. Not we can hear them start in the games. Not we can hear the games.
That can be helpful for me without letting the emotions get in the way.
去年的话，就每项都比赛都很想赢，所以我的心态上。
Didn't they end up losing? Yeah, they ended up reverse sweeping. Yep.
就 学到的东西打比赛，就自己好的做。
I just need T1&FLYQUEST to win. Okay, honestly, I just need one of them to win. I won't be greedy. I won't be greedy. I just want one of them to win. I don't care who it is. Just one of them. Can one of my teams win today, please? But if BLG loses, that means they're likely to go up against Team Liquid. If T1 loses, that means they're likely to go up against Team Liquid. Like, Team Liquid just doomed being in that O2 section. And Bestie, they went up against China both times. That's not fair. They got the unlucky run, dude, for real. A minor region, yeah, they're playing Brazil today, so or not today, tomorrow. They're playing Brazil tomorrow, so I think it should be okay. But I just hate that they have to play Brazil, you know.
Probably the best I've seen them play. It gave hope to the European fans. There was optimism.
Like, I like my Brazilians.
This year we still have
I like Brazil.
I'm still very confident with my boys that we can go to Paris and show the world what we are capable of.
我们一定会拿下你们的。
It's the smile for me.
And hopefully, with learning from all our past matches, we can show you a version of FlyQuest.
Yes, FlyQuest, please. Not we'll send FlyQuest home. Are you kidding? Are you kidding, Maple? Maple, you were just in A. No, if Team Liquid loses tomorrow, I literally can't take that. I literally can't take that. That is the crown.
Welcome everyone back
to the Swiss stage
here
it's starting. We don't have any eggs in this basket, so I'm not really stressed about TES versus yo homeboy coming out on the freaking crutches kills me every time. They didn't have to fist bump that. Oh, never mind.
Did not go the way of Fnatic. Top Esports were able to edge out with a 2-1 victory at MSI, but both teams have changed in many ways. They've evolved. They've had to adapt as the meta has showcased quite a change from what we've seen compared to the summer split, and that's going to be the big question now that they've gotten a good number of games under their belt. 1 win, 1 losses for both sides.
Who beat T1 on the first day?
What have they been able to adapt? What have they been able to bring into their toolkits to give them an advantage in today's best of 1?
And hopefully what they've learned is ban Yone. And that's, of course, you are rooting for Fnatic, in which case you're really hoping the TES think Yone is bad.
Thank you for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turn Up Squad. Yeah, it was Top Esports. Yeah. How long does one game usually go in Worlds? A quick game would be like 25 minutes. A normal game would be probably like 30-35 minutes. A long game, 40 plus.
Moves up to the 2
and we're not trying to get there. We're not trying to get to 40 plus.
Loser down to 1 and 2, which is a very scary prospect. A lot of terrifying teams going to be on the lower side of that Swiss bracket.
Let's think about some of the high prios. Aurora, Oriana. Oh, immediately those are going to be the first taken off the board. Junglers, where are they on the priority list? Well, the Zig's going to be added to the list. Makes a lot of sense, especially directed towards Jackie Love.
Did NRC qualify? No. What team is NRC?
Available. Are Fnatic going to give it over? The Vine taken away from Razzle.
So for the losers of today, will be up for elimination because that means they'll be at 2 losses. Remember, it takes 3 losses to get eliminated and sent back home. So if you lose today, you're at risk for elimination and you must play a best of 3. Your next best of 3 you must win or else you go home. The winners will play a best of 3 as well because remember you need 3 wins to get promoted to quarterfinals.
free,
So,
he can make great
in order to
engages
get those
happen.
3
You only need
wins,
really a single item before it becomes a
if you
massive
win
threat.
today, that'll be
While
your
yes,
second
he will
win, and
fall
you must
behind
play
in
a
lot
best of
lane matches
3
early on.
in order to be
We've almost
promoted
never
to
really
the
seen a
next
situation where Yone hasn't come back to be a relevant threat, but it seems like Fnatic say, hey, we're willing to give you that Yone. We believe the
next
Smolder
part
is
of
more
Worlds.
powerful.
I don't
Or
know,
they're just
like
happy to say
what
keep
it's
it aside
called.
the matchup.
Next section.
I mean, it was...
Next stage.
I mean, HLE probably gave us the best example of what a Smolder can do into the Yone matchup.
In this game, we're rooting for Jackie Love, always. Love a little Jackie Love.
When Smolder has a proper team built around him.
What's going on, Bonnie? Isn't Faker on T1? Yes, Faker will be playing next. T1 will be playing next on T1 versus BLG.
Well, it wasn't yesterday, day before yesterday,
Yeah,
sorry.
of course, against Gen G.
But it was, honestly, it was incredible. We saw Tian playing through 369, which is something we don't typically see. Usually it's a bot side focused team, but they got him off to a very early lead, but they couldn't really convert those later game team fights into successes. But we've seen that Rumble is still very impactful in the meta, and with Yone being so important in the mid lane, I love this combination that we're seeing. The Sejuani plus the Rumble plus the Yone, it's a trifecta with the Sejuani combination alongside the Yone.
Always Jackie Love, slay.
The game.
If you look back,
When did Zyra jungle become a thing? When they like really buffed the AP junglers, so you know there was the Brand jungle, there was the Morgana jungle, there was the Zyra jungle.
But obviously the utility Jhin brings to the table is only further amplified when you have such great dive potential.
The teams have to win today to secure a
safe, more conservative option from the side of Fnatic.
like spot in. Well, I mean they'll have to play another game to secure their spot in semifinals or quarterfinals, but they really need to win today.
I guess when you look at Fnatic's composition, they don't have a lot of.
I bought Heimerdinger and Poppy, and I'm going to buy Aurora, so I'm having fun today. Period. How far are we from finals? Finals is November 2nd.
Kai'Sa is the go-to, so perhaps Top Esports is saying, you guys are very much lacking in the AP department. We'll remove one of those AP AD
Y'all not gonna lie, like I'm gonna need some spice today. I need another Twitch pick because this isn't gonna work.
Towards the Jhin, and that is what Fnatic is gonna lock in.
Jhin and Smolder obviously decent.
I will be attending Worlds semifinals as well as Worlds finals.
Smolder with the mom to set up for the Jhin.
So I'm going to be leaving for Europe, not next week, but the week after next.
Really no magic damage to
I booked my hair appointment yesterday for my braids. Cannot wait.
If Top go for a
Cannot
round now,
wait.
just look at this engage. I mean, yeah. MF, Sejuani, Rumble, Yone.
It's gonna be a time.
That is a wombo combo I've ever seen. They sat there and said, okay, so you want to scale, you want a team fight. Sure, we'll team fight you. Let's see how things pan out.
And the thing that makes it so terrifying, to bring it back to that duo we talked about earlier, is you can just
Yes, this is the first game today. Kikido, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day
all your big
today.
cooldowns, right? That's what makes it scary. Normally when you have these shotgun-style compositions, it's pray for the
Do you
group
have a team you're rooting for? I'm rooting for all of NA, so Team Liquid, FlyQuest. And then I'm rooting for T1. I'm a T1 fangirl. Love my fakey wakey, as you can see from the signs in the back. And then who else? Who else are we rooting for? I mean, I don't really have teams outside of that. I more so have players that I really like. So I like Jackie Love. I do like Ben on BLG, but BLG is playing T1, and T1 is the ultimate tier, so I will be rooting for T1. Who else we like?
Early game, I expect them to be able to get pushed on the top side of the map. They're going to concede some of that.
I like Viper, but I rooted against HLE yesterday because I had to for my pick'ems.
But the bot side of the map, I expect a lot of back and forth, a lot of trading.
Love a little peanut. You're so dedicated waking up at 5 a.m. to stream. Bless your soul. Bessie, when I tell you, today was hard. It's just getting harder. My alarm went off and I was like, no. Actually, no, I won't get up. Actually, no. Leave me alone. But I ended up getting up. I ended up getting up at 4 a.m. I really did. I really did.
A narrower composition in terms of what it
I don't know how I did it, but I did it.
Of the game. Smolder, obviously, in the simplest terms, is that late game scaling kind of get out.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some braids. I just did my daughter's hair braids yesterday for picture day in school. Slay! I bet she was looking
this tournament, it will always find those big team fight moments to come back
Oh my gosh, didn't he get you some sleep?
When I was looking at the stats last night,
Get you some
Yone
sleep
is
for
9-2
real.
at Worlds so far. And bear in mind, one of those losses was Caps against HLE. That incredibly close, where he did end up losing to a Smolder. And Yone was the only reason, well, a large part of the reason, I should say, that game ended up being as close as it was.
Just all I'll say is, because I don't want to discredit everyone for playing this champion. It's very powerful, and the best pro players in the world clearly are leveraging it to its most extreme. But I think every single game Yone is involved in,
baby.
around level 13,
Rafi, get you some studying in.
there is an insane team fight.
I feel like Humanoid is the player of the game and the game changer. But we are going to see if he pops up and pops out today.
Team fighting champions
We are going
on the world
to
stage
see.
thus far. Certainly safe as well. And hopefully something that Fnatic are ready and prepared to deal with, because again, this is the first time that Humanoid hasn't been on the pick himself. Smolder has looked strong, but does require a level of discipline around picking your fights that hasn't been the most consistent for Fnatic this year. Much better usually when they're finding those early leads, snowballing them through. But
Here for Misfortune. So we've had a little problem with Misfortunes where the Misfortunes ultis were firing poorly. Like they weren't firing like at the team fights. So y'all know we love us some Jackie Love. So I'm hoping Jackie Love puts down some good Misfortune ultis. I trust him. I trust him. I do.
369 is going to see the play.
If you're down for it, Munchie, go for it. What types of braids are you getting? I'm getting the Goddess Boho. And I'm trying to get them in like a honey blonde.
Now, as 369 makes his way towards bot, his primary goal.
No, the thing is, I used to live in Atlanta.
Again, is to get that level 2. So
I used to live in a place where this would just be 8 a.m.
Oscar doing the same thing on the top side.
I was thinking about it. Like, I don't know why I'm so tired. If
very much as we expect, Vision going to spot out Tian moving into the bottom
like
side
I used to wake up at 6 a.m. in Atlanta,
so
and I went to sleep at like 8 last night, which is 11 in Atlanta.
I'd say it's one of the easier
which is 8 hours of sleep. So
variant lane swaps that we've seen throughout the years. Here comes the TP through.
Are we playing tic-tac-toe, or is that just a very small bingo board? That's what was not clear to me about that.
Well, see, now this is a situation where you'd normally see
you got this, Cardinal. Period, row. Yes.
The waves weren't massively stacked.
I love the energy row.
On the bot side of the map. Oscar's going to tick over to level 3. And it looks like Rumble's in a similar
Brandon,
position
thank you for the follow.
I think, given the state of the waves, they weren't too concerned. As I say, that Resume is hovering around.
369 forced to flash out.
Do you like it better over here, Cookie Dough? And actually wake up at 5 and it's a blessing and a curse. No, like, that's the thing. That's what's crazy. Like, if I didn't have to stream today, I would probably wake up at 5 and not be able to go back to sleep. I guess it's just like the 4 a.m. is a lot for me.
Here we go.
I don't know.
Bit of poke.
Oh, you rooting for Fnatic?
The sooner they get it out, the easier the dive is. 4 stacks still marked up. Yeah, not able to get close enough to proc it quite yet. Permafrost falling away is big for Oscar. Ignite now taking Mako trying to take that hour. Aggro, excuse me.
Yeah, Choka. I don't know how people are not banning Yone.
Overall from the side of TES, clearly trying to weigh out the W cooldown on Cassante to get the Permafrost, but angle and positioning just wasn't quite right.
I mean, Oscar
you work at 4 a.m., Taylor?
About as well as he could have, right? He
what
saved
you over there
his
doing?
The right moments. He didn't
Evil,
burn
thank
his
you for the
flash
follow.
too quickly, and the tower aggro. I mean, you can see
Oh,
the
you
difference
rarely
between the
use
4-man
it. Well,
dive
thank you
versus
for
the
being
3-man, and
here.
then when the support is there to try and execute and all this crazy stuff. But ultimately, neither side finds a kill. You could say a small advantage gain for Oscar,
Sedge has the
particularly
best
in
skin
the
ever.
experience department. 369 was denied an extra wave because he was actually zoned away from the tower once he lost his flash. But ultimately, both top laners sitting fairly comfortable
but we
for
got
the time being.
Ocean Soul Yone, I know that's right.
Which is a deficit,
Period.
as now the swaps come back. The good news for Oscar is that the wave will be pushing in towards him, so he'll be able
everybody
to
loves
that.
Humanoid.
On the bot side of the map,
appears.
it's Fnatic's wave will be moving towards Jackie Love and Mako.
Jackie Love's got that expensive skin on. I know that's right, Jackie.
Hold on to that experience league and
Period. See, I knew Jackie was gonna do it right. I knew Jackie was gonna do it right.
Avoiding those first few levels, Mako only being level 2 is a bit awkward if Fnatic are able to find the angle for more aggressive trades. Overall, though, pretty quiet early game. Lane swaps outside of those initial dives
Good morning,
usually don't have quite
Skylar.
the same opportunity
Yeah, the
for
Yone skin is pretty.
or activity.
I mean, truly, TES is looking very cute on the map.
Just a lot of
I
farming.
mean, you can only look so cute
Usually
with
the
Rumble.
CS is not the biggest indicator of how well the lane is going. The stacks
But
are.
Rel
You know, I
has
think
the
that
High Noon
Zeka
skin
gave us the
on.
best
Misfortune is
demonstration
giving
where he was at,
money.
like,
It's giving
200 stacks in 20
ponytail. It's
minutes, which is
giving
egregiously fast.
stop,
that
drop,
was like, oh, no,
and swing.
You say egregious because someone on the enemy team did
I
something
need to
wrong
see
that
what
the
this
Smolder has that
Sejuani
many
is rocking.
stacks.
Yeah, exactly. Normally, I would
Which
say
Leona
that
skin
like
is that? Let's
170,
see. I'll have to
180
pay more
around
attention
20
to
minutes.
her.
It's usually pretty
Oh,
good.
it's the
And then
like
if you're at about like 150, 160, something's
the
probably
cute
gone wrong
little
somewhere. We're a little
Sejuani
bit
skin with the
behind.
You really
poro.
cannot feed the baby dragon. Bad idea. Don't know if you've ever seen the movie Gremlins, but it's a very similar concept.
Yeah, they've
You
been
have a
doing
bad
pretty
time
good with
if
the
you give this man too many
skins.
stacks. Azor getting aggressive
Just for
here.
being that
And this
cutesy,
is
I'm
one of the most
supporting top
frustrating things about
esports,
the
right?
Skarner matchup if you're not familiar. His hitbox is so big that when he uses that E, even though you saw Tien try to Q to interrupt, Skarner actually hits first and stops the Sejuani Q in its tracks, which is a really annoying but very niche interaction.
Humanoid going to use the ultimate to push out the wave. Meanwhile, in top, here comes the Skarner.
And Oscar immediately hitting level 6, perfectly timed for Fnatic. 369, still no flash from the earlier play. Well punished. Nice proactive look from Fnatic.
So the experience ends up paying off wonders.
first
for Fnatic.
blood
Remember
on
we said
369?
earlier that one wave that was lost for 369 put him about a level down. If he'd been able to catch that top wave, it could have been fine for him. But Razork sees the window, leverages the strength of Skarner to go through the wall.
I think I'm underestimating Fnatic.
Rosie there doesn't see Jun flashing over the wall. A little bit awkward. As Jun does commit his flash over, but
I think I'm
will be able to walk away
underestimating
at the
Fnatic.
very least.
I thought
And then
Fnatic would
it's important to
be
look back at the play-in stage
bad.
of MSI and remember that while TES did beat Fnatic, the one game that Fnatic won, it was Oscar on Camille having a carry performance that I would argue is probably his best
MSI,
of the
right?
year from MSI.
Good morning, Kai.
And so that's something that I'm wondering if Fnatic can try and replicate. You know, Cassante is not Camille in terms of target access, etc., but still a powerful
Isn't
pick.
there
With
a
a lead like
Spirit
this, you really
Blossom
can
down
make a
there?
difference on the map.
I mean,
Oh, during
Fnatic,
Worlds. Oh, you
with a
just want somebody
composition
to
like this
use
with
the skin.
Smolder,
Got you.
the important
I thought
thing
you meant
is
you were praying
restraint,
for like
right?
Spirit Blossom
And,
Yone to be a skin.
I think what's really crucial is that any advantages you find in the early game, you don't
Fnatic
try and
is slept
go
on, are
overboard,
they?
overforce. You just leverage them to give you a comfortable weak side. And
Yeah,
then
I
play
guess,
towards your strong side. You
like, I
constantly look
just
to
know
trade
my
objectives,
D2
you,
and that's
look
really
to
it.
Continue to funnel resources and gold into Humanoid. And the fact that Oscar has this lead just makes him harder to dive in the side lane, right? It makes it more difficult for top esports to find those opportunities in the early game. And that's not to say that top esports don't
Top
have
esports got this,
late
I
game of
believe.
their own. Yone split pushing is always going to be lethal. Their team fighting, you already look at the wombo combo that they have. That's a big thing. That's a big advantage I think top esports is going to have. But for the time being, Fnatic, I think taking the right approach, being very calm, respectful, and just kind of looking to trade on the map where they can.
Definitely makes a lot of sense. Noah setting up with the curtain call. Bit of poke onto Jackie Love. Razork on the way, but he will be a little bit late. Jun only level 4. Razork now spotted. Maybe they're going to be able to turn this play around. Immediate ultimate coming in the Impale. A bit of work
he
there
missed
for the
the
fall.
W.
Not Jackie Love over the wall.
Lovely
Huge damage.
ultimate,
Massive
Jackie
punish on the Fnatic who thought they had the angle on the bot lane
Love.
play. Bit of a misplay
Okay,
there
that's what
from
I want to
Fnatic,
see. I
and
want to see
Jackie Love
those type of
comfortably punishes it. A
ulties.
fantastic MF ultimate from
Period.
across
And
the
I knew I
wall
could trust
is
Jackie.
way more damage than Fnatic is
And I
prepared for.
knew I could
They
trust
thought that they caught
Jackie.
Mako out, but crucially, Noah misses his W thinking
What's
that
going on,
Mako's going to get hit
Caitlin? I'm
into the
doing
wall.
well.
But
Yeah,
then
they're
that's
pretty
not actually
early,
what
but
happens. Razork actually
we're making
brings
it
him
work.
past
I
the
go to
wall, but
sleep
CC
pretty
doesn't
early.
connect, and that's 2 early game objectives now
Good
for
morning,
top esports.
Tori.
That person a very big fan of Jackie Love, and you can understand why. Sitting on the other side of the wall, pushing R. He's a hero we can all get behind. And of course, the early BF sword
A
makes this
pipe
matchup very difficult
top.
because while Noah is fast with those Swifties, he
Good
is
morning,
not winning any
Luca.
trades.
Keep an eye here, see. So the sun comes through, but then the ultimate
Another
from
Infernal
Razork
Soul was
drags him
crazy.
out of
That
range
was
of the
an
wall, so the W
amazing
doesn't connect from Noah,
ulti.
which means that chain CC doesn't follow through. Mako gets the knock-up. The combination with the MF ultimate as well means that they absolutely decimate the Fnatic trio. Well played there by top esports to equalize the kills.
Definitely a very strong start, at least a counterpunch to give them an edge on the bottom side of the map to balance
Yeah, that's
out
really
Oscar
good.
and his lead, which is
They
just
were
holding
down.
at about
They
that
were down
kill
that
worth
kill.
of gold. Obviously, some early MR will make the matchup much easier, but to your point earlier, Fnatic, I think, happy to trade even as long as it gets more time and more space for Humanoid to continue to stack up. Looking at the next objectives.
Who is T1 against? T1 is up against BLG next.
TES already got the first Drake.
Oh, what
already
time is
got
it for
both
you,
the grubs. So in
TikToker?
terms of objectives, they're significantly
Good morning,
ahead. If they're able to get that
Logan.
4 grub buff or even 6, It's going to get a lot more difficult for Fnatic. For now, though, 369, the one in trouble. Again, so many resources used by Fnatic to try and take this Rumble out of the game.
Well, I mean, 369 is also just walking through the river. That was an easy opportunity, especially with Tian hovering around the top side of the map. Bit of a misplay from him, as now Top Esports threaten the dive. Yone on his way as well.
Tough for no to do much. They get the TP
we're
out
getting a TP behind y'all, Jackie.
Very far forward. Second TP now coming in.
Make a run.
Jackie Love should just be a dead man walking. Quick kill pickup. Mako is already out of there, taking their time to make sure they donate it to Noah.
I guess they didn't see the teleports.
15 seconds away, Fnatic. Priority on the objective, able to get that top push.
All of the games today are best of one.
Should not have to concede these scrubs.
I will say, perhaps a bit of an overcommitment as Oscar now is in danger.
Unstoppable though, K'Sante able to pull through the wall. The perfect angle as well. Takes his time to line it up. Knock up there from Cream, but forced back now as Razor tries to follow. Mako potentially going to be in trouble. Q3 comes in from Oscar, still doing good damage with the ulti response
nice
going
ulti
out.
from
Shutdown following up,
Morel.
but Cream is right into the midst. Fate sealed for Oscar Renan. Is Fnatic forced for at least a moment to back away? Q3 ready for Cream if they do want to re-engage objective.
Okay,
not
Cream.
the name of the game
Cream said
here
he
for
wanted to
Fnatic.
get some extra
But sadly, this entire
damage.
sequence of play, while they did win out in kills,
Are we
at least
getting
a little
6
bit,
void
they're gonna lose
mics?
the grubs.
It's a situation
What's going
once
on,
again
Christian?
where we talk about Fnatic overforcing. They got out. Oscar was in a good spot, and then they sat there and thought, wait, we can punish this. We can actually chase for more kills. And Cream's like, I feel like you guys forgot that I'm playing Yone. And then immediately turns that around and they give a kill over. Look at the farm advantage that he now has because Humanoid committed the TP
Yeah, look
over
at
the
the
top. There's
20
now a full
CS
level
diff
advantage in favor of Cream.
in the mid lane.
And now, once he goes back
20
to base,
CS
I imagine he's
diff
going to be
in the
sitting on
top
enough gold to be
lane.
able to even buy the Blade
I mean-
ranking as well. Forcing Oscar back, a 2-level lead over him. All of this farm is going to be denied.
What can
Top
one
Esports,
do?
off a single play, now gaining a sizable lead.
And of course, building up on some of their early objective control. Having 6 scrubs with this Yone on a sideline. Yone is going to be so tough to answer. Makes this really difficult for Fnatic. 369, again, if it first you succeed, just do it again, I guess is the mantra for Fnatic. They really just want to focus down 369. This is their only avenue to play. Humanoid stacking up a lot here, but I don't know if he has the damage to finish these kills. TP now coming in. Cream on the way down. This Yone should be able to do a lot of work. Humanoid now needs to get the hell out. Razzler trying to buy a bit more space, but Humanoid just determined to get this kill. This is so greedy from Fnatic. Blood in their eyes, blinded by the potential of what could be in the bottom lane, but it all falls apart.
That's what we like to
Happily pick up
see.
2 kills, and
That
crucially,
is what we
another
like
one
to
goes over
see.
to Cream. He's able to TP down. They turn it into a 4 versus 2, and Fnatic over-forcing again. They were so desperate to turn that into
MFLs are
something
eating
more.
today,
They
as
realized that
they
once they'd gone for
should.
the play under 369, it was
As
already
they
too deep. They thought to
should.
themselves, if we can
Love
get another
that.
kill, make it a 2 for 2, then maybe it'll be fine. I think the play in and of itself is okay. You can see they're spotting out Jackulov in the river, but he's still able to rotate down. He doesn't get interrupted. Jun is making his way down as quickly as he can, but at this point, like, Humanoid's even gonna flash in to try and have enough damage. And it just results in 2 kills. Nice chain. CC Tian gets out with barely, he levels up to Top Esports, happy after picking those 2 kills up.
That man has no emotion. He was
there,
like,
and I
yeah,
think
we did that.
The thing that we talked about
Yeah,
with Smolder
easy work.
is not happening, Betty.
I mean,
We talked about you have to be able to lose gracefully.
Light
You have to
work.
wait for your time, knowing that when you're a big dragon, you're gonna kill everybody. He didn't have an item completed. He went in there with a Kindle Gem and a Caulfield's Warhammer like, I'm gonna kill this boar. That's not enough.
Yesterday, we saw D plus Kia drafting the scaling comp, and first thing I thought of was like, this doesn't feel like a comp for D plus Kia, right? Because they
Paycheck.
only know how to fight.
I agree.
And I'm looking at Fnatic, and they're like
This doesn't feel like a comp for Fnatic. Because
Like,
if we look at
Top
Humanoid's
Esports,
identity,
go
like
ahead
farming
and
on a side lane,
clear
finding
this
those
one
leads,
out for
that's
me,
great for him.
baby.
But that's why the Yone work, because he can still make those team fight plays. As Jackie Love is going to be forced to flash out. Small summoner picked up there by
Yo,
Fnatic.
Q
So
Conrad,
good look.
thank you so much for
Catch
the
him
heart
overextending.
me.
But Fnatic certainly going to have to show a lot of growth, even in the context of this game. They can't afford to make any more greedy plays like this because they're already falling so far behind.
Okay,
3K
Serena, I'm an
lead just about for
official
TES.
co-streamer
Fnatic now
for
trying to get set up on the
Worlds.
Drake. Make sure that Soul
I was selected by
not
League
an
of
option
Legends
too
to
early.
co-stream.
They have decent
That
control,
is
but
why.
Oscar's got a TP.
Cream level 11. Nerf some of that CC.
You can
369
only
pushing
stream
on
if you have
sideline, so good
permission.
pickup from Fnatic, knowing they forced out
I
some
played
Jackie
Misfortune for
subs,
the first
taking
time
that
since I
advantage,
started the
using it
game.
to
How
Drake.
did it
I just
go?
think Cream is so strong. He is just such
I'm doing well,
such a
Crybaby. Thank you
serious
for
problem
asking.
for Fnatic right now. Yone typically tough laning phase as a champion.
Sure,
That's
yeah.
what he does. Like he really doesn't do much. He doesn't have that much damage. He's very limited as a champion. He's very reliant on getting items.
Yeah.
So once he gets this item is really when he comes online, and now he's more than happy to look for fights, and the damage should
Did you
show
end up
that.
getting some good kills,
Just go right
some good
back.
ultis off?
Yeah, it's important to understand. Well, when you go to the store and you buy attack speed, you just get attack speed. Yone also gets cooldown reduction on 2 of his abilities. Also, if he hits you with enough of those abilities, it's also a knock-up. So when you think about the synergistic scaling of this
It's
kid,
so dumb.
it's like Yasuo, but you don't have to die 10 times to be good, you know? No one talks about the Yone power spike. He doesn't have to die at all to be powerful, which seems pretty strong.
Anyway, I feel like everyone knows how strong Yone is, so I won't keep hammering on about it.
I will resist.
Yeah.
It's my #1 favorite thing to complain about right now. But Cream,
He's getting a buff, by the way. T1 has not played. They play second.
To catch him. Impact there. Chain CC. Q3 almost gets him. They have to use everything they've got in terms of cooldown. But that Yone is dead. Shutdown acquired. 500 gold over to Oscar.
The more they talk about Yone, the more I get the ick. Honestly, same.
Cream doesn't get an opportunity to flash away.
Honestly, same.
And a crucial pick for Fnatic. We talked about how much of a problem Cream is going to be on a side lane. The good news for Fnatic is that Top Esports really weren't able to punish anywhere else on the map, meaning that Fnatic find themselves a kill and a crucial shutdown. Does go over to the Cassante, means that Smolder is just going to continue to farm towards the bot side of the map, close that experience gap just a little bit.
Oh, let's go, man. I'm glad you're liking
Once
her.
again, the center of attention here. Fnatic like the paparazzi descend. Easy peasy pickup. The 3rd time this game. Rumble's been taken off the board. TES now trying to respond in the mid lane. Noah not in a great position. Looks like they will have to concede the mid lane tier 1, but at least they get a bit of gold from the bot lane kill.
I mean,
banger
it is a nice
gameplay.
pick, but I still think it's worth it for Top Esports. They get mid and top. That's all out of towers now. They move into the top side jungle, and I mean, just look at the vision control that they have right now. Wards are littered across the top side of this map.
They've got it heavily warded.
Wards, but there's no TPs that can
And they're
use
getting some damage
Herald charges
down.
there. Oscar trying to defend. Second tower, not going to fall. Maybe is going to fall, actually. There's a lot of grubbies there. Cream
Okay, I want to see if Top Esports can outplay here.
Use of the locket there to mitigate
Okay, turn.
Jun now into the backside.
Okay, we're getting a TP. It's going to be a 5-man. Beautiful ultimate from Jackie Love. Jackie Love knows what he's doing with this champion. All of the other people need to take notes because they are not using her correctly.
We got to tell this tale. Fnatic once again tried to force a play.
Beautiful.
Top Esports had control over the top wave. They were going to concede that top tower after dropping the Herald, but Fnatic say, hey, I think there's a play here.
They're just
fight, and Top Esports
Misfortune is ulting and they're like,
punish it. Humanoid gets
beautiful,
engaged on thanks
lovely.
to a nice ultimate from Tian. And it's at this point where you realize it's too overforced. Such a nice TP flank going to come in as well. They're disconnected, and look at this engage. Nicely done from Mako. Locks up the 2 members. The bullet time over the top. And the Wombo combo is there. We talked about it coming into the draft. We're seeing it now in the fight. If you overforce these fights, in the mid-game especially, Top Esports are more than happily going to take them.
You can see frustration.
Ooh, who's shouting in the back? Put her in the front.
On the face of,
Let's come report to the front of the dance floor.
Look, this is a game where Fnatic are
I just love seeing my girlies.
Some angles of attack, some kills. 369 has 3 deaths.
Good morning, Michelle.
But the downside is almost every single time TES are trading up somewhere else.
Right,
Fnatic do finally force a group play. Like you said, it's
the front.
It's costing them
you.
much more. Cream, the target here, but it's just going to go all in. Snaps right back when he sees somebody.
It's so easy for Cream to
solo
go all he wants now with these items. And he can do it so safely as well.
Where them girls at?
Humanoid needs this cover on the side lane to be able to ramp
all
up.
league baddies to the front.
Stat-wise, Humanoid still doing relatively well. 180, 19 minutes in is definitely a good pace. But you just kind of look at the map state.
Please report to the middle of the dance floor. Thank you very much.
Really for them to set up on an objective. They don't have their TPs available. They should just look to concede this dragon. Top Esports have done a great job of, if we think about the punishes that we've been seeing, every time Fnatic overstep, Top Esports is there to punish. Every single time. And even though Fnatic have been able to find these picks, Top Esports have been making smart cross maps on the map. And they've just been slowly, methodically been picking apart of these weaknesses from Fnatic and converting it into bigger and bigger gold leads. Now, both Jackie Love and Cream with basically a 2K lead between the both of them, well, independently. giving them a full item advantage over their lane counterparts.
Which is completely massive. As we get closer and closer to Baron, spawning 3 seconds away, with Yone on your team as well as a Rumble, you can burn through it quite quickly. No reason for TES to risk, however. They're ahead in Dragon stacking. They've got more side lane pressure with the 6 scrub buff. And it's a situation where you highlighted early on, Fnatic doing okay in terms of trading kills, but TES were the ones to get the objectives. And now they're trading up in about every single skirmish. Cream.
He almost solo killed him. If Jun wasn't there, I think he would have died. I mean, he lost his flash.
They force out the ulti from Humanoid. He needs the health. He's afraid of Mako going in and just igniting to finish the job.
You just, I mean, Tails all the time. People sit there and believe that Smolder is a good counter pick into the Yone, and like to a degree it can be. But if the Yone ever gets to a point where he can just demolish you on a side lane and you're forced to go and match him, then you have a problem. I think the crucial thing that teams are kind of forgetting about the HLE draft is that they had the Jax
finals is on November 2nd.
Into the Yone on a side, which meant that you just had more time for the Smolder to sit elsewhere away from the
All
Yone
of these matches are best of one. These are the 1-1 matches.
Ulti coming out once again. Combo there. Jackie Love right where it needs to
Oh,
be.
absolutely.
And a beautiful
King.
equalizer over the top. Cream now just snaps back to safety. Team is there to body block. And once again, baby, Yone walks away.
I'm sorry, Jin, but your ult is not giving the way that these Misfortune ultis are giving. They're just not.
Just continue to pull further and further
They are
ahead.
just not. I don't know what to say to you. Right, Kite. Like, wah. What are you doing? You're not measuring up. Good morning, Jay.
Nothing on the map that Fnatic can really
For
do.
sure,
They're TPing
Segan.
bot to try and get some form of cross map, but with the Baron, they're going to get a quick recall. TP answer is going to come through from 369 to deny Fnatic any opportunity of getting anything back.
Humanoid 211 stacks, kind of what they're preying on, but this is not the Smolder of old. This has been nerfed. You need either more stacks or more items if you really want to have that same level of impact. And I mean, look at Cream. He's almost on a third completed item. You've got armor penetration coming through for Jackie Love, and in the context of this fight, Fnatic really don't get to fight on their terms whatsoever. It's so easy for TES
Jackie Love is such an iconic ADC. Truly him.
Just gets melted. He's supposed to be the front line, and you're just seeing how much damage Cream is able to do alone. A simple pick converts into a Baron. Fnatic now find themselves 6k gold down, and the problem is, yeah, you can always make the argument if they've got the scaling. However, Top Esports just have such a powerful teamfight comp at this point in the game.
And I think one of the big things is you can always threaten this Smolder. We've seen Smolder take over against
Fnatic needs to FF. I don't think they can FF.
The Rumble, Yone.
I don't think you're allowed to FF in pro play.
They already are going to have set up first round.
I think you actually get a fine if you do.
To make sure he can't play the game.
Oh,
they don't even need to wait for the objective.
That's crazy. That was gonna be a kill if he didn't have to go back to his little shadow thing.
Another day in the office for him. Cream.
Oh my gosh! And he gets to use it again. He just used it.
Will not save you.
Wait, did he not just use that ability?
Curtains. Flash. Nothing to stack Q on. Surely he's dead. He's not. Oh, interrupt comes in from Mako. Mako, the great savior. Body blocks the bullet for the president. They know
my gosh, another beautiful Misfortune ultimate.
From Jackie Love to finish the job. 369 are slaughtering Fnatic in this game.
I mean, Fnatic found picks. There were nice plays at moments, but this has just been a stomp from
there was so much happening. Why can Yone use that ability every 3 seconds?
Finishing it up. Cool, calm, collected from start
to
finish.
When we play League today,
the rest of the game, they have just
he must be banned.
dominating. One more wombo combo
Yone will not be getting into my games unless I'm playing him as ADC, which I think we can make happen.
Cream with Q. Gonna get caught out.
What did he run? He ran fleet footwork, working stride breaker, so you're tanky.
Oscar stunned up, and this should just be it. If they honor the Nexus, it's over.
Honestly, remember who was asking how long these games go? And I said 25 minutes is a quick game.
They hit him, but he took their Nexus.
They ended that in 24 minutes.
For Top Esports to start off
24 minutes.
Performance as Fnatic. They tried to overforce.
I haven't used Twitch in years, but I got it again because I came from TikTok. But what does the subscription do, and how much does it really benefit the content creator? So, subscriptions. Aww.
Speaking of breakdown.
Lore.
She's upset.
No. Okay.
That was a tough one.
That was rough.
Yeah.
No, that was great for Jackie. Love that for Jackie. So subscriptions can do different things for different creators. For here, it makes sure that you have ad-free viewing, so you can watch the stream without any ads popping up on your screen. In terms of helping the creator, it does help the creator. There are different types of like revenue splits in terms of streaming. You can have 50-50, you can have 60-40, and you can have 70-30. So the more subscriptions you have, the better the cut you have. And so yeah.
Vetty has pointed out in the cast,
Brent was due for Jackie.
Like a Jax or a Gnar pretty early there for Oscar. But that's also like
truly
trying to change a tire after a car crash. Like, it's not going to fix
oh my gosh, the Misfortune Ultimate is down.
It worked out well, at least in the lane swap. Really early on, where Cassante gets the early EXP
Good morning,
lead because
Layla.
they couldn't dive him.
Jackie was showing them how to use Misfortune. Really get into it.
It's working out. They end up
really
getting
get
a kill
into it,
topside
baby.
too, based off the experience lead that Cassante has. So everything's working out until they had a double TP top lane play.
Not Mal, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 2 months of support. Hope you're having a beautiful day today, love. Filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows, and thank you for supporting the stream.
So it's like, that's a lot expended for one champion where the map is being taken away from you.
Not you telling me that I get an ad, I'm dead.
Sport has managed to accelerate the game, I feel. But we're going to talk about this a bit later because we see that Shux is ready on stage for an interview with Jackie Love.
Yay! We're getting an interview with Jackie Love.
You just had the counterpunch. How much did you feel? I need to pause for a second because I need to wait for the cue from the world feed so that everybody gets the interview.
TS has been able to accelerate the game.
Yes. I mean, that's the thing for me is they ended that game very quickly.
Yes.
Here's the interview.
Oh.
Jackie Love, congratulations on a very convincing victory versus Fnatic. It seemed that whatever Fnatic tried, you had the counterpunch. How much did you feel like you were completely in Fnatic's heads and could predict their next moves?
那首先恭喜你们赢下了这场比赛。这一场对阵到 Fnatic 的比赛，队伍展现出了非常稳健的表现，感觉好像在峡谷内的每一个 Fnatic 的动向都被你们所掌握。所以呢，杰克觉得这局比赛你们是要怎么样做到的，可以几乎是预测到他们在地图上的动向，并且能够赢得这么稳健。
这把我就觉得我们野辅的指挥非常的好吧，因为每个资源我们都 按照我们的想法拿到了，然后我们的阵容，我觉得就是发育到后面，我们打团就很好赢，然后我们小规模团战也打得非常好。
So first of all, I would like to give the credit to our jungle and the support because they made so many crucial shot calls in this game, and we managed to grab, you know, a lot of crucial resources in this meta, in this map, and also, you know, speaking of our draft we got, we think that coming to the very late game, we have a better chance to show our draft strengths. Also, in some skirmishes, we also perform pretty good.
You did not even need to get to the late game because the game was finished quite quickly. Now, overall, we find ourselves in a meta still where lane swaps are very, very important, and the meta is being figured out by a lot of teams. How much impact and influence do you think you have out of the role of ADC in this current lane swap state?
Blue Logan, thank you so much for the Twitch subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, Buki.
对于 AD 的话，可能就是没有那种，就相比那种厉害点的英雄对线上的压力了吧？因为换线的话，可能会让一些劣势英雄前面会就是正常发育，然后到后面正常打团，所以我觉得有换线来说的话 ，AD 的压力可能对线压力会相对小很多，但是可能跟就是上路的配合要多一点。
So in this laning swap meta, I will say that for AD carry players, there will be less pressure, especially in laning phase. But you know, in lane swap meta, I think that you maybe focus on the top lane. For the top lane, maybe they will have more pressure on it, and you should have the better synergy with your top lane and the whole team to handle it.
Okay, thank you very much, Sheshe. Congratulations, Jackie Love, and thank you, Christina. And Top Esports moves on to 2-1.
Woo! wonder what happens. I think Top Esports is LPL, which is China, if I remember correctly. Let's see. So that was Top Esports versus Fnatic, with Top Esports moving on to that 2-1. Jamie, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. So Top Esports moves to that 2-1 section, so they will be playing a best of 3 to see if they will get promoted to quarterfinals. Fnatic is now at risk for elimination, so that means they are 1-2, and their next match will be a best of 3. If they lose that match, they are sent home, and if they win that match, then they will have to play another best of 3 to get moved on to quarterfinals. Next game is BLG versus T1. Okay, I need everybody locked in because we have seen this game before. We saw this game during MSI, and I do believe BLG won. So we need T1 locked in. I can't remember if they won or if they lost. BLG versus T1. Let's see. MSI. Oh my gosh. So on May 18th during MSI, T1 won, and then during May 11th, BLG won. So it could go either way. It doth appear it can go either way, which is terrifying. So it was a close game here, but it wasn't even close in this one. Oh man, I am so terrified. I am so terrified because this is just the best of 1. This is just the best of 1. After that, guys, we've got PSG versus FlyQuest, which I'm terrified as well. The next 2 games, I'm going to be shaking in my freaking boots the whole time, dude. And then after that, it's Weibo versus G2. Didn't the top play Camille? Yes, I remember that. Yes, Ben 8 down. We need T1 to lock in because these are best of 1s. You only get 1 chance. And I feel like with some of these teams in the first game, they don't really play like their best. They usually like can turn games around or see how a team is playing and then adapt their play style to it. So I'm really worried about that. And I think T1 is one of those types of teams where they normally lose the first game, but then they like adapt their play style and counter how the enemy team is playing. My jersey is dirty at the moment. I worked out in my jersey yesterday, so I do not have my Faker jersey. Blue Logan, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Jamie, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. I appreciate y'all. Senpai, thank you so much for the follow. I hope they can play with the same form again. I need them to be so serious and lock in. I really do. Well, if you have BLG and T1 in your pick'ems, that is still okay. Like, neither of them will be eliminated from this match. I personally feel like BLG shouldn't even be in the 1-1 section. I think they should have been in the 2-0 section, but you know, that's really up to them. That's really their own fault. Run away, run away. They are a renegade. You better run away. Oh man. They don't have the song name on here for some reason. Let's go T1. But 1 will be closer to getting, yeah, that is very true. Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous, man. Guys, should I take a flight at 11 a.m. or should I take the flight at 6 a.m.? 6 a.m., 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. No, I shouldn't do the 5 p.m. because that would have me landing at 1 a.m. 11 or 6. 11 a.m. or 6 a.m. Do it based on land time. Okay, valid. Land time is either 1 p.m. or 6 p.m.
Quick take, a few words, 5 words to describe the first game.
1 p.m. or 6 p.m.
Take the first 3.
Yes, and Fnatic, judge you go.
That escalated.
How long is the flight? About 4 hours.
Laura's sad.
I can't even be sad. That's amazing, honestly.
There we go. Thank God. Thank goodness. Oh, man. And they're still posing.
Still posing.
And they're still posing.
TS in a good form, and hopefully their sister team.
Swiss confuses me. If T1 loses this, do they still have a chance, or are they out? Yes, they still have a chance. These are not elimination matches. Only best of 3s will be elimination matches. I will stress the day of if somebody is at risk for being eliminated. Tomorrow, the game's tomorrow. If someone loses, they're out. That's it. They're done.
It's a tough one, but I think they've had
landing at 1 p.m. is better.
An awakening with the LNG game, so I feel like they're going to be a little bit more prepared.
6 a.m. so you can take a fat nap on the plane and then have the whole day to chill.
There is a matchup that we're all looking
all right.
So when it comes to these two teams,
we
it's
will
our
do 6 a.m.
presented by Mercedes-Benz, and it is Knight versus Faker.
Faker, please lock in!
We have the old kings facing off against the contenders for the crown in today's featured
matchup. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and
presented
purchase
by
this flight
Mercedes-Benz.
while we watch this.
Despite coming back and winning Worlds last year, T1 has not looked like that legendary team we have come to expect. Just barely getting into Worlds by the skin of their teeth.
Facial prison still connects, and Zeus can put down the equalizer, carry a flash. Hostile takeover hits onto 2. Cheatan's one of them. And Pain Gaming can only watch from the fountain as T1 rip them apart.
BLG will be one of their biggest challenges to maintaining their throne. Having been knocked out of 2023 Worlds by T1 last year,
T1! They're on their way to the quarterfinals.
This is an opportunity for BLG to show they are ready to take that final step towards winning the World Championship.
Should I fly Comfort Plus?
Not doing a whole hell of a lot. Ben still standing. BLG again just wiped the fight. Last desperate moves, but the flash charm coming in from Knight is enough.
Luxury.
The ace there for BLG.
BLG may have faltered early, but a win against the defending champions T1 would prove they are not just here to compete, but to win.
But of course.
And I'm so excited about this matchup because we just think about the accolades that these two players have stocked up. From Faker's side,
Faker!
He's got 4 World Championships, 2 MSI Championships, 10 LCK Championships. That guy has medals, by the way. He's got a lot on his for himself. But for Knight, by the way, 5 LPL Championships tied with Clearlove, the GOAT, and Xiaohu as well. And a lot of it has been super recently. 6 finals back to back in the LPL. The LPL has been Knight's show. So like for both of these players to be going up against each other, while also I can't forget about the fact that he has the MSI Championship from last year Knight. So they both are stacking accolades, and now they're going up against each other. They're in each other's way, and it's going to be fun to see these two players go up against each other.
What is it going to come down to? Because the expectation
do you guys like aisle seats or do you like window seats?
Both teams. BLG,
which ones do y'all like?
I mean, they could have won the first game they played against NNG. It came down to silly little micro mistakes, actually, that came down to fights on their side.
Yeah.
Fully executed here.
I put BLG as pretty heavy favorites into this one, especially because of the teams that they've played against. The win that T1 had, as dominant as it was against the CB Law, whereas we've had BLG just falling to LNG, who then advanced as a 3-0 team. And I think they were a little bit outdrafted. Like we've seen now, I think Yone's 10-2.
Yeah.
The Yone Rumble team compositions, I think, are swinging a lot of these
you
games
like
that
middle,
are
really?
teams.
Yeah, and I mean for BLG when they
aisle
went
with
up
a clear
LNG,
view to the toilet.
Like a 3K goal lead at 11 minutes before they threw it, right? So that happened. Same could be said for T1 when they went up against Top Esports. They had a 3K goal lead before the Jin quadra kill incident. So they'll be
I like the window because I like
the
to
matchup
put
that
my
they
head
were
on
looking
it.
forward to,
Booty
the
Wind
biggest
is
one that they,
wild.
like both respective teams had. They had control at a certain moment until they lost at a key point in team fight.
Yeah, I would also just say though, these teams are too good at pulling off Rumble Yone combos with any setup CC they have, whether it's the darkness from
Be right back. They need my card.
or engage like the Rel. So I think they're going to learn that lesson pretty fast, and the coordination from all of these teams is extremely high. So I do actually have BLG as a pretty big favorite.
Same.
Draft dependent.
All right, Sam, casters think take it away for this one. I guess the analysts think the same. What do you guys think for this one?
I think it is fair to peg BLG as the favorites. While the history and the aura will always favor T1, the road to get here certainly favors BLG, but it all comes down to a single best of one, and in a best of one, really anything is possible. So we're just gonna have to see how the draft shapes up.
I mean, let's not forget, it was only at MSI not that long ago where BLG didn't beat T1 once, but twice. And people saw T1 at a higher level going into that tournament. This one, right now, T1, they struggled their way into here. And I feel like it's tough to judge the level of T1 right now, because we saw some promising things where they kind of got out team fought by top esports. There was, as Ryan said, the unfortunate quadra kill situation from Jackie Love, and then against Pain Gaming, they were extremely dominant. So honestly, it's really hard to tell what level T1 is at right now.
One, I think it's a bit of a reset for both teams, potentially, right? We saw, obviously, LNG mount a pretty impressive comeback. We saw T1, I think, get caught off guard a little bit by what Aurora could bring to the table in some of those fights. Certainly, both teams probably have a better sense of what they want to prioritize in this meta, but with T1, tons of leads early on. It was a similar story for BLG against LNG, and we'll have to see if either team can take that strong early game and leverage it again against their opposition today.
And what I will say is that, historically, T1 is a team that don't start Worlds off incredibly strong, right? They have this incredible record, right? Where their worst group stage record was 5-1. They've only ever lost one, and this was true last year as well.
Well, they lost. They beat TL, they lost to Gen G, and they beat Cloud9, and then to start their
Reckless is just a sub, so you have to have a sub for these competitions, and so Reckless, since he's from EU, it was just easier to not have to get him like a whole visa situation. So that is why he is listed at the sub, but he is more than 99% chance of not playing.
Yeah, they've already given that one up. So
until best of fives.
Why do they love flaming T1? I think it's because like everybody is a T1 like fangirl or fanboy, and they just want to be different. I think that's why people flame T1.
Maybe two at best.
Because T1 really is them boys.
But then you zoom out and you're like, actually, most people don't.
T1 really is them.
And it's just, it's really crazy to realize that, like, regardless of their form, T1 have a way of performing. And so that's why we're excited for this matchup. Many people believe it's too early in the tournament, and I totally understand that sentiment.
They know.
But the good news is that there's still room for both of them to be able to make it out still.
Just shout out to EasyHoon there on the support staff on the side of BLG. Legendary SKT Azir back in the day, 2015 run, now supporting BLG. I think they're too far away in years for me to be like, he's got all the secrets. I can't imagine that a lot of 2015 transfers over, but you never know.
Now, I was looking back at their best of fives when they met at MSI. There was a lot of focus on Faker back then. It was Azir, Orianna every game.
Yeah.
The idea was to try and pinch his pool.
Hey, jealous of T1's visuals? No, because like T1's cute. T1's a cute team. And they got money. So like it elevates, you know what I'm saying?
If it hasn't been obvious enough.
So period. All right, guys, the flight to get my braids done is booked. My braids booked, period.
I was like, Rammus and Lissandra, probably two champions that I think you could throw
All
into
I'm saying is,
but
everything's
if you walk into a draft meeting with any pro player
Did I miss the first game? Yes, it was Top Esports versus Fnatic, and Top Esports ended up winning, so Fnatic is now at risk for elimination. Let's go, T1!
It's just a little too strong. T1 for that one.
The Aurora going to follow that one up. Okay, so T1 are just removing some of the really powerful champions.
We need the signs. We need the signs.
Also very strong in the meta. And the Nocturne,
the
thing that's kind
of, thank you so much for the raid.
It's been so
thank
far
you, thank you. I hope you had a beautiful day today, my love. I hope your games were good.
Like the Ashe, the Skarner, the Vi.
Welcome in, everyone. My name is Reagan, aka Miss Chim Chim. I am a ADC main known for sniping hoes across the map and stealing hoes dragons. But we are watching Worlds right now. It is T1 versus BLG, which is going to be such an amazing game. It is a best of one. Whoever loses this game is at risk for elimination from Worlds, and whoever wins this one is one step closer to moving on to quarterfinals.
I mean, obviously.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. This is such a scary game. In the past at MSI, BLG has beaten T1 in a best of 5 series, and in the same tournament T1 has beaten BLG in a best of 5 series. So this game it's serious. Anyone can take it. Anyone can win. Thank you, Buki. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Get you some sleep, because I think you on the West Coast, and baby, it's 6 a.m. Get you some sleep, my love.
Faker's Silas.
Faker's
also,
Silas.
Skarner on the other side of it. It's not something I've seen yet. I'm really curious to see
Guys, this game is about to be so good.
But Silas, a champion who's just really come back to the meta. He's been changed repeatedly.
Period.
For a very long time.
They locked in Ari against Faker. If they use his skin, oh, I hope they curb stomp him. I really do. I really do.
Affect BLG's considerations as we go into the second ban phase in terms of what
I do like Guma. I have a Guma sweatshirt and I have an owner hoodie.
It's a really
like I could really support them all.
The charm determines everything, right?
Yeah. And like the merch that I have from them, like it's genuinely cute. Like I wear it on the daily type beat.
The charm is ever gone. Silas just always wins.
Let's go T1. Please win today. Please don't make me sad. I want to have a good day today. I really do.
Like, maybe we don't play Alistair. But we'll see how the rest of the draft pans out, as the Kai'Sa and the Ziggs going to be removed from the bot side of BLG. The Renata going to be taken away from Carrier. And
they better not fumble, because this can be a satisfying game for real. No, I feel like it's going to be a really good game. Ooh, Guma's Kalista.
Pressure on BLG. Certainly.
Wow, Kalista has a 6-win, 1-loss win rate.
To stick to that pick.
This is second game of the day.
Immediately.
Okay. I was wondering, what do they even go here?
If they lose today, they're up for elimination. Correct.
Jin, an interesting choice, of course, to follow up on the Ari charms. It's easy to land that long range CC.
This is good. I like the Poppy a lot, especially when you think about the dash from Vi.
Honestly, Cupcake. Honestly, Cupcake. Like if BLG loses this and then they have to go up against Team Liquid, like I'm just like, bro. Like, bro. Come on, bro. If T1 loses this and then they go up against Team Liquid, bro.
They're super comfortable with. They are good at leveraging
like, bro.
long range.
Come on.
When you have
be freaking for real. But I was watching Team Liquid and their reactions for like the pools, and they want to go up against T1.
I'm saying please. I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying
hike Carrier.
One time.
Do it. Do it. And I want you to.
Thank you.
All
right, well, this would be a mix-up.
I would have loved.
This is a classic
I would have loved that.
Brainstormed, theory-crafted script.
I mean, he could still lock it in.
As much, but it is,
I mean, I'm okay with.
Obviously, the combination of the Kalista and the Nico, a very,
the way they
picked
Nico
can go
in order.
So much setup CC.
They were like, we don't have to hide anything. Actually,
and, kind of a return to
we don't have to hide a thing.
Area so successful in our previous year, which was a lot of these really aggressive counter pick supports.
Ooh, not y'all hate the pipe pick.
Is that there's just a lot of comfort across the board. You've got Bin on Jax. Like, obviously he's known well for his Camille, but his Jax, like, is just as terrifying on the top side, and that's paired along.
Come on, T1, lock in.
Unbelievable win rate on it.
Yeah. Honestly, Spiky, I don't think we just need a cute Nico skin. I think we need the prestige Nico skin, right? Like, are we on the same page here?
And
Like, I think we need the prestige.
And then you contrast that, like, it's hard
He's
to
not gonna have that? Why do you say that?
specifically because he's played for so long.
Yeah, like if we're not using the prestige, what are we doing?
To that 2019
when he stole the Gnar.
Yeah, like,
not his type. Oh, really?
In the Jensen 1v1 matchup he had, like, he's just, yeah, he's a good Silas player. And
let's go.
It's going to be a fun one. These solo lane matchups are going to be exciting.
Nico has prestige Shark Guardian.
We'll get standard lanes, but I'm not going to promise anything as we jump in for our best of one matchup.
Yes, Cookie. Okay, let's see. Does he have the prestige on?
Team will be eliminated,
is he serving girly pop? Where's he at? Boo, down with BLG, down with BLG.
Beat BLG to make it out.
Okay, show Carrier, please.
Bracket stage of Worlds.
Oh, we can't see the skin because she's pretending to be Vi.
And the second game we've seen T1 really go.
This is the second game of the day. This is T1 versus BLG. It is best of one.
Team fighting ultimates, right? We saw a similar thing when Faker was playing Nico mid in their first matchup. Ultimately, didn't quite work out. The Aurora.
Wait, how do you know it's Winter Wonder?
This time. Should be able to find a few more effective.
How do y'all know?
Seeing the grasp Ari again, by the way.
How did y'all know she was cosplaying as Vi?
Do they know it's Carrier? Otherwise, they might not have tracked the flash. If they do, his lane phase.
I mean, they don't have prestiges on Riot accounts, but like you can still get prestiges on your own. Because she's blue. Dang.
Cooldown, easy to last hit, helps you control the wave.
Y'all know y'all's
long cooldown, single target.
Y'all know y'all's little skins, don't y'all? Winter Wonder is still cute though.
Be the ones to initiate it. And T1 naturally ready as the split map.
What do you mean, Lydia?
Makes a lot of sense in the context of T1's bot lane. Obviously, you really
it's
do
cute.
not want to be
y'all some Nico mains, right?
The first few levels. That's
the Faker picture.
You throw that up on your phone, we're putting it up every time. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a theme to how we promote Worlds, and it always involves cut the music, Faker. Doesn't matter what he's doing. He can play piano, he can sit on a throne, he could take your order at a fast food restaurant. We would all love it. It's what keeps us going. And I think it's a big part of the reason why we're always giving T1 the benefit of the doubt here. Of course, in the 2v2 lane swap, though, LCK team's a little bit more experienced.
Come on, T1.
Popularized in that league initially as Knight doing a pretty good job. Getting a lot of grass procs. Of course, you highlighted
grasp on Knight while Faker has electrocute.
A bit of additional damage and does give you that permanent health stacking 4 per proc.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense to me.
Faker's taking a lot of poke.
It doesn't really. It's
right.
More enthusiast, you hate it because you want to do damage.
Yeah. It's understandable.
Okay, but hear me out, y'all. The Nico ult, if Guma ults Nico, she goes in and then she just like ulties, like unmissable because they'll be knocked up from her going in with Guma ulti.
Kind of like when you can proc electrocute on somebody.
Like I think that's gonna be a slay.
This is the part of the lane swap that we all know.
They have potential to eat, right?
Part of the matchup.
Can you pull off the dive? Ben, level 2, level 3 now is great.
It's the 4 bot for me.
Counter-Strike crucial to survive the dive. On here as well, I think the second you see the Poppy, if you don't know what abilities have been taken, you have to assume Steadfast Presence is there, and it really stops any potential of the dive.
Notice how respectful Ben is.
Isn't that essentially like a snowball?
But, definitely the winner of this situation. Zeus will be able to catch this last part of the wave, but Ben having access to a nice stacked wave on the bot side. Is going to be more than happy to pick this
the
one up.
CC
Overall,
is about to go crazy,
spooky. The initiation of the swap is now concluded as both laners will now look to return to their respective lanes.
Of course, pretty calm, all things considered. We talked about it in the previous game, but once the initial dives kind of fade away, might see the reset to standard lanes.
Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Now that both bot lanes have been able to get a little bit more experience. But remember, in the context of this year, BLG
why do people swap early in the strat? It's to avoid tough lanes or use pressured so that the other person loses lane and you can like deny them of CS, deny them of XP, deny them of gold. It really just depends on like if bot lane has a strong laning phase and the enemy top has a weak laning phase or vice versa. That is what I have been learning.
It would have been in the 2-1 bracket if I remember correctly, where T1 actually got a 2-0 to the surprise of many. And were able to qualify there for the quarterfinals, where they then, in fact, made their
yes, Munchie, I'll have to like draft.
And
I'll have to like draft
this one again. Understand that BLG are expected to be the heavy favorites. They're a team that
a command because like it's got to be understandable. I feel like I explained it poorly, so I'll draft something up.
Their ability to generate early game leads is off the back of.
But thank you for the idea. I do like that idea.
And just as I say it, the observers highlight it for us. They're pushing mid, pushing bot. And
yeah, Faker has been taking a little bit of poke in this laning
doesn't want to get
phase.
spotted out by that little phantom. And they're all just kind of coordinating, providing that safety. He can look for a bit of a gank hit, and here it comes.
Wade coming in. On can go in as well and try to interrupt some of the escape tools, but they're just hitting the clone carry.
Wrong, Nico. Wah, wah, wah. Nice try, Way. Nice try.
Meanwhile, T1 not really able to make a play of their own anywhere else.
So this is exactly what has made BLG so effective in their early games. And sometimes
love that for Keria, honestly, is what he deserves.
One of the things that they were criticized for early on in summer.
Will Faker punish Knight for not going his skin?
Kind of
yes.
To kind of allow these very talented laners to thrive in the way in which he enables them. And he doesn't tend to showcase a preference. We've seen him play through top lane as well.
Ooh, nice route. On getting chunked out here in the 2v2. You know T1 are stronger, forcing the flash out from Elk 2. Incredibly clutch from the T1 bottom lane to just instantly leverage their 2v2 advantage.
Yes, but they used 2 sums for that to get his flash. They used the cleanse and the heal. That was very aggressive.
To get that summoner spell out from Elk.
And this is why the lane swap probably came out. You want to avoid this 2v2 at all costs. They thought the first 3 levels, if they just got level 3 without needing to fight,
you see,
might be a bit easier, and it
you hear what he just said? He said you want to avoid that lane at all costs, so that's why they lane swapped. It's because it's a weaker lane.
He just continues to push these waves in against Bin. Owner grabbing
womp womp Jin.
Able to grab 2, but T1 across the board getting a lot.
As they should. We're up 1k gold and no kills because we're just playing the map that great. Period.
Just as you highlighted.
Period.
BLG set their sights on Faker.
Nice initial movement. Obviously, Charm does connect. Faker not going to try to extend the trade at all. Uncertain where On is. Good presence of mind, good awareness. If he commits anything there, very likely we'll have to burn flash to escape.
Hope we don't throw. I also hope we do not.
Leveraging to about
we got to keep this tempo up. Got to keep this tempo.
Will feel good on the next spawn though. T1, they can get 2. We'll be able to grab the foregrow buff with pressure Zeus is putting down right now. Will make it that much easier for him to take some of these early plates.
Keep my eyes on the minimap just to see what potential options Way once again sets his sights on the bot side of the map. Nice bit of trading there from Knight to put pressure down to Faker, but he's sitting pretty with his farm.
Always sitting pretty.
I like how Way consistently plays around the fact that, like, oh, his bot lane has push, he's there to leverage. Maybe they can go for an objective, maybe they can set up for a dive or a kill. He's going to start off the Drake.
Thank you,
I think
Munchie.
want to contest this. They're going to be able to clear out this bot wave pretty quickly. Level 6 has come through from Gumayushi.
Owner on the way down.
Oh.
On with a knockback into the wall, but there's no immediate fall. They just now spot Owner. Knight is going to get the first move.
Knight rotated first. I think Owner's dead.
Owner can't even push the ult. He barely manages to get it all the time. Faker has stolen away the ultimate. What else can he get with the dashes? Can he chase down Knight? One more now coming through. Has stolen the ult, now using it. Wants to chase, Way ready to go over the wall. T1 zoning him off.
Okay, Faker.
Anyway.
Okay, Faker with the 2v1. Okay, Faker with the 2v1.
Should be fine to escape. Bin coming in. He should go down.
Oh, he almost had that. He almost had that. I saw the vision. I saw the vision, Bay. I saw the vision, Bay. You good? You good? That was understandable.
But it ends up being a 2-for-2 Knight with the quick
saw the vision. I saw it too. I saw it too.
Bot lane having more damage to be able to
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
Stays alive, and as Owner makes his way back out onto the map, he's already pinging the objective.
And great CC, frankly, from the side of BLG to recognize they had the opportunity to kill Owner. Could have been a massive threat in the fight.
Sometimes you got to see the vision. You got to see the end goal. I saw it. I saw it. He almost had it.
Now T1 first on the objective. They're spotted. BLG, a lot of pressure mid. Currently denying some creeps away from Faker, so there is a gold
Not
price.
the Faker board. And
take this
did.
objective.
And did.
Have to respect on the flank, but BLG
let's go. Good objective control. Thank you, Owner. Thank you, Owner. Focusing on objectives.
It's Owner that's isolated because Knight gets the rotation first, connects the
yeah,
charm, they have the
Knight
damage.
rotated
Owner
first.
does what he can to get what damage down he can, but then the fight becomes split as Wei has to flash
It
away to
does.
avoid the CC.
And look at Jin just whipping them little ultis. Just whipping them.
The Jin ultimate doesn't really
He said left, right, let me see you do it. Good job on the kill on the Poppy. Look, he almost had this. Boop, bop. He was so close. Knight, you got away by the hair of your chinny chin chin, ho. Chinny chin chin.
And the thing I wanted to highlight before we went into the replay was Bin actually.
I saw the vision, babe. I saw the vision. You good. You good. You don't gotta explain yourself.
Because Zeus had set up a bit of a mini freeze. Then, though, as the freeze was unbroken, Zeus was forced to push out that wave top, and Bin could catch all of it. So you look at that CS discrepancy that had developed in the top lane, but Bin actually fixed it by being able to get this big wave in mid, move up to top, then catch that wave as well.
It would have been an easy 2-for-1.
Kind of equalizing
easy
what was a bit of a
2-for-1.
deficit at the start.
Important to put him in that beneficial position. Wei gets a little aggressive on the top side. But obviously in that previous fight, just a reminder why our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is the mid lane. Faker and Knight both in position to make so many plays for their teams. They're legends in any draft, but in the context of this draft, two huge catalysts to find kills, to set up plays on the map. And right now, BLG using Knight, they gain a bit of control around the grubs. However, top wave needs answering. They don't quite know where Zeus is, so they don't feel confident to initially force the objective as T1 showing up in force, ready to fight for this.
Ideally, Zeus wants to catch this bot wave before he's in a position to TP. Bin is already making the rotation up though, so it's BLG that have Purchase on the objective. Bin is collapsing very quickly. I'm expecting a big fight.
Bin first move is big. Zeus does have TP and he has Mini Gnar snacked.
All right, so we need those last two, but I think we're just gonna concede.
Looks like they don't want to. Instead, they'll just say, you know what, we'll
they're gonna get 4.
We'll give Zeus first access onto the tower. Bin was able to catch that wave in mid lane.
That's fine.
But ultimately, just a lot of time spent wandering around the map. But ultimately,
they need all the help they can get. They do.
But Zeus getting some good work done on this bot tower.
He sure is.
Definitely.
That gonna be first turret?
That last plate, at least on this wave, is Faker and Owner trying to defend on. Well placed, well positioned. Ulti from Skarner's about to be
That was a good ulti from Skarner, not gonna lie. But I don't think it's gonna matter. I don't think it's gonna matter. Period. Good job. Good job, T1. Okay. Okay, let's keep this tempo. Let's keep this tempo.
BLG don't have the damage.
Not my Faker sign falling.
Themselves another kill. Elk with the push has the 4th shot, looking to get that tower.
That seems like a bad omen. I don't really like that.
Start to come through. Meanwhile,
I don't really like that at all.
Mid, takes the mid wave.
Atticus, thank you so much for the tier 2 in the 40 months of support. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, resetting makes a lot of sense.
And a bit frustrating, right? Because you just get that 4-grub buff. You would love to be able to get some pressure down on top side.
For the tier 2,
and the rest of T1 in
I might just have a skin with your name on it.
Doesn't have any mana or any biscuits.
So
this is a little bit
This is crucial because notice Zeus. The reason why this is crucial is Faker still has TP available to him, but notice Zeus already back out onto the map. He's been able to go back to base, spend that money. He can now go top, catch that wave. Kumiyushi continues to push in mid. He can now reset, get his itemization, and now Jin's recall is delayed. So the rest of BLG are already back out on the map, while Elk needs to commit that reset.
And this means they're in a position to contest vision, to get pressure top, to get pressure mid, and start to set up for that Herald. They do not want to give this away when BLG have hit that 4-grub threshold. But on hovering,
tell me if this won't work for you,
to
Buki.
catch Zeus out if he overcommits here. Malignus completed for Knight. We'll make the
Wait, he was dancing? I didn't see the dance.
Damage spike.
I didn't see the dance.
BLG. Way there to cover once more.
Bot has the TP. Not sure how he fares in the 1v1 matchup, but with a complete
I am making the clone dance as he should.
Owner here as well. Bounce in from
I love that energy.
Knowing that CC is lethal. Impale is there, but the knockback is close. They push him away,
that was good. That was good from Poppy.
Happy to take it. The power of Meganar,
but they needed it because T1 was on their forehead. And look at Faker coming in. And look at Faker coming in. Yeah, y'all better run, honestly, because we were about to take them cheeks. Absolutely.
I'll be honest. Design team, I have one
Absolutely. Oh, it wasn't even Faker.
Make it the correct picture.
Not Carrier had me confused.
Because if that was Faker, people start dying for sure.
That
Carrier
was
does
crazy.
not have the engage range.
Oh, okay. So ultimately,
how did you get confused? I was just so
BLG,
immersed in the gameplay. I was like, and look at Faker on the way. Period.
There, right behind them, I felt like that they would have enough damage.
Look at Faker on the way. Yeah,
really
he's too good. He's even confusing the viewers, man.
And then he was able to make a play to buy enough time to force BLG to then disengage.
And when you burn those resources, you don't have enough left to take the fight. As Faker gets aggressive on the bottom side, not sure if they have enough here to make this happen. Papillon's stolen away. T1, this is bold. They already got one objective. They want to go for two.
Yeah, go ahead and flash for me, Way. Go ahead and flash for me, because that's our dragon.
Incredibly far ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Play on the top side has
yes, ma'am.
So bin is just now getting that wave into top side, and Zeus here for the play and right back to top to defend. Now Faker TPing as well. They're nervous. They don't want to risk the dive. I think maybe a bit over-eager from the side of T1.
Look at Faker running in to protect. That's a protector right there. A protector, a provider.
So T1
period. Do it. Dive.
Of the game.
Dive.
The bot wave
see what happens.
Completely unattended because once the TP had come through top, Faker
that's Bay right there for real. He don't play about his.
The TP,
okay, he don't play about his.
Fight, ready to skirmish, had that Poppy ultimate stolen away to turn it into a 2 versus 1. Now though, because those TPs were invested from the mid laners, they've said, well, we've got to catch this wave now. So both of them stay in the top side of the map. Knight does have a bit of an experience lead, I think largely because Faker has been moving a lot around the map.
I know that's
Zeus now makes his way towards bot lane. Bin with the TP advantage for now. But there's not really an objective for them, for BLG, I should say, to find any real advantage with.
No, 4 minutes on both the Baron and
all right, that's Carrier, guys.
Thus far.
That's Carrier right there.
Able to leverage the grub buff they secured earlier
okay,
on.
cookie dough.
Won't matter too much. Knight taking over to level 11, but Faker not too far behind. First items completed. Just about across the board. I imagine Ben has it once he does get the opportunity to recall that he has been out on the map for quite some time.
I can't take myself seriously sometimes.
So while T1 do have a meaningful gold lead and 2 Drakes, it's nothing insurmountable as Faker about to be caught out here. Pale going in, well timed, well positioned. Charm follow-up is there.
Look at that man CC'd for 5 seconds, bro.
Knight's ultimate. Not sure about the individual cooldown. Taking his time.
Oh, y'all diving? Oh, he missed.
Going down.
Oh, that's tough.
Taken out of the
I mean, y'all have to team up on him because y'all know if it's a 1v1 situation, he's coming out on top every time. If he landed that, I think he would have been okay.
Faker could heal at any point, but he's got to get in range, and it was that they played around very well.
On knockback, using the clone to try to walk away here.
We did tell him to do it.
More time. Aftershock
but look at this. Look at what's happening.
There quick to pick up the kill,
look what's happening. Yeah.
Coming from behind as well. Alex got nowhere to go. One more bullet, not enough to get the kill. But Bin and Way are here as backup, and it might just be curtains for T1. Guma, the heal coming in. Carrier trying to body block as best he can, but Ben already grabbing another kill. Carrier now needs to get the hell out. Quick flash. Force shot will not connect.
Whoa. BLG kind of serious.
My goodness, BLG
is a little bit serious, guys.
From Bin leveraging his TP advantage to be able to find that flank and come in from behind. T1 do find that initial pick, but they get the response kill onto Gumayushi. The kills are equalized, but in terms of gold, T1 still find themselves with a lead.
And there's a reason the Bin Jax is scary. Yeah, he was put down early on. They might have had to sacrifice an objective to get him to do it.
No, like they are a bit too serious. Like it's not that serious. Like
see the impact that he has.
So again, this play starts
T1 not gonna draft you, BLG. They not. You not getting on the team. Okay, calm down. It's not that serious. T1 is not looking for new members. Calm down, Buki. Okay.
already come through. They're trying to set up this tower dive, but Carrier is very low HP. Gumayushi has to ult him, and then Guma has to flash because he knows that the counter-strike is there from Bin, meaning that he now has nowhere left to go. Nice collapse coming through from BLG to equalize the kill score.
It's okay.
Difficult situation.
It's okay, Buki.
I like the
it's
patience
okay.
of T1 initially, waiting
Good morning,
out the
Kiki.
waiting out the Celestial opposition to make sure they can burst down on, but overcommitting a bit in terms of
I didn't, Lucky.
BLG starting to tie up the gold lead. Again, in League of Legends, gold
That's
can be a
fine.
bit misleading. It's more about the item
That's
completions.
fine. Everybody get one little team fight.
Baker's still not a second item completed. Similar story for
BLG
Guma.
gets to play and the crowd quiets down. No, like
flashes, however, on the side of T1
nobody's
across the board. Really,
not that nobody's rooting for them, but like
and Knight in a position where he can
we
really
want
take
T1
over
to
a
win.
fight,
It's not that we rooting against BLG. We rooting for T1.
Does steal the Ahri ultimate. Won't be able to get anything so far.
Just space trading. Clears out the wave. Gets level 12. He is about a half a level behind Knight, just because of that kill that Knight was able to find on the top side. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Faker wants to get his reset off. Knight should be able to push one more wave, and then he can either choose to base, maybe complete the Leandries, or make his way down. That's actually forcing Faker to stick around as Zeus finally catches that bot wave. Bin back out onto the map. Actually already grabbed himself the arm guard. Something that maybe T1 won't be expecting in the fight.
Recall now from Knight. Probably second item completion. Faker in a similar boat, both mid laners with TP. They do want to fight for this objective.
I'm kind of terrified of the next fight.
They want to try and get this one.
What's going on, Michelle? Welcome, welcome.
One more wave, that might be enough to get in the Leandries.
Talk about it, bro.
How much time is it going to cost?
Morning, John.
He secures it. Fake is going to match for the time being.
Build used. TP bot lane. Going to be matched here. Zeus getting lower and lower. Desperate to get the Mega. Faker gives him a bit more time to stack it up, but it might not be enough in the face of Knight. Flash is available. Can charm Flash quite easily. Playing this one out a little bit slower. Jack's ulti stolen for a bit of extra resources, a bit extra resistances. Elk waiting off to the side. Curtain call can come. Recall now from Zeus. T1 bullying, giving space
Zeus
for the top
has
laner to recall
TP.
and
Zeus
reset
has
for the fight. He
TP.
might need to use TP, but he'll be ready to go. Rage already stacked. Faker off, isolated.
The problem is, Knight does get the Leandries, but think about how much time he spent getting it. Because he stayed for that extra wave on top, he wasn't able to get the reset off. He wasn't able to replenish
they're just
his
giving
HP
us the
or
dragon
his
because they
mana.
scale
So once he
with.
then commits the
They
TP
scale
bot lane
with.
to match the play from Faker,
Oh,
who
no.
had just gone back to base,
Oh, no,
he's now
PLG, you
forced to reset,
scaled.
allowing T1 to guarantee
Perfect.
themselves
We
numbers
at soul
advantage,
point.
especially given that Zeus was just
We
allowed
at
to
soul
back
point.
and had the TP available. They wisely concede the dragon.
And that's
But I guess you could argue,
lovely
like,
for
a bit of a
us.
misplay there from Knight.
Lovely.
You understand the logic. I only need one more wave from my item. If I get this item, I'm going to be really strong. We just have to
Perfect.
stall.
I know
But then
that's
that play
right.
happens on the bot
I
side of the
know
map, and then
that's
it's just this
right.
cascading series of events allowing
Period.
T1 to put themselves on soul point.
It's a difficult position to be in. Every choice comes with a cost, and ultimately that one is going to cost them the Drake, right? Because Faker's TP does double value. It ensures they have bot lane prio. It ensures that they get the Drake. And now T1 are in soul point position. Knight has that second item. Ulti about to come off cooldown, still has the
So
flash.
soul point means that you have 3 dragons, and the next point that you get in the dragon category, or the next dragon that you get, you will have soul. After soul is when elder dragon
Has
spawns.
been created on the top side of the map. BLG doing a good job of keeping this vision pressure up.
So
The top
soul
side of the
point just
river
means
fully
you're
in their
one
control.
dragon
Faker now
away.
going to match the wave, and T1 have to respond to that pressure. They concede it. This mid tower is getting very low. 4 members strong in the mid lane.
And
They
yes,
should be
soul
able
is
to
a
secure
permanent
this.
buff, so you have it for the rest of the
T1
game.
holding on as best they can. Okay, wave clear, but really just not enough to stop the pressure coming in here from the side of BLG. The threat of Faker on side, though. Does mean BLG will back off, likely to need one more wave. Bin feeling more confident in the
Zeus.
1v1. Zeus has flash, likely to be forced here. Flash out from Zeus. How long in the leap strike should you be able to finish the job? Goes golden! A freeze frame, baby, as he dunks the top laner of T1. Clean solo coming in for Bin.
A crucial solo kill.
I gotta freaking hand that to Ben. That was clean, bro. That was clean as can be. That was clean as can be. But like,
a point where the Gnar just can't deal with him anymore, and he's going to continue to be a threat in the side lane.
And you gotta
but
respect
that was,
the aggressive
he
use of
ain't
Seeker,
down
so
with
often
that.
just a defensive tool
He
for
ain't
team fights.
down.
Uses this against the solo. We'll get him
You
that much closer.
can't
He does
lie.
wanna
Ben
finish
is
the
an
hourglass.
amazing
Have
top
repeated
laner, bro.
access to that stasis.
Ben is an
So much this game feels
amazing
like it's
top
going to come
laner,
down to
bro.
team fights,
You
so we need edge
can't
to fight on the
hate
side
that,
lane.
man.
Advantage,
You really
kills,
can't.
gold to get those item completions
But
through is gonna matter.
like,
The problem for T1 now is they can't cross map. Bin is able to secure this bot tower completely uncontested, and notice as T1 is shifting their control to the top side of the map, BLG is there to
He ate
match.
that, bro.
They
That
don't
was
need to cross map or anything. They can actually just sit
that
there
was
and say, T1,
good,
try
man.
and
As
take
much
this
as
tower
I
in front of
hate
us.
it, that was
I dare
good.
you to, because if you do, Bin is just going to continue to push in bot. Obviously, he needs to get his reset off, does have gold to spend.
Jax
But
is a
BLG
scary top
now
laner,
with a
bro.
much firmer foot in this game. They've finally been able to equalize the gold.
We're going to need to see how well T1 can set up for objectives
pretty
and
freaking
find
solid.
fights. Bin completing the hourglass is big. Again, another access to stasis. We saw in the previous game,
freaking
Aurora
solid.
disrupted what T1 could do. It stopped them from leveraging so many of their team fighting strengths. There's no Aurora this time around, but with BLG getting stronger
Yeah,
and
he
stronger,
did it
they
to
absorbed
stop
that
the
initial blow.
aggro.
You saw in mid lane. If Elk is left standing, very easy for this lineup to start cleaning up on the counter engage.
I mean, if nothing else, I think it's fair to say that T1 definitely showcasing a stronger performance so far at Worlds than compared to what we saw them in the region.
I hate the Callista pick aggro. I'm so for real. I don't like Callista.
BLG are locked in
But
after
yeah,
the upset
a
against
lot of
LNG.
pros like her.
You can see their adaptations that they've made, making sure that they have comfort of their own, and they're finding success with it right
Maybe
now.
go.
Wei has
Maybe
found an
Guma
angle.
gonna pop off with
Some trouble
her.
once again. Faker can TP to try and
Oh
save
my
him, but doesn't seem like the right
gosh.
call.
Why y'all
Zeus
keep
leaping out,
banging
knocked
up
back
on
the impale is so crucial, now
Zeus?
forcing the TP, immediately forcing the response, but the Man Evangel
This
inside of
looks
BLG.
scary,
Wall up there
y'all.
to initially break the fight. Impale to try to dissuade a little bit more, but now it's going to be Faker in trouble. Zayas getting lower. Bin finding the initial kill. Goes golden once again, buys a brief moment. Curtain call now coming out in the extended fight. It's BLG taking control. Carrier ready to disengage if they need it. Knight finding the angle. BLG with a beautiful play.
BLG set their sights on the Baron. A massive pickup onto both solo laners as BLG is quicker to collapse. They keep their pressure on the mid wave. The TP comes through from Bin. They set their sights on the Baron.
Pressure on Owner.
They want a Baron, y'all. Oh no.
Will they be able to stop
Chill,
this
Gab. Chill, Gab.
Cannot overstep.
Chill, chill,
They don't have the
chill.
damage to win a fight. The most they can hope for is a steal.
No, like the
But
way
it's so
they're
difficult
ganging
with
up
It's so
on
difficult with the pick tools
Zeus
that
for
BLG can bring to bear.
real.
8K getting lower. T1 are here, maybe just hoping for exit kills. Respawn from Zayas, he does have the TP, he will use it. 5K getting lower. Off on the side is the Poppy. On. Ulti, 15-second cooldown. Looking to lock up Elk. Where's the follow-up going to go? Carrier trying to dissuade. Guma knocked back to the wall. The flash forward. Going to try to finish
Okay,
off Carrier.
okay. That's what I'm talking about, boys. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead and finish them kills off. Wait, don't let them turn it now. Don't let them turn it now. Yeah, lock that hoe up. Yeah, yeah. They thought this was sweet. They thought this was sweet. Y'all got y'all little gangbang kills down in the bot lane. But what are we getting? Baron. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all thought this was sweet. Wait, you not stealing? Wait, you not stealing? You're not stealing.
Is he willing to give his life?
Yeah.
It'll put them behind
Yeah.
on the soul. He can't afford to die here.
Thanks for the Baron.
Zeus now chasing.
Thanks for the
Baron
free
gonna fall. Carrier
kills.
getting lower.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, T1
You know what time it
securing the
is?
first Baron
We
of the
weren't even
game,
scared.
cementing the lead.
We weren't even
Soul point
scared,
as well. If
baby.
BLG cannot take this
We weren't
Drake,
even
they're
scared.
going to be in dire straits.
We on that timing today.
You can see how
We
T1
on
is
that
kind of funneled
timing
into
today.
The blue buff area
Period.
of BLG's jungle, but that then gives them
They
avenue
thought it
onto
was
Knight
sweet.
and Elk. Knight doesn't have the ultimate available. Guma smartly
We thought it was
flashes in
sweet.
to lock them down
Oh.
alongside Owner.
Oh.
And then with the backline gone,
Yeah.
it's really all up to Bin to be able to clean up the fight.
Yep.
He
And
does
what
he
can't
can,
Ben
but at this
do?
point, they're at a
And
numbers
what can't Ben
disadvantage.
do? Clean
and while
up.
he does take down Guma,
Period.
Zayas is able to find a double.
Yep.
And this was all while
We on
Faker
that timing.
wasn't even there. Excellent
on that
team fight
timing.
from T1. Gets them the Baron. And just like
A little
that,
shaky
they
there.
flip the game
A little
once more.
shaky.
Frustration on the face of Elk,
Oh.
right? When you're Jin in that situation,
Period.
it's so hard to do anything. You need space to work. You need space in the
It
team
would
fights.
be a little
Going now
biased.
setting up for
Just a
Soul
little
Point.
bit. he is
BLG
locked in, bro.
The longer they keep T1 interested, even if they don't start the objective, the more of the Baron buff they are burning. But it looks like it might just be the flip.
Remember, you've
Carry
got
off
the
on the
Callisto
side.
as
This
well.
is Soul. This is
Knockback
Soul.
Mon will be big, trying to zone out. Gets the jump out of the picture. They instantly get the objective. Can they take the fight? Faker now locked up. He's not even
Yeah,
have a
we
chance
need to
use
get
the
out.
Poppy ult that
We
he
need to
so
get out.
graciously
I don't think
stole.
he can get
Finally,
out.
we'll get it back, trying to burn it through, at least on
Ooh,
Carrier off on
he
the
almost
side.
had
A
own.
massive ulti, but now Elk is ready to open up the curtain.
Okay,
stall.
one for
shot,
one,
two.
one for one,
Elk
one for
bar's too
one.
high for him to do anything yet. They have to
One
retreat.
for
They have to
one.
get out. The lock up on the Carrier is good. They're trying to take down Guma. Guma locked up for a brief moment, but Zayas is there to body block Elk just fast enough
Oh
to get
my
away,
gosh,
but
Wade
there's
didn't die.
too much. See,
Okay,
that is
3 for
Knight.
2.
Can he make the difference? Last
3 for
dash
2.
used. Way likely to fall here.
3 for
The
3.
chase down from
3 for
Owner
3.
and
Okay, we
Zayas.
take those.
Top and
We
jungle
take those.
together, salvaging the
Yeah,
fight.
get in
Platform
there.
from Zayas.
Get in
They're
there.
not done.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take them
Trying to
cheeks.
body block.
Let's go ahead and take
Knight
them
with the red
cheeks.
buff.
Let's get all
How many
5.
cooldowns he got
Let's
left?
get all
Owner locked
5.
up on running,
Let's get all
splitting their
5.
attention, but he
Okay,
will fall.
period. And Knight, you better keep running because we coming for you too.
The soul is
Yeah.
denied from
Yeah,
T1,
go ahead and go back
but
to
it's
base.
a massive team fight win.
Go ahead and go
once
back to
more.
base.
These team
Yeah.
fights are absolutely
Yeah.
crazy. They're an absolute nail
3 for
biter.
4. 4 for 3. 4 for
As
3.
turn
We
our
take that. We
attention
take that.
once more,
We
on with
take
a
that.
huge ulti
Take that.
on to the jungle.
We
Top
lost our
combo.
Baron though.
Faker
Not gonna
then
lie, we
goes in the
did.
chain.
We
CC
did
is
lose the
ruthless,
Baron.
But even then, he
We
gets the
did
Poppy
lose the
ultimate. He
Baron.
knocks him up. He gets
But-
on incredibly low, and BLG are turning their attention.
I
onto him.
mean,
But
when
on
they
the
using
cross
everything
map,
on Faker, I know
on the
Faker is
other
him. I
side
know
of the
Faker is
fight,
that
I should say, Bin
guy.
gets locked down. He, just
But-
like Faker, doesn't really get an opportunity to impact the fight that much. Carrier
Yeah,
gets
he didn't get an
incredibly
opportunity. He
low.
did.
Guma
He
gets
did
CC'd,
loosen them up
which means
though.
the Carrier then drops.
He did.
Knight
He
sees
did
an
loosen
angle
them
to
up.
shut down Gumayushi. But then again, it's that top jungle combo to clean up the fight. They're not focused down.
No, they
The
didn't get
consistent
soul.
damage is enough. I think Wei
BLG
even
got the
messed up going
dragon.
through the wall at the very end there.
They did get the dragon.
Frustrating, such a close fight overall. Almost enough
Yeah,
damage to go before he get that Poppy ult, that extra burst. And you can see
I gotta
Knight,
give it to
he's
Knight. Knight's
so
already
damn powerful in those
is
extended
kind of eating.
But eventually he just runs out of resources. You only have so many dashes if you're not going to be able to find the kill.
I mean, he needs his dive buddy of Bin there with him, and Bin was just shut out. He tried to make the TP flank happen, but Zeus would not give him the space.
We're not letting them breathe, baby.
Game.
Foot on neck
really
this
think
whole
a lot of
game.
needs to be given to Owner this game. His target selection has been on point in these fights. 2-1-8 scoreline.
Right,
He's been involved
Spiky.
in 10 of the team's 12 kills.
They want to have that $500 skin next. They have to use everything on Faker. They really trying. What's going on, Joshy? They really trying it, y'all. They really trying it. Acro, thank you for the Twitch Prime. And welcome to the Mother Redacted Tuna Squad. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. Filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows.
Oh, he actually just got it.
All right. Come on, T1. Let's bring it home. Let's finish this drill real quick. Let's finish this drill.
Really important to understand the
Let's finish this drill.
T1 is the LCK full
Lock them up. Lock them up.
For a reason, right? For them to get a win
I love
here,
how Carrier is making the clones dance. I do see it now. I think that's very cute.
For them to get a win here would be
Carrier is such a cutie, man. You can't hate him. You really can't. You really can't hate
whether
him.
it's current expectations or all-time expectations.
No, Knight's Ari is eating.
Sort of a truly disastrous draw for T1, which has not been the case.
Ben and Knight are eating.
Happy to see this team
And I need them to slow down the buffet. I do.
Obviously, as an organization and for these players, World Championship is
It extends their lifetime? Really?
That man in the mid lane who is struggling to have impact in this game.
Is that
continues to flourish on his Ari, but the rest of his team is stepping up to help provide him the space.
So they get to finish their dance?
And again, really across the board, T1.
Oh, that's kind of insane. Does Riot know that?
Excuse me, the solo bot play has been found at solo kill, but has now rebuilt that gold lead in a decent position.
Now BLG not
Does Riot want that to happen?
Bin now completed his third major item, going to have a lot more damage off the back of that Wit's End. He's going to be that much more of a threat on the side lane, but really
That's
I feel like
secret
this game is
tech.
going to come down to the team fights. Baron spawning in 45 seconds.
It also helps debate. Oh, I would definitely go in.
Completed for Knight. The death cap
I
as
would
well
definitely go
is
in if I
so
saw that.
much damage for this Ari. Knight's target focus is going to be crucial. A single charm onto Gumayushi could be the game changer that BLG need.
Luckily for him, he has the cleanse.
So, baby girl.
But it might not be enough, given the sheer amount of CC, the potential follow-up from Elk. We saw the bot side play where BLG were able to set up fine.
All right, y'all. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. We're about to get a huge fight. It is Dragon Soul for T1. BLG wants to stop this. Are we going to be able to do a full 5v5 fight?
He needs to be doing the damage. He needs to be setting up the plays. It's a big burden to put on a single player in a game, but he has the tools to do so.
We take a second. Obviously, both teams have just been farming for the last few minutes, but 5 seconds, the Dragon will be alive. It's Zeus that enters the river first, clearing out the control wards. Bot wave.
All right, y'all. Baron's up. Dragon Soul up.
Quickly makes his way over on. Maybe looking for a flank, but will be spotted out on the control ward. Has to be careful. I like what Bin's doing. Keep the pressure
T1 lock in.
Keep that push in, give you a nice angle to potentially create a flank. Faker now joins the squad.
Steadfast presence down. Initial root on the way is big.
No Skarner ulti. Okay. Nico knocked out.
Getting involved in the fight. No, the Steadfast presence up just in time. Bin on the backside trying to finish off Owner, but I don't think he's strong enough. Can go golden. GA, burn. But where's the rest of the damage? Where's the rest of the follow-up? It does not matter. T1 are just stronger.
We're just stronger, just better, just them.
Looked like that they were going to turn and fight a great
Okay, it's still 4v5.
He was committed to the fight. He had to go in.
And so, because who outsmiting my baby Owner? Whoa.
I said on the Baron as well.
Oh,
I mean, there's no reason
no one.
T1 must feel
Baby
so
boy got the smites
right
on
Ari's
deck.
Just used the ultimate.
And you know what's next, Baron?
But it's going to be up relatively soon. They
Baron.
still have Fakers and Zeus' ulti.
And wait, what you gonna do with no ulti?
Observer's beautifully highlighting. They're going in blind. They'll just now see the health bar. Faker
Yeah, get him, Faker. Tens from Carrier. Yeah. 10 across the board.
The turn was so fast.
T1. Oh, end it, baby.
But the moment it was gone,
I don't think they can end it, but end it, baby.
The team fighting from T1.
Yeah, and that's how you play Nico Lucky. Yeah. Yeah. Are they going for end for real? I mean, Knight is dead for the next 20 seconds. But like, I feel like we could just go Baron.
BLG have an angle for a fight.
Can they end?
Has ultimate in 10 seconds.
Ooh, that was an amazing. That was amazing. Yep, and Guma still him. And Guma still him. Yep. Period, T1. Period. And they saw the vision. And that's my freaking team. T1 putting it down on Summoner's Rift. Yep. Yep. I did not know they could end. I didn't even know they could end. But yeah. But yeah. And did. And did.
Incredible.
Nobody else saw the vision, but you know who did? The Masters, the pros, T1,
I mean, yeah.
period.
What I have to say is that I wish this was a series.
Tip on hardwood floors.
BLG can now make
10, 10, 10.
1 and 2 team. T1
across
T1
the board.
It's just a different
period.
It's a different beast entirely. It's not the same as what's in the LCK.
Oh my god. Even just
period.
saying that one more time. Just the fact
BLG,
that BLG
really thought this was sweet. They really did.
Fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
No one
they
would
really
have expected this at all.
And we've talked
Who didn't
about
expect
what
this?
has been going wrong for T1 in the first games that they had in BLG as well. And I feel
Who
like
didn't expect this? I expected this.
Mistakes, especially in the early game, BLG keep on making the same mistakes.
Yeah, the early game from T1
Attitude.
was so good. Even if
now
you're
walk
just
off. Okay.
Specifically Zeus.
Yeah.
Period.
Shared 3 plates, but gets both plates, 2 plates solo ball lane, including first turret gold. He is
How about nobody expected
based
this?
off of the assignments they gave him. And there was one time where like Jax was roaming up for grubs early. He was like, free plates for me. Kalista also pushed mid just to help him out. So it's like it was a team focus on getting gold on.
Carrier did
acceleration
so well. That last fight, Carrier and Faker. Carrier and Faker.
Clutched up, but
I don't know if he's retiring, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
We're such standouts in this
yes,
game.
all of the games are best of 1 today. T1 8 down. That was such a good game. That was such a good game. I told y'all today's games are going to be amazing.
Because BLG is the team that made the winning fight bot side. Cross-mapped
Let's review this.
To Baron, and T1 without Silas, without Faker, says that they can take the fight. And so they, specifically Owner, ultied in to try and get Elf, and just track Gumayusi here. Because Poppy stuns him, but he cleanse flashes instantly to follow up and get the kill on both Jhin and Knight. So like, for him to be able to immediately follow up and get those kills, 1 man down on a winning play from BLG, crazy to see.
Incredible, and we actually have Gumayusi on stage for the Verizon post-game interview with Shock, so let's hear what he has to say.
Yes!
T1 gets another win, and I've got Gumayusi here with me together with Ji-Sun to talk about it. And I've got to ask Gumayusi, last year, the journey of T1 at Worlds was all about beating the LPL, and now you already took down their first seed. Will we see a similar story this year?
승리 정말 축하드립니다. 작년 T1 월드 성과를 보면 LPL
So all of the games today are best of 1.
그리고 오늘 또 다시
BLG is now at risk for elimination.
작년과 비슷한 스토리
And T1 will go play a best of 3 to enter quarterfinals.
저희 지금 경기력이 꽤 괜찮다고 생각하고 다시 한번 최고가 될 준비가 되어 있는 것 같습니다.
I feel like our performance is pretty good. We are ready to become the best of the world one more time.
Now, when it came to your run also last year, a lot was about dictating the meta, especially from the bot lane. Do you feel like you have the same possibilities now, and are you ready to surprise some people?
Not you thought I was translating, baby girl. I can speak a little bit Korean, but I can't speak like that now. Oh, thank you, Petty. Welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for following.
올해도 약간 바텀이 좀 가능성이 무궁무진한 메타인 것 같아서 저희
FlyQuest plays next, and they will not be losing today.
여러분들이 좋아할
Don't
만한
do that.
재밌는 카드들 많이 준비할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
This year's Worlds meta opens up so much space for the bot lane champion pool, and us, our bottom duo, has a champion Ocean. So please stay tuned for our creativity.
We will.
You do have a champion Ocean, period.
Now, when it comes to T1 as a whole,
Can
you
play
are coming
anything.
in as the 4th seed, and I know maybe this season wasn't exactly the way you would have imagined it. What are the things you feel as a team you should improve on top of the things you've already shown that you know very well, in order to make sure that you make it to the playoff round, the knockout round, sorry?
T1 사실은 이번 월즈는 4번 시드로 오기도 했고 서머 시즌 순탄하지는 않았습니다. 어느 점을 조금 더 개선해야 이번에도 노크아웃 스테이지까지 순탄하게 갈 수 있다고 보시나요?
일단은 썸머 끝나고 선발전 끝나고 저희끼리 좀 이야기하고 문제점 많이 개선해서 지금 월즈 Y는 상태는 좀 좋은 것 같고요. 그냥 집중력 잃지 않고 방심하지 않고 이대로 쭉 가면은 노가웃 스테이지는 갈 수 있다고 생각합니다.
After the summer season, after the regionals, we had a lot of communications and we talked about our issues. So I think we're right now on a very good stage. So I'm pretty confident as long as we can keep our focus and go with our role, I think we'll be able to easily make it to the knockout stage for sure.
Okay, wonderful. Interview 감사합니다. Thank you so much, Kumayushi and Jisun. And that is T1 with another victory on the board.
It sure is. It sure is. Look at Reckless in the background, y'all. Look at Reckless in the background. How cute. You didn't mean to do that. I can send you back the points. How freaking cute. Did y'all see Reckless? Reckless is so adorable. All right, let me send you those points back, Buki. All right, I sent those back to you. And did. And he's all yours, Raph. And he's all yours. T1, baby. The caster did get into it. Did you see the attitude and walk off? He walked off, baby. He walked off. Okay. Somebody was asking a question about Worlds, and I don't remember. If y'all have any questions about Worlds or need anything or if you need anything explained, please ask me now while we have this little intermission. But what I will go over as I wait for any questions is the schedule. So we saw Top Esports versus Fnatic. We've already seen Top Esports versus Fnatic, and Top Esports took that win. So Fnatic is now up for elimination. Remember, all of the teams today are 1-1. If they win, they are up for promotion to go on to the next stage. If they lose, they are at risk of elimination and are at risk of going home. So the winners today, good spot. The losers today, very bad spot. So Top Esports won, Fnatic lost. BLG just played T1. T1 won as they freaking should. And now BLG is up at risk for elimination from Worlds. I honestly do not think they will be eliminated. This next game is a very big one, y'all. It is PSG, them ugly hoes known as the NA Killers. I don't know where and when they got that nickname, but that's what they calling them, playing up against us in FLYQUEST. And I'm gonna need FLYQUEST to lock the frick in. Lock the frick in. There's no way we about to drop a game, because this is best of one, y'all. Best of one. There's no way we about to drop a game to PSG. I just refuse. I just refuse to lose to someone called the NA Killers. Not the sun coming up. No, like surely. Who do you hate more, PSG or Yone? They don't call Yone the NA Killers, so. What happened to TL though? TL is at risk for elimination. They're gonna play tomorrow versus PNG. If they lose the series, it will be a best of 3 series tomorrow. If they lose, they go home. And we cannot have that. Is that a Jinx rocket behind you? It's Fishbones. Right here. It's Fishbones, and then there's Echo's sword as well, or bat. Are all the games after today going to be best of 3? Yes, there will be some best of 5s as well. If you do ! schedule in chat, I have the full list of the games that will be played, as well as my stream schedule listed here. So right now we are right here. We are at the World's Costream 4 games best of 1s from 5 a.m. to approximately 10 a.m. tomorrow is the elimination day. So these 2 series, the best of 3s, if you lose tomorrow, you go home. I will also be streaming Arcane Season 1 Episode 3 and 4 in my Discord on Tuesday. And then next week, right here, the World's Costream 2 Best of Series of 3. These are going to be a promotional series. And then we'll also have a elimination day as well. The week after this upcoming week is going to be quarterfinals, and then after that we'll have semifinals, and then World's Finals will be on the 2nd. Okay, so we have all of this listed here. If you do ! schedule in chat. Girl, go to EU already. I will be going to EU not this week and not next week, but the next week. I will be in Paris. It says here, Reagan in Paris. That's when I'll be there.
Yukduk, it's great to see you again in EU, I have to say. And congratulations on how Worlds has been going so far. It was a bit of a mixed bag, I guess, but you got you're in the 1-1 pool.
What you trying to say?
So you have
say
a lot of
Firestorm
matches ahead of you, possibly. And I want to ask, from your coach's perspective, what do you feel like are the things that went well and that didn't go as well in those 2 games?
Heavy is the crown.
So against DK,
lucky.
We got a little too excited, I think, on stage, and I also think they're a bit of a tougher opponent to like draft against. They have more depth, so they like, you know, picked Silas later on as not something we're used to, and like Showmaker, he has like an X factor with Silas in a good game. But I still thought we had like
Spiky, it's not an hour. No, it'll be a best of 5.
But we kind of just, I don't know, we kind of just dropped the ball. There was too much happening and we couldn't really keep up, so they were just better, yeah.
Okay, Bwipo was commenting that he thought in-game he didn't think the synergy was completely on point or the communication. Is that in line with what you think as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's twofold for me. I think we made some mistakes. We could have helped each other more in the game and like communicated more clearly. So either way could have probably fixed our problems if we were a bit more aware or if we communicated a bit more together, yeah.
Okay, talk to me about this matchup versus PSG, which is, you know, obviously a revenge matchup, one thing that you absolutely want to win for that side of things, but PSG really has been ramping up. They look different than they did in the play-ins. Can you talk to me about this matchup and how are you going to make sure that it goes different than the last time?
Yeah, so it's obviously a super important match for us because we got a kind of a good draw in the PSG, and if we want to make it out, we should really win this game. From where we stand, like, they're pretty good. They're a pretty standard team, and yeah, we obviously lost to them at MSI, but we're also a lot stronger now. So yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a little bit nervous about the match. This is like super important game. And you know, we have some like strategies we're going to use, and yeah, just hoping it's going to work. So yeah.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Yukduk has a plan. Great also to hear him back in Europe, and I love that he says that it's a good draw versus PSG.
Let's lock in FlyQuest, please.
The West has something to settle.
Let's lock in, baby.
PSG.
He may say 7-7. But like, even if you're saying round 1, this is the round that kicked us out. So like, this one's a little bit sadder. Yeah. And then of course this one's more recent, so this one burns more. We can probably cover for this one.
True, and they knocked Mad down in the bracket. But to me, like, there's one clear memory that needs to be different for FlyQuest in this PSG game, and it happened a little bit yesterday as well against a different team. I want to pull this up right now, and it's when Bo1 Inspired get a little too carried away trying to make their own play. So this was an MSI memory. This was the second game as they're getting eliminated.
Chill out.
Bo1 Inspired on Renekton and Viego.
Chill out.
Just lose their minds chasing this Rumble for like 15 seconds. It leads to a Maple double kill, and then Maple ended up being a little bit too fed on the Ace-Hole. And then
no, they can still fight for first place.
This was their game against DK when Showmaker got fed on the Silas. They just, again,
just because
really
you lose a game does not mean that you can
this guy
not get first place or win worlds. You can still climb back to the top, but they just don't have any more room for losses. If they lose another game, straight home.
He's enough. that just playing normally is enough.
November 2nd,
I think they're
intro.
Exactly. We've seen it in the LCS when they're on the same page. They are the best team fighting team when they can make it happen. So they're going to go up against PSG. This is the revenge tour. Way back from MSI, they want to get it done.
And they're going to have a lot of things to prove, and they want to go and get that revenge against PSG here. Let's see what FlyQuest can do. Casters, back to you guys.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, Lore. I feel big stakes not just for FlyQuest,
Let's
but I guess for all
go.
of the West, given that it's 7-7, as was so wonderfully highlighted.
So
PSG
West
are
ain't
scary.
doing too hot right now.
PSG are scary. Yeah.
Come on,
it's like
FlyQuest.
LCL, and then PSG,
Let's go, Masu.
LEC, and LCS. PCS as a whole maybe needs a bit more time, but this
So
PSG
FlyQuest is playing against PSG now.
Something obviously the
T1&FLYQUEST
FlyQuest are very keenly aware of. And we'll have to see what their strategy is, what their approach
Go.
is. PSG
Go,
notoriously
FlyQuest.
by the book
Go.
meta
Go.
team. FlyQuest
Go,
team that's not afraid to
FlyQuest. Go.
flex some of their champ
Go.
pools,
Go,
try and find
FlyQuest. Go.
The crucial thing is, as Nuke Duck mentioned in the interview,
Go,
is that FlyQuest is a
FlyQuest.
different team
Yeah.
to what they were
Yeah.
at MSI.
Go,
And the
FlyQuest.
introduction of Quad has significantly changed the approach to the team, the flexibility that they have in the mid lane as well. And ultimately, the draft will always begin with a single question.
You don't got fly
Are
in
you
your
gonna ban
pick'ems?
PSG?
See,
'Cause we know
like,
you play it.
I did it as like a
brief
pity
existence
pick.
in that previous game was 30 minutes of bliss as that
I had to do it for the
And it's crazy 'cause,
belief.
as we said, we love watching the champ, right? Super entertaining champion to watch.
The games have been
kind of invalidates the
amazing,
lane
Jay.
phase sometimes when it's always able to come
To a
back.
degree. But anyway, we're going to be jumping into the draft. So, what will the priorities be? So far on the red side, we've seen Aurora be a consistent ban. Wouldn't be surprised to see RJ get that Rumble ban. We know how confident he is on the champion in particular. And what about the Sejuanis? Will they raise in priority at all?
Well, as we enter Champions Select powered by Omen and HyperX, Betty, you hit the nail on the head. Not going to give Audra those comfort picks. Obviously, PSG, sometimes this is a portion of their gameplay that people criticize. They play a lot towards topside. Maybe it doesn't always make sense, but the Rumble certainly has been terrifying in the hands of Audra, a guy who insisted on playing in plans. We were initially skeptical, but it has been proven correct. He had the right read on the meta. This champion looking incredibly powerful overall as the Aurora is also going to hit the bench. Orianna,
that's telling.
Taken away.
The fact that FlyQuest ban Aurora on the blue side, because the fact that PSG ban Ori, it's like, we don't want you to have that power pick. There's the only alongside of it, which I'm imagining as Worlds continues, this is the trend that we'll continue to see on red side. But the Aurora should usually be the third ban.
Why PSG got baby girl names?
Maybe they don't have the flexibility of being able to play it both
Well,
times.
it's interesting because it puts them in a position where very often we see champions like Ashe or Sejuani, either a jungler or a prime AD taken off the board, and they really can't do that. Instead, we're really seeing triple bans, essentially.
Everyone send FlyQuest their energy.
In this draft, and they want to set up Whippo for success.
Ooh,
Of course,
not Quad, the visual. Oh. I mean, that picture, he does look like the visual being in front with his hands out like that.
Something that he dominated domestically on, and was something that
Lock in,
the
Fly.
LCS
Lock
you
in.
had to respect or fear suffering on the top side of the map. Kalista going to be the final ban, directed towards Masu, who's
better
honestly had
not
a pretty solid
crash.
tournament so far. His positioning in the fights has been pretty good.
Masu
See if he can maintain that performance
on...
today. With so many
I would
first
love to
picks, will it
see
be something
Masu on
like
Seraphine.
Divine?
I'm not gonna
Divine
lie.
has
I'm not gonna lie to you at
showcased a wealth
all.
of different champions throughout his career, both in EU and NA.
So it looks like, as Renekton is locked, okay, ban set up to try to ensure that
Who's
Bobo's
the
in a
other
position where he
visual?
can safely blind pick top. Kind of willing to more or less fall on the sword for the team there.
I think
Give a
we're
bit more time,
all
give a bit
the
more
visual.
information, as
I
they
think
did
we're
have
all the
another
visual.
high-priority
I
blind
think we
pick.
all can be the visual.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
Because the thing you highlighted obviously inspired incredibly deep champion pool, but a lot of times it's going to be
Also,
kind of
Space,
contingent on
thank
what
you
the
for the
enemy is
follow.
going to pick. See if he has any options in the buy that feel good, or if we'll end up in kind of a more conventional jungle
Good morning,
matchup with something
38.
like the Sejuani.
Oh my gosh, just hover every mid laner in existence. If you pick Azir, you want to be Faker so bad. Okay, Auction would be a slay. Auction would actually be a slay.
Priority in the draft. We already saw the lock-in from Knight earlier. And we're gonna see it
Maple
from
wants to be
Maple as
Faker
well. Okay,
so
that Vi-Ahri
freaking
mid-jungle combo is a
bad.
tried and true one.
So
We've seen
freaking
it for
bad.
many years, just because
Everybody
they
want to
both
be
set up
Faker.
each other. Land a charm, you get the Q connect or whatever.
And the Vi pick, they want to be owners so freaking bad.
Two champions, they just synergize
So
very
freaking bad.
They do. And additionally, we saw in the previous game, right? Ahri very good on her own, but when she has that additional fall, it makes it so much easier if you do want to play more for picks in the mid game. But Inspired,
like
going to opt for the Ivern. We're missing here. You have the melee bruiser, one of the two kinds of champions that really loves to have the Ivern. Now the scaling hyper.
Remember, guys, best of one. You only get one chance to prove yourself here.
I would expect.
Masu got his glasses on. He locked in, baby.
Casio, yes, the other kind of go-to for quad.
Okay, quad. See, this is why I like FlyQuest. They innovators. The Ivern, the Cass. We haven't seen that. And the skin better eat down because Cass is a baddie. Because Cass is a baddie.
Of course, its placement is crucial.
Period, quad. As you freaking should.
The quad is very comfortable on something that he is.
Oh, chill out, 38.
And I think just provides that scaling like they have.
Period.
Very good in the front to back, especially.
Trend sets her.
If you can weather the storm of a combo like
Period.
the Ahri and
period,
the Vi,
period.
your turn is so good. The Ivern shielding, if it can keep people healthy, Cassie immediately turns. She has so much sustain, the potential to run targets down.
Lock in, y'all.
Of course,
Lock
absorbing
in.
that initial gauge is always tricky. And PSG going to do what
Honestly,
they can
I want to see the freaking Seraphine. I feel like we could Seraphine this. We couldn't. We have too much AP. There's no way he goes Seraphine here. But like we could.
The AD carry bands coming through with the Ashe.
Meta entrepreneurs, come on.
Something new, of course, for Betty in the bottom lane. The Kai'Sa has been the go-to, and it does work very well with what PSG have put together thus far.
Excuse me. I was thinking whether Varus is kind of where my gut is going.
Yeah,
but it depends. Like, I like Ezreal into Vi Ahri just because you have that extra bit of mobility. Don't think Ezreal plus Ivern is a great combo.
No, I mean it is a little bit awkward. Obviously, we saw a little.
I think Seraphine ulti is huge, but they already have so much AP. I don't think we're getting the Seraphine. We need some AD damage.
So I like that ban coming through for PSG. When you have this much dive and backline threat, the ability to self.
I've never seen Masu play Cassia or Kai'Sa. I don't know if that's a possibility either.
Depending on the bond to box line. Instead, they're going to take away the Rakan. So seeing the potential of more or less the Wombo comp or the picks that PSG can bring to bear and saying we don't want to give you any more reliable.
They do pick AP bot, and Masu has played AP bot.
This is the other option.
He's played Seraphine APC before.
You can do the Kai'Sa and she'll follow him in, or the Jhin who will stay an arm's length away. Jhin has not been a very successful champion in the context of Worlds. Pretty low win rate overall. But
unless you're talking about Jackie Love, it's been very successful. Because Jackie Love is just that guy. He's just that ADC, period. I don't know if I trust the Masu Kai'Sa. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit scared.
My only concern with Kai'Sa is that I don't think you have like the best dive buddies to work with. No. Right now, I feel like FlyQuest has drafted a little bit more of a
I feel like this man gonna pick Leona. Lucio been on Leona.
It's less appealing with the Ivern Renekton, although it can still work, of course.
This man been on Leona since the beginning of time.
A little trickier when there's so much mobility on the other side to set up that kind of wombo combo, especially if like you do connect the Rel ultimate. And
not you Psychic, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna predict the
a little bit awkward. So having that hard CC makes
FlyQuest win. Okay, let's get it. That's so Reaganed it real quick. Let's go FlyQuest. Let's go.
My expectations were that the AD carries were going to be swapped.
Yeah.
in this draft, but either way, gonna go with the Jhin, having a little bit more range on the side of PSG. The pick potential definitely.
Let's go FlyQuest. Oh my gosh, please, please. It would make my freaking day if FlyQuest won. It would make my entire day. My entire day. What a blast from the past. Come on with it.
Weather the storm of the first few early levels. Ultimately, though,
Enigma, thank you so much for the 25 months. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. Thank you for supporting this stream.
The one thing that's really interesting,
do you think Rel plus Kai'Sa is better, or Kai'Sa plus Leona?
In the mid to late game, just because of how quickly she can take.
I mean, I think they're both good because of the CC. It's gonna give Kai'Sa her procs that she needs to be able to ulti,
also 2 items,
and it locks them down so that she can put out that damage. I just think that the Leona is better because Lucio is comfortable on that. Leona has been a champion that Lucio has been on consistently. Look at those.
Was quite surprised.
That was my favorite piece of art I've seen on broadcast so far. Well done, whoever you are in the audience.
Yeah.
So, who wins?
It was amazing, Jade.
Who wins, Yone or Yuumi with a gun? That's the question on my mind. Just saying.
I don't want to ask.
We could fix the balance team. Give her a gun.
Uh-oh, Jay. I mean, he's probably going to rack up some deaths because Leona can only go in. She can't go out.
Well, this is 1-1. This is not an elimination.
So that's a valid pick.
Team. There's still a lot on the line in terms of pride. Fly were crushed when they had to leave.
Oh, I love this pick, Quad. I absolutely adore you for this pick. And I hope you eat down with Cass. And Cass is a scaling champion, so don't let him get too comfy.
Get the stuff. You're here anyway. Just get the stuff.
Also, you can check in.
It's the Cass mid, baby.
Yeah. Mine are not good.
If you're a Hextech enthusiast, you'll be happy.
If you're a Yone enthusiast in terms of highest presence, you will be happy.
Yeah, true. I think I picked Nocturne.
Period. And Will. No, I don't think that's a skinless Cass.
Until Yone started winning it.
I think that's a skin.
It has worked out.
Yeah, it's 80%.
Right?
75% winner. It's like
is that not a skin?
Right, so it needs one more game, and if it wins it, then Nocturne.
Is it really default?
Again, so you have a chance.
I thought that was the. You know how she has like Safari or whatever?
Really bad Yones to play Yone.
Is that base Cass?
All I'll say is like we might have had a few of those moments.
Maybe I just have never seen a skinless Cass because the Cass is always eat down in the skin department. So maybe that's my problem.
Jungle,
my bad, yeah.
A lot of free time for Inspired once he finishes that initial clear, the first clear through. See if he wants to leverage that to go for a dive here.
I feel like that's a skin.
Masu, not too concerned about how much damage Betty's going to do.
Y'all, I really think that's a skin.
We see a split map here, Dragos, but Inspired has started.
I don't think that's base, baby. I don't think that's base.
And I think he's.
Can I check?
The fact that his clear speed will be fast enough that he should be able to secure this. So
it doesn't tell me if they're wearing a skin.
In an interesting spot because normally the split map.
Baby, that's a skin, y'all. That's a skin. That's not base Cass.
I mean,
that's the Greek one. Yeah, that's the Greek skin.
He's not camps to take, which means that he's threatening that potential dive.
That's not base, y'all. I'm so for real. That's the Greek skin.
He's going to be losing his whole top side. Which means that Bo1 actually feels safe enough to come bot already because the risk of the dive is lower. And look at the positioning of Inspired. He is only level 2, but he's been able to clear out his bot side camps. And he's in a position to potentially defend in the event of a dive.
I freaking love Inspired.
Giving a little bit more support to Bo1. Obviously, yesterday was a bit of a disaster. While Bo1 fell behind even really before the lane started,
so cute.
Received no support, and I think it did really hurt.
We can all agree that Nara's skinless, yes.
So a bit
it's
more
giving.
This time and still can just move up to the top side.
It's giving ill. It's giving embarrassing. It's giving you're getting damage put onto you. It's giving you can't farm.
Spent a bit of time on the bottom side just in case to cover.
Yeah, there are a lot of great Cass skins.
So much time after full clear, just kind of
he gets all of the skins unlocked. That's my thing. You have all of the skins at your disposal, and
whenever she wants to approach the wave, Cassio can just kind of harass her. Yeah. And there's very little that the Ahri can do to trade back. Meanwhile, Bo1 hitting level 4 on the bot side of the map. Definitely a unique iteration to the lane swap because so far we've kind of seen this solved approach
but
where
that's
the people
me.
get level 2 and then the potential dive and it's like this sequence of events that happens, but just the introduction of Ivern to the situation really changes
like Poyo, like really get into it.
Specifically is people are really
oh my gosh, Derek, thank you for the heart puff, the wand, and the heart puff again, and the wand again, and the finger heart.
No ignite for Woody as it's burning down on Bo1, excuse me. He's gonna die, first blood.
I mean, he just misplays. I see the idea that he's trying to go for there. He ease
Come
in,
on,
cues the melee minions, ease back out again. But he gets chain CC'd. I wasn't sure if he got stunned first or if the Jin W hit him, but there are 3 pieces of CC in this lane.
Sometimes there's like audio and visual cues, and some abilities look better in certain skins.
To allow them to get the kill.
Okay, Quad, put down that damage.
The flash, I think, is ultimately the awkward
Put down that
portion.
damage, Quad.
Of course, playing pretty aggressive to make sure that he can get the XP. Again, in the context of a lane swap, if you get minions, you get money, that's okay. But as long as you're getting XP, you're generally in a fine state. Giving more money over to Betty is going to hurt, though. Early Swifties, faster on the rotation, getting to top faster now. And it looks like it's going to be the matched 2v2 here, where Betty arguably stronger in terms of itemization. Yes, less combat stats, but Swifties are so nice for Jin in terms of trading.
What I will say is even though Bo1 died, when you look at the actual top lane circumstances, Arja lost a lot of XP because he was being zoned away by the wave, whereas PSG's bot lane continued to push in, allowing Bwipo to soak up a lot of XP. On top of that, the top wave was pushing, meaning that Marso and Busio can catch that wave, and Bwipo was able to TP in on the stacked wave bot.
Yep.
So in terms of XP, like, look at how far ahead Bwipo is right now. 2 full levels. Arja is about to tick over to level 4, but Bwipo is going to be level 6.
Period.
And that's terrifying for the
Period. Womp womp.
Cans continue to harass in Mininar form. Once 6 comes through, dives get very easy, even without, honestly, Inspired in the area. Arja going to have to play very conservatively, very respectfully for the next few levels, as Betty caught out a bit there, but will sidestep the Void Seeker crucially. Stop that Plasma proc. Right now, very good pace early on for FlyQuest. The gold is close, but you can obviously see that some of the lead that FlyQuest do have in individual lanes is coming from Quad, keeping that pressure up in the mid lane. Does recall and get a tier. So good pace thus far, despite the kind of questionable early death from Bwipo.
Jonathan, thank you for sharing the live. Yeah, he better be locked in.
You could argue is that the first blood went over to Rel, which is pretty much where the gold lead is sitting right now. Inspired with his bot lane. Gonna start this objective. Cassio's underneath the tower for the time being. Nice setup of the brush wall to create this fog of war.
Good use of the Ivern utility. Mid lane was in an even
I'm
state.
loving that
Top
from
lane now
Inspired.
They'll just be a little bit too late to the objective.
We didn't
Response coming in from Junja now, but he's a little bit late on starting the objective here, so Fly will have a bit of an advantage in terms of map pressure.
Apologies for talking over you there, Drake. I just noticed that Cassio actually has half a level on Maple as well. We didn't get to see what happened in the mid lane matchup, but
he's just better. You don't have to see it.
Something to force Maple back.
Our mid laner's just better. Period.
And now look, he's actually 2 waves up in terms of CS,
and
he's half
is
a level. So Quad playing the 1v1 very well in the
and is
kind of as expected.
Rookie, by the way. Rookie, by the way.
Onward.
Yeah.
She hits you with a Q. She's willing to burn through her entire mana pool, and if you stick around for that, you're gonna die. Well, he has really good setup when Woody is here, when Junja is here, and the isolated 1v1.
What do the numbers in the middle of their champs mean at the bottom?
Cassio's that champion.
That is gold
Cassio
lead.
Players can really play well. Whoa.
Busio going in, but he's under the tower. It's a little bit awkward here. Charm now going in. Woody immediately gonna fall. Ignite ticking on Maple. It does not do too much. Twin Fang there. Quad threatening enough to stop them from killing his support at the very least.
Busio was so close to being underneath the tower.
Yeah, that was right outside tower range.
The CC had come through from Woody. That likely would have killed him. 2 tower shots definitely would have connected.
Junja on the way and Inspired in the area as well. Maple immediately going to kick this fight off. Can they take the Cassio out of the equation? Petrifying Gaze is clean from Quad, but it's
that was so clean. That was so clean, Quad.
Finds the reset as well, and now Busio's in trouble. Shield coming
Come
in.
on, y'all, finish it.
Buys enough time to find the
okay,
second kill.
2 for 2.
It's a double kill for Maple.
Yeah,
but
that's not good.
Able to respond.
All that gold on Maple.
And a crazy collapse from Junja.
That was so good from Quad.
As well.
That was so good. If he wasn't getting absolute focus, that was divine
to turn the kills
by
in his
Quad.
favor. Overall, a 2 for 2.
Credit to Quad for getting the ulti off. I don't think that's quite as favorable, but you can see the aggressive look here from Junja. And this is a team that's played together for so long.
Look at how they focus my man's Quad. The ult, the charm.
Him down as much as he can, but the Q has already come through, so the damage is there.
But then he flashes out, gets that ulti off.
But then Maple has extra charges of his
Quad, we're still gonna give you your chins. Don't you even worry.
Busio secures a kill, and crucially in this 2v2.
But that's not good that Maple got the double. That puts him up a lot of gold. And it kind of negates that gold lead that Quad had.
And this is every single champion except for Kai'Sa is giving you Mertrez value in terms of that tenacity right now. This is a fantastic
you know they know Quad a threat. Yep.
On top of the additional boots 2 moves.
Like if they really got to bring 3 to the mid lane for little old Quad.
In terms of that MS overall.
Oh, for our rookie. Oh.
Well played, well punished. Ultimately, just the distribution of gold that really makes it so favorable.
We know.
Highlighted, and now
we get
when
it.
it comes to the overall gold, it's within touching distance. It's not that significant.
Renekton ADC, no, they just lane swapped.
We need to keep our eye on this grub spawn, where both teams are kind of going to open up onto the map. Where are these laners going to go? How are they going to assign?
Oh.
Crucially, Bwipo still holds
me.
Pretty much a full level over his lane counterpart. Junglers are even. Thanks to the double kill, Maple has been able to close the XP gap. Still finds himself a little bit down in farm, but the ultimate goal is in his favor. Dragon is still available. PSG weren't able to find that cross map when the grubs are dropping. Now with the grubs
PSG didn't get first dragon. They didn't trade objectives.
Mark as well, which is happening right.
Interesting.
Now, which will unleash those TPs. and mean that Whippo will be poised and ready to fight in the event that Grubs start, and Aja won't have that same response.
This is going to be a really tough
Yo, I'm Bomba.
fight
Thank you for the follow.
if PSG do want to contest second Grubs. But with bot lane already going in, with Whippo getting aggressive here, looks like the Dragon might be the play instead. Aja now backing up,
here.
Ginger on the way in. Whippo
In a little bit of trouble.
Masu ulti ready. Can get involved in this fight if he needs to. Wall up is good. Some initial damage. Void Seeker there.
Okay.
Flash out from Junja.
That's good. That's good. No buy flash. That's actually huge.
I'm kind of surprised to see the FlyQuest bottom lane rotate here with the Grubs spawning, but they've set their sights on the Dragon. It looks like Charm connects.
Excellent room for
Dude, they are on Quad's forehead, bro.
There. Is it enough? Quad now healing up. Nice sidestep. Blinking health bar. Nowhere left to go.
They're on Quad's forehead.
Does nothing. Good patience from the side of PSG.
I mean, they really used their range to perfection right there. Nicely done from Maple and Betty.
Yeah, Maple zoned him into that general.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? It's like Cassio is one of these more close-range mages. If you can keep her at arm's reach,
They're on Quad's forehead because they know that he's that guy. They really are.
And it opens up the Grubs as well for PSG.
Bit disastrous because if you looked at the item spike, Static was completed for Masu. You had Redemption coming in for Inspired. He's forced to use that mid, and now a lot of the strength that they should have had in this fight no longer there. Didn't get the Dragon either. Didn't really get much bot, so played for the kill, played for that gold.
Yeah.
Luckily for them, powerful enough. Prio on their even lanes in top and mid means that they can just walk in and take this, get the 4 Grub spike. That could have been much worse. Credit to Fly for getting back out on the map fast enough to stop the 3-for-3 Grub trade.
Yeah, because after Quad died,
they really don't.
Fly no longer felt confident enough to be able to
But five Void Grubs, very good still.
On top of that,
and that Dragon is still on the board.
Ended up losing off the back of that, extending the gold lead even more in favor of Maple. And yeah, I mean, PSG, the idea was good to start off the Grubs. The problem is you've just used 2 ultis in your mid and AD carry. And on top of that, Whippo's just TP top lane and Aja doesn't have TP available. So it's a difficult objective for you to continue to fight for, which means that FlyQuest find themselves with 5 Grubs, which is a great place to be in as Whippo gets himself another plate.
Gonna get 2 here. Aja has no support. So Whippo, I'm not sure how much information
he has no support because everybody's ganging up on Quad in the mid lane. If they weren't running 18 people in the mid lane for little old Quad, he would have support in the top lane, but
now that both teams have their 1 item spikes, this would have been a time where PSG maybe could have found a fight on better terms, but the Grubs sadly are already gone. Drake is still on the table, but we're a minute and a half away from Herald spawning.
No, Rain.
Looks like PSG are going to start this one off, and FlyQuest are happy to concede it. Busio continues to hover around bot lane. Maybe they can catch Maple off guard. It's very respectful.
Yeah, we need to get this kill on Maple.
Both sides.
And this is where the Merc Tread value is insane, right? Leona goes from feeling unstoppable to manageable when you have that. So it's all about this miasma. If they can layer the CC, if they can find the setup. Unbeknownst to them, you've got 2 members waiting in the brush, ready to make the play happen. Whippo and Aja trading on the top side. Whippo still sustaining that lane. Prio is inspired. Likely to lose the red buff here. Collapse coming in. I don't think you want this fight. They don't really have good information. Ward over the wall will show them how many members of PSG are in the area.
Look how much wards they got, bro.
PSG not going to stick around. They don't want to take the risk. Waves aren't really in a good spot. If they die here, could lose a turret.
They have Inspired warded down.
Jinx. Look at us. We're perfect singles. Of course, the cleanse isn't because of Betty. The cleanse is because he has no idea where the rest of PSG.
I mean, it's one of those things where in solo queue, maybe you don't cleanse that, right? Because you're just like, there's
do it, you won't.
Yeah.
In pro, you're like,
I'm cleansing that.
I can either not have cleanse, or I can be dead and embarrassed for not having cleansed, right? So
exactly,
makes sense.
Yep. I mean, it's just, in all honesty, it's a good perspective to have. You know, just burn the flash. Better to live and not have the flash than to die and have it up, as you already said.
Nice dodge, Quad. Now I see why they on your forehead, baby. You is good.
The gold advantages that PSG find themselves
What's going on, Deadly?
On mid and AD carry. Betty has been picking up plates, finds himself a kill. Maple
Period,
also securing that double early
Jade.
on, means that they
Exactly.
put themselves in a very good position.
And Nina, thank you for the follow.
Highlighting for is the advantages for FlyQuest ascending.
No, literally, right now, in solo queue, I'd forget that I even have cleanse and wouldn't use it.
The right places. And so as we enter the mid game with these items completed, you have to give that advantage initially over to PSG.
A lot of it is going to come down to that execution. We talked about it. So many good pick tools on the side of PSG. But when you're facing a Cassio alongside that Ivern, 5v5s can be really tricky if you don't have the proper setup.
Exactly, Yunho. Even with his little lead. Oh yeah, still scared.
Again, a situation where Fly are able to find the greater trade. Got the grubs earlier, now grabbing the Herald, in a position to start to really blow this gold lead open. We'll see where they want to use the Herald.
Nah, it's me pressing cleanse, thinking I have heal or barrier. That's my reality.
Opening up mid lane gives you so much more access to the map.
In terms of itemization, it's pretty even across the board. Stridebreaker, though, finished for Bwipo after securing that first Tower of Bloods. He was injected with a lot of gold. Now they can use this Herald to unlock mid. Masu has to showcase respect once again.
Bwipo waiting over the wall. Daisy fading away, gives us a little wave goodbye. Masu has to be very careful, though. As long as he's the follow-up, he'll be fine, but if he gets caught out, get deleted very quickly. Maple level 11, really trying to use his power. Forces the dominance out from Bwipo, doesn't use the ult himself.
Maple want to be fakers. Again, so bad.
Initially, but if they can follow
so
up
bad with this Ahri.
Build a greater advantage.
You are seeing, I would say subtly, one of the problems of FlyQuest composition being range. Right? We saw it earlier with Quad in the mid lane where Quad just couldn't
Just for playing Ahri? Yep.
And in that situation there, Bwipo,
there's certain champions that are off limits. Ahri, Azir.
Again, he just wasn't quite in range.
Anybody that faker play.
This may not matter depending on the outcome of the team fight, but it is something to keep track of that, like Ahri and Jhin, these champions that just get bonus movement speed from things in their kits, as well as the things like the fleet footwork, like
Knight really too. Honestly, no, because Knight ate down with that Ahri last game. Knight ate down.
Really wants to
Rise, right.
Of you, right? And so we'll see if it ends
Champion
up being
Ocean, exactly.
But yeah, again, it's very subtle because like outside of that one kill that we saw in mid, it's not really resulting in a huge amount of advantages for PSG so far.
But you can also see why this game has been a lot more about moving around the map than it has been about these big full-on 5v5s. It's tough for FlyQuest to really
I have not Stiggy.
I mean, I'll also say it's nice to see, you know, a Western team recognizing they've got good scaling and just being patient in the early game, not trying to overforce fights.
No, I don't know. I really love the fact that every game either starts with
I don't think anybody's played Nvidia now.
Or finding a way back in the mid game. As Bwipo's now in trouble. Good healing coming in. The Ignite already there. That means he's likely to fall. Flashback to safety is clutch. Masu free hitting on Woody. Taking a decent amount of damage for stepping forward. Daisy's first knockup looking good. Second knockup coming in. How many can they hit? Go Daisy, go. Not able to get anything
else. Daisy, go Daisy, go. Go Daisy, go Daisy,
so
go.
Bwipo ambitiously
T1-1. Yes, these are 1-to-1.
And you could argue that it was a success because his team did
Life
secure the objective and it ends up being a trade of flashes. But Quad investing the TP, ready for a fight.
I don't know, 6. I'm not sure yet. It just really depends on how I feel after the games.
Feel good about the trade. Yes, they're down Bwipo's flash, but they have all their team fight tools.
We find ourselves in another situation similar to the previous game where Maple wants to back. I think he has enough gold to complete his item, but I think it's going to be too late, which means that second dragon of the game will go over to FlyQuest. Interrupt's going to come through from Bwipo as well, and I mean, there's no rush to go back to base at this point, given that the objective has already fallen.
Mountain Soul, not the best roll, not too bad either. Of course, Jhin notoriously bad at killing some of these beefier health bars, and when you have the shielding on top from Inspired, always going to feel good to get more out of those shields. See if there's any sort of... I don't think anyone builds Serpent's Fang anymore, I feel like, but you never know.
T1 beat BLG. T1 lost to Top Esports earlier in
Worlds. I think it's important to note that, like, when PSG... You know, when they're not forced to play crazy, they're often they're slow, objective fight, pick kind of team. And that's part of the reason I think that they're so respected and they have found so much success internationally is why they were able to take like BLG, for example, to 5 games is they can play a really controlled mid to late game.
I will say, I feel like this is projection, right?
Yep. Okay.
But it feels like that FlyQuest is like very aware of what happens at MSI based on what I'm watching, you know? Like, again, it's purely speculation because I don't know what the comms are like, but it does feel like that they're constantly reminding each other.
Who did Top Esports lose to?
Be mindful, be careful, this jungler could be here.
Top Esports lost
to... It does feel like they're super respectful of their opposition.
Well, you can't afford to lose. They certainly do not want to. Nice poke onto Bwipo. Maple did, unfortunately, charm a minion earlier.
Go to my notes.
Sidestep the charm, but now he's getting aggressive, trying to delete the wave, knowing his team is getting something else on the map. He's going to be immediately interrupted. So PSG find a quick kill topside, but the wave getting deleted by Aja is crucial. Now in the mid lane, they're already using their Herald, but Maple is here to defend.
That was a crazy good play from PSG.
Charm is
I missed
clutch.
it.
Root coming in from Betty as well. The Redemption now coming in inspired. And Trouble Monster needs to get out. PSG, fantastic play topside. They stopped the
They've got 4 and they're coming.
Well done. Everything about that
And
was
Rella's
incredible.
coming.
Lucio
This
now
is
goes
about to be a
stun.
3v5.
Has to be the difference maker. He and Masu. Masu
What are we doing? Why are we not fully disengaging?
So hard for them to play out. Quad locked up. Unstoppable Vi goes in. Junja going back. Quad wants to get a bit more space, flashing out to safety. Bucio going to be the
Why didn't we
sacrifice.
like fully run with 2 people dead? And we know the rest of their team is
Just so they
coming.
can follow where he goes. In trouble now. Knockback is there.
Wow,
Masu
he really
ulting out,
fought
but
for
it will
his
not be
life.
to safety. Just
I'm so
delaying
confused.
the
Why
death.
didn't we run?
PSG, what a beautiful sequence.
It really
Why didn't we
was,
even try to
Dracos. I mean,
fight?
Aja ults bot to deny the
Yeah,
cross
why did they just stand there?
Bwipo wisely realizes I'm dead, there's nothing I can do in this situation. He even tried to disengage from the tower, knowing that the
I'm
dive was
very
coming, but they
confused
cut
by
off his
that.
escape route. So he just cuts off the wave so they can't get the tower. However, PSG, they TP into mid lane here from Maple, and then he connects the charm onto Inspired.
No, but you see like the whole team there. Like you see them right now. You see the TP coming in because of your minions. You see the vision.
Can't play for the bot tower because now they have to defend for this fight. And honestly, Bucio here.
And Rel just got up, so she's coming from base.
To help Quad and Masu
It's
get
literally a
away.
5v3. You know your other team, your other 2 teammates are dead.
And then they turn it into a 5 versus 3 where they end up picking up 4 kills in total. Just a great sequence where they
The TP definitely came in on vision.
4 kills, and FlyQuest get nothing.
And we saw the rest. We knew at least there were 4 mid.
Overall. And we go back to the interview Nuke Duck had at the start of the day. Hey, some of the comms, some of
We
those
knew there were
moments
4 mid.
chaotic. Clearly losing track
So
of the
that's
play, losing
obviously
track of the greater
a
context of the game,
lost fight.
because PSG initially just managed to stall the play.
I don't
but then
know,
when
man.
Maple was able to go forward, leverage the range of the Jhin coming in from Betty as well. It went from bad to worse so damn fast.
Maybe Stoogie. Maybe.
PSG is a team that I think many see as an
No,
easy
the
draw,
players can't talk to
especially
the
for
coaches
West,
while in game.
Especially given the options available, but they continue to usurp those expectations, getting their revenge against MDK now in a very comfortable position against FlyQuest. The game is definitely not over just yet. With the optimization that they have, the positions that they're in.
Yeah,
I guess the good news for FlyQuest is when you look at the
tempo.
scoreboard, you're not that concerned. No, you know, you see, oh,
It's okay.
well,
They're
my
still
mid
in
laner's
this
got 2
though. They're
items, your
still
mid
in
laner's got
this.
2 items.
They just gotta
Jungler
stop
is
getting
pretty even in
picked.
terms of itemization, especially Ivern gonna primarily building supportive itemization. AD carries. Okay, sure, we're down a bit of anti-healing and the crit cloak, but still, it's not the end of the world. So FlyQuest shouldn't be all doom and gloom just yet. Especially given that they've only lost 1 tower and they were able to secure that bot 1 as well. So, at the end of the day, with Dragon spawning in about 20 seconds, FlyQuest could choose to concede this. Maybe it's even smarter to just play for the mid-tier 1 instead.
Might be. Bwipo, I think, is going to be the player that really needs to find a way to leverage his advantage. He's the top laner with the item completion. He's the one with the
We're kind of down bad right now, y'all. We are kind of down bad.
If you can get onto the backline, if you can ever find Betty, you talked about it earlier, right? The range is so difficult. May have to come down to a flank.
Yeah, if they let her play some, they've been like ganging up on our cast all game.
We talked about earlier, Cassio, Kai'Sa together. They can obliterate the objective if they're given time. The Fly a bit split. They're going to lose out on the Drake here. Won't get much in return. Bwipo really needs to be close to mid just in case the dive play comes through.
There's also nothing Bwipo can do. Like, that wave bot lane is, he can't go and get it.
Yeah.
So he's just like, I guess I'll just hover around mid lane. Now he's moving up top side.
Masu, stun. No additional follow-up.
Every time someone gets CC'd, he's hitting you with the Deadly Flourish.
Yeah, this is... I feel like it's a clear indicator when people have played with the Jhin comps.
Yeah, Fly is North America.
For a really long time. Because we saw even earlier today, like little miscommunications from Fnatic on where exactly the Jhin CC needed to go. But no matter where that champion goes, he always hits that W.
I need Masu on Nashor's Tooth yesterday.
Yep, we're running into one of the League of Legends Classic, ladies and gentlemen, which is the team who's winning but not super crazy far ahead versus the team who has better scaling, but like there's some context.
Yep.
But the simplification is they're going to do more sustained damage if we go late. The more complex version is it's still really hard for them to get in a position to do that damage.
Yeah, I mean, execution is kind of what it's going to come down to, and that's really been the biggest concern for the Western teams so far at this World Championship.
That man really got 2 cups of coffee.
Have been presented to a bunch of different Western teams.
That man gonna be up for the rest of the day.
So we'll see if they can find those opportunities in this game. The mid towers are kind of the easy objectives to look at. I would say one of the areas where PSG could probably be indexing more is that top tower is an easy one to take. If they overstack, invest their vision.
I thought there was just a fine for if you FF.
Play towards that top, they could probably easily secure it. And you can start to see that happening now. They've been able to push in that top wave. Now they move into the river. They get the mid push, and then they turn their attention towards the top tower. So I think they could have made this play earlier. Ultimately, though, they still get the objective. And there's not really much to cross-map on the side of FlyQuest. This tower was kind of destined to fall eventually.
Certainly. Dawn Core now completed for Inspired, so a lot of additional healing and shielding power might be enough to block that initial burst of damage that comes in from the PSG composition. Masu going for the AP itemization, I think makes a lot of sense. The range disadvantage you highlighted earlier, somewhat mitigated when you
light up the map, right? Let's get some vision. Give us some information on where they at.
Continually grown in the favor of PSG. A large portion of it off the back of those 4 kills they were able to find around mid.
Come on, FlyQuest, come on. Let's do this. Let's do this. God, they got about a 2K gold lead in about every lane.
We're looking for a potential flank, not going to overstack it. Look at all these Jin traps, though, hovering around the mid lane, making things a little bit more awkward.
A little bit of disruption, especially when you don't have that much range. Can be so frustrating. Quad finishing Rylai's. So really, between Inspired and Quad, if they ever get on top of anyone, they will die. There's no getting away from this composition. But it is very easy to
I need this next fight to be in FlyQuest's favor. I need Quad to get these shutdowns. I need Masu to get these shutdowns.
I mean, PSG, they're not overcomplicating the game. It's nice to see.
I mean, you can see bot wave going to demand a response, but top wave in an even spot, you can really take your time. You can spend as much time mid as you want, as long as the enemy doesn't send anyone up there. And PSG taking advantage of that fact to break this tower. And when you're the person playing the Ahri Vi composition, every bit of space you get is so incredibly valuable.
My question is that, like, what is the moment that FlyQuest is kind of waiting for? Because PSG, you know, like, all of their moves have kind of been predictable, right? Oh, we're going to play for top tower, and then we're going to play for
I think they need some type of misstep on the side of PSG.
Masu's largely left isolated in the mid lane, right? FlyQuest, on the meanwhile, are just kind of farming. They just keep catching waves. They're not really playing for anything. And you could make the argument, well, it doesn't really make sense for them to try and force it.
We say as they TP.
Are they going to Baron? They're Baroning.
Wow, they are forcing it. So, okay, so Maple completes his item, and they sit there and go, Jin as well, and they're saying, we're strong enough, let's fight.
Yep. Starting this one off, Fly want to get in the area.
All right, y'all, this is it.
Cannot be the one to face check that.
This
Luckily,
is...
the brush vision coming in from Inspired does allow them to step forward. They don't get a lot out of FlyQuest to start that objective.
I think they just want FlyQuest to come up.
It's a bit difficult.
I don't think they really wanted Baron.
Whippo looking to get a little bit more on the stride breaker. Nice initial damage, but he gets knocked back to the wall. Pretty easy initial kill pickup. Nice counter engage coming in. Redemption. Whippo still standing. That's going to be big. FlyQuest finding the initial angle. Junja running out to safety. Curtain call coming across the backside, but there's no blinking health bars yet. Maple trying to make the difference. And Busio is there with the CC to lock him down. Charm goes the wrong way. Maple ticking down. Poison in his veins. He's going to drop. Shutdown coming through for Quad.
And then y'all wanted Baron.
I was worried about that engage from Whippo because it felt like that he'd overextended. He was going to get turned on, but the support from the
Betty,
at this point in the game,
you want
FlyQuest finally found the confidence to make the play that they needed. Betty chipping away at Whippo.
He doesn't do enough damage to finish that kill. And again, they obliterate this objective. Do they turn for Aja? Rage stacking, 7 seconds on the Meganar. It's not enough. FlyQuest getting the objective. They
y'all wanted Baron
across the map, but PSG
PSG, you wanted Baron.
And Fly are quick to punish.
Yeah, it was, I understand the idea. Like,
period. And Quad got those shut down.
We've hit our power spikes. Let's force before FlyQuest can spend gold at the
okay.
road.
Okay,
but
just
then
checking.
In this situation, this is what
just
concerned
wanted
me for Whippo. It felt like that he was the one overforcing at this point. But the amount of utility that he gets in combination with the Sterix and the Ivan. Look at this massive
don't
shield.
See him, Atticus.
Soak up so much. Quad's
don't see him.
Comes through. They take out Woody. They turn their attention onto Junja as Aja is forced to back away.
Honestly, I'm calling the Jin ulti a flop. The Jin ult was a flop.
And basically, Whippo just acts
I'm gonna put it out there.
Tank. He is the one soaking all the damage. He's the one drawing all that pressure. And
where was the damage?
Crumble under that pressure. They can't find the targets that they're looking for.
Oh, we're scrambling.
Oh,
okay. Period.
I feel like they had in previous plays.
Period.
Making them forget how powerful FlyQuest are.
Yes, that is so good for us. That is so good for us.
So easily.
Oh my gosh. No, like Quad is eating down on this cast. I see why they were camping him. He is eating down.
That's exactly what happened with Blippo.
Okay, Blippo, with your aggressiveness. B, aggressive. B, aggressive.
No real long range siege potential, but a lot of tools to make PSG's life
Not the just you wait.
So this is the other problem with FlyQuest comp is hitting the towers can be a little bit stressful, but if they keep leveraging the Baron empowered minions,
Blippo going in again. Sterix is a very good item, and Ivern backing him up means he's gonna
Wow, Blippo living is insane.
I can't believe that he lived that, but you're really seeing the value
Honestly,
of this
Blippo, let me give you your
utility,
10s. Inspired, let me give you your 10s.
I mean, it's
that
like
was
the perfect
so
combo.
good,
Blippo
the fact that he
can be
lived.
unleashed as he wants,
Yes.
and Inspired will always be there to protect him.
Yes.
It's
I
like
love that.
They baby-proofed the Renekton. It's like they covered him in like
styrofoam.
styrofoam, so he can't hurt himself. Like Inspired's like a mom coming in like, oh, no, not
I
there.
just wanted to stop by and thank you for
Here's the
teaching
shield.
him how to throw so well. Hey, anytime, my love, Ren.
The second he goes in there and he lives,
That's
they
funny.
have enough space to take that tier 2. So while it's volatile and under certain circumstances, you'll look at that as crazy. In the context of this game, it generates enough space for Fly to actually get some money value out of the Baron.
Inspired has been doing insanely well
a huge lead,
with Ivern.
A 3K gold deficit.
Who did FlyQuest lose to last series? They lost to DK.
Weathered the storm of what was a
I believe that's LCK's second tier, no, third tier.
Sure. And
third
the
string.
Fang gonna offer a lot of value. That's
I didn't think we'd see it, but there it is. Healing. I mean, you feel for Betty though. He's the carry, and he has to buy the shield reduction item and the heal reduction item.
Jhin not having Infinity Edge does feel bad.
Yeah, I'll say Mortal Reminder is very comparable to Lord Dominic's these days because they obviously nerfed the armor pen on it. So that heal cut doesn't feel bad.
Yes.
Serpent's Fang obviously will feel good if you're getting value out of the shielding cut. In any other situation, it's gonna feel quite bad.
Gale's Crucible now finished for Inspired as well. That is like a mega fed Ivern.
Hey, bubble wrap this Renekton, man. He is not gonna die. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
They put the baby in Kevlar, Betty. He is safe.
Yep. I mean, I just think that it enables his aggression perfectly. Now, PSG have set their sights on the tier 2 in bot lane. They've got a nice push in mid. They're looking for picks. They won't find one. Busio here to defend for now, but Quad is on his way. They've got to be careful of a potential dive. They don't really have the members here. The cross map coming through from Blippo on the top lane.
It's taking a bit of time.
Yeah, the TP response can happen as well.
There's no real other play to go for here. They get the TP, obviously long cooldown before Baron and another Drake will be up. So TP advantage to the side of Fly. That's kind of what they get from the pressure.
Okay. Masu doing damage now. He got his Nashers, and we're building a Zanya's.
Talked about their comp outscaling. They are now in a strong enough position that they can fight for lane prio, that they can set up on these objectives.
Period.
Again, really that one play bringing them back in this game is Blippo. Getting a little aggressive here, but he's safe. He has the shields. He's charmed, but he's still alive. Curtain call coming out.
We're blocking.
Follow from Maple. Not enough. Oh, and this is
that's a lot of damage on that Busio, though.
If you don't have the damage to finish that first kill, it feels so hard to follow up anymore in the fight.
So that was what I was going to say. I feel like PSG are running into a bit of a damage problem now because it's not just that you have to get through this Renekton, it's that you've also got to get through that repeated support provided by Inspired. So
Leona,
with Jhin and Ahri, with this much utility, like
and the thing is, if you burn your cooldowns on the Renekton, you do not kill him, and you overstep even 1 second, it's Masu flying in on top of you.
It's the war of attrition.
Yeah,
I just feel like you lose.
You can't win the war of attrition.
Period.
You've got to reload. Like
Period.
It was cool when he was ahead. When he's even or behind, it feels really bad.
Ooh, Masu just eat in and then didn't put out any damage.
Does have the cleanse, but lucky he doesn't have to use it. TP now being used.
All right, baby. Like, lock in real quick.
Off to the side. They have to keep their eyes on the Snark. Instantly Inspired now zoning him off, using Daisy to get him away. 13 seconds on Baron. They can't use their mid-fire to go
Drake.
up. PSG already have set up on the Drake. And it looks like Fly feel more confident in the 5v5. They don't want to give them access into the river.
My heart hurts, bro. Like, I'm so anxious.
Betty and Maple isolated.
Leveraging the
I just need them to win this game.
Good patience from PSG, though. They wait till Daisy
not
dies.
being started off. All of the vision is just like, look, they're out of wards. The only thing they get to see, oh, Busio.
Quick stun. What are you out for now?
It's the ulti again. Busio needs to be a little bit more patient, I feel. A few times now.
Whippo going forward. Stun not quite hitting. The charm was perfect. Masu with backs up, but Betty just flashes into his team. Redemption doing so much work, but Betty goes down.
That's what I'm talking about, Masu. Get in there. Get in there. Yes. 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 Flash in. Yes. 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 FlyQuest. Yes. FlyQuest.
Masu going for more.
That's what I'm freaking talking about. Quadra kill on our freaking Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Year.
Of attrition, it is
That's what I'm talking about.
Quad's HP didn't even see a semblance of damage. And you can see how hard it is for PSG, even in a situation where the start of the fight looks promising. It's just not enough. Whippo, he's engaged fumbles.
My gosh. Look at the flash in. Look at the flash in into the blue Baron. In the blue pit. He said no, baby. Oh, he didn't even flash. No, he did flash. He did flash.
FlyQuest.
Yeah.
They use their comp
Rookie of the Year, by the way.
And they basically say,
Rookie of the Year, by the way.
If you can't kill us, we're gonna kill you.
Tight beat.
And I gotta say, credit to
Tight beat.
FlyQuest. Oh
no, a little shaky one. A little shaky.
Embarrassed them on the
A
international
little shaky right there. Oh no.
Their win conditions, and now they've set their sights
Oh
on
my
Baron.
gosh, I'm so happy, dude. Holy freaking moly. Holy freaking moly.
Is that going to be the follow-up? Do they burn the objective for a split? It's a bit of a split focus, and Quad can flash over the wall, but it's
That's Baron.
awkward, but they
You got
will
Baron.
secure the Baron. Whippo not too scared. Well played by
Yeah.
FlyQuest.
Yeah, they played that really well. Not only does Whippo go over, but the moment he gets CC'd,
A little-
Quad even
a little
throws
shaky.
down the Maz when the flash did come through.
A little shaky,
the
huh?
Q came through from
Oh,
Trigger
yeah.
to be able to
NA
create
Killers
space, but that was enough
who?
to help them secure the Baron. And FlyQuest with another
Yeah.
objective.
Yeah.
To try and finally break the base.
Okay,
Again,
but y'all,
the reason why it's
hear
been
me
so
out.
difficult for
This
them
is
to
kind of
leverage
bad.
the advantage that they had earlier, even though they'd
This
already
is kind of
come out
bad.
scaled to that
And let
point,
me
just
tell you
'cause of the
why.
range, it's
So
very difficult for them to
BLG
see,
lost
so they kind of
today
rely on the Baron, but now that they've got it,
and
they can
is
play
up
through
for
2 waves, and
elimination.
They can start to chip away at those
PSG
towers.
might lose today.
Whippo is so damn tanky,
It
right?
might be
Maple
up for
Stars completed
elimination.
Really a major magic penetration
You know
out
who
against some
else
flat pen.
is up for
But
elimination?
obviously Merc Treads as well.
Team
really
Liquid.
good in the context of playing against this comp. It does mitigate some of the damage
That's
you put out.
kind of spooky. That's
PSG
kind of
really
spooky.
holding on.
That's kind of spooky.
This position earlier, Whippo stepped
Okay,
too
but
far
let's
forward.
just
It's hard for him to
celebrate today.
survive,
Let's
but
just
this
celebrate
stage,
today.
a bunch of cooldowns.
But
and the rest of his team will be there to punish if,
ooh,
if
that's
PSG
kind of spooky.
overcommit or cannot finish that kill.
I don't like the fact that FlyQuest
Team Liquid having to fight through all those teams. Yo, guys, this might be game. This might be game. They might put it down right here, right now.
The 5v5.
Okay, we chilling,
And
we
it's the other
chilling, we
awkward
chilling,
thing
we
too, right? Is
chilling.
that there's just not outside of Aja's ulti. There's not
We
really a
chilling
lot
right now,
of
we chilling.
reliable AOE.
I mean,
so you can't
I might
really
have to
punish
wear
them
my
either when they
FlyQuest
group up and
jersey
low,
to
they
my
aren't
workout
ready to go.
today.
Truthfully, PSG just don't have enough damage, and by that I mean like
Wah,
it's
wah.
very single target focused.
Wah,
You've got
wah.
Ari, you've got Jin, and you've got the Vi, who all
Wah,
like
wah
lock
for
down the
PSG.
target, and then once that target is dead, you can convert the rest of the fight. But like, you can't even kill that one target. So if you can't get rid of one, what are you gonna do about the other 4?
Talk about it.
Being
Talk about it.
Willing to pull this jungler out, right? Ivern is a champion that people kind of love or hate depending on what your champion pool looks like, but against the Vi, you
So-
can't weather the storm. Ivern's one of the perfect answers, right?
I
Because
mean, yeah,
it
it was-
disrupts so much. The shielding stops the pick potential.
It was one of his domestic comforts, right? That alongside the Amumu, and like he's proven why teams have chosen to ban it away from it multiple times.
Woody over the wall though, not spotted.
All right, we gotta secure the win though. We can't celebrate yet. We can't celebrate yet. We still gotta secure the win. Look at Brippo.
Trying to lock up Maple, trying to lock up Betty, trying to lock up anybody, and again the redemption comes in. The shielding comes in this time
Dude,
around.
that's so much
Surface Fang was
shielding.
there, mitigated some of that value. Brippo will be forced to run away.
They still
Woody
can't
behind.
get it.
Woody behind.
Maybe they overstepped their boundaries there.
Woody behind. Let's keep an eye on them.
They did have a nice wave on the bot side of the map that they could have played with.
already top, just continuing to pressure.
Not sure what they can do.
Woody
with that, though.
backing.
They need a wave in mids.
Stalling to play for the wave in mid, it looks like. A window of
But
opportunity.
napping low key. But napping low key.
No ult. Perhaps Fly just want to hard force here in mid lane.
Healing from Bwipo coming through thanks to the red buff.
I mean, they're very powerful in the 5v5. Can they just dive this tower?
It's just that Jhin build doesn't really do damage unless you're like freaking ahead. Like he does damage, but like not enough.
But maybe they can look for a pick here.
They're not doing damage like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
And again, this is a team you can tell.
Eevee.
I've seen a lot of FlyQuest games where they would have gone over that wall. Is all I'm gonna
say. No, Jhin can't get through the inspired shield. The redemption, the heals, like it's just so much.
You know what? It's the World Championship. No matchup is going to be easy.
PSG, a reminder that, as you highlighted, a team so many Western teams would be happy to draw. Very quickly reminded Mad Lions.
Y'all, I'm getting back to anxious, bro. I'm nervous. Like, we got to close this thing out. We hitting 40 minutes, baby. Let's close this thing out. Let's close this thing out.
Objectives they could have been playing for a little bit earlier, and unfortunately, they just waited a little too long.
Like, I feel sick to my freaking stomach, bro.
And that was the window that FlyQuest needed to turn the game around. Ultimately, FlyQuest did.
Everybody's level 18, bro, except for the support.
And now they find themselves in this position. Soul Point.
Soul Point, baby. Mountain Soul would be huge. We'd be super tanky.
They're completely split. It's an easy
all right, bye-bye. Have a nice trip back to your base.
There's no fight
Have a nice trip. Enjoy your 60-second death timer. Thank you. All right, who's next? Because that was light work. That wasn't even a problem. Easy Soul. Easy kill. Honestly.
It's taking them a while to end again because of the range.
That was light work. That was a little appetizer. They just sent us a little edamame while we about to have a full course omakase type beat. Like, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was at all.
I think we've learned, because we talked about grass versus electrocute earlier.
They said, here's your chips and salsa for the tacos you are about to receive. Like,
a one-shot late game assassin in the context of this game.
I mean, if he could land a full combo,
a little milkshakey, like, what?
Maybe.
What? I don't even know what that was. I'm confused.
Push Zanya's or Flash.
Correct. If he stood there.
And if he doesn't
Is this the longest game from the 2024 Swiss? I think one ended up being like 49 minutes.
Anything that Ivan does at all.
Just anything. Literally.
Full app included.
Just, like,
they said service. Period.
He just goes, oh, 300.
Period.
Yeah. So, yeah. Let's not forget, okay, one of the, I guess you could say stupidest things, right? It's like, Inspired's ulti can not only block charm, but if you're not even in range, you could just... Inspired's ulti can
I need the game to hit 50 minutes slick, so I win my pick'ems.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate set of
yeah, no, but let's wrap it up. We'll save that for another game.
Right?
Let's wrap this one up real quick.
But this is the last set of best of ones today. So from here on, you get the best of 3 chance. If this had been in the lower bracket, PSG would have the chance.
Okay, Baron, and then close this out. But let's not die at Baron.
Early. But at this stage, it's really going to take a miracle for them to come back.
I mean, this is kind of...
Daisy's soloing the Baron.
Yeah, just keeping
Actually should.
I think that FlyQuest, they could just have
Come on, girl power.
Yeah.
Girl power. Throw your hands up if you know that you a star. Look at Daisy. You better stand up if you know just who you are. Yeah.
Well, they one-shot it.
Yep.
And again, no discredit to PSG. They're an incredible team. But at this point, from this position,
like, period.
Don't want to oversell,
I know that's right, Daisy.
Make it feel like we're underselling PSG. It's just
let them know
the
you a champ
just
too.
Does not match.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah.
They lose the Excel spreadsheet version of League of Legends.
Period,
As Bwipo goes in, some initial
all
damage.
right, let's finish the drill.
Ulti in the back is good. Maple trying to make the difference, but the charm does not hit. Crucially, Junja now running.
Yep, stop that ulti. Stop that ulti on Jhin. Yep. Now, Bwipo did die. Bwipo did die. Both top laners are out of the question.
Maple can't play. You highlighted it. Daisy just blocks all the relevant cooldowns.
Womp womp.
Only the
sorry, Maple.
Will go through. Charm again.
Womp womp.
Hitting a might. This man cannot catch a break.
This might be it. Might be it.
Pushing in.
Finish the drill, FlyQuest. Finish the drill.
One of the few
Finish the drill, baby.
Can they play it out clean?
Masu just melts these towers. He's going to keep
finish the drill.
With the W.
Cooldown is non-existent. Masu going back. Woody doesn't.
Yeah, you can't catch Masu. You can't catch Masu. You can't catch Masu. Yep. And he going for another. And he going for another. Quadra kill. The rookie of the year. The rookie of the year. Tight beat. Tight beat. Tight B. Yeah.
A shaky
Yeah.
early game for
Yeah.
FlyQuest,
That's
but they
FlyQuest
don't
right there.
overforce,
That's
they
not
don't
little FlyQuest. That's
overaggress, they
big
wait for their
FlyQuest.
competition
That's big
to scale
Masu.
up, to come online,
That's big
and
Quad.
they're able to
Okay?
dominate.
Remember the
Masu
name.
gonna be the highlight player,
Remember
of
the
course, but inspired.
name.
1-1,
Okay.
14, 100% KP on
Okay.
Good stuff.
That's
And I
big
think just here, all
Masu.
of North America
That's big
collectively
Masu
breathing a
right there.
sigh of relief, and at least
That's
some of
big
North
Masu
America's on
right
their
there.
decks, so we'll find out what they have to say.
Period.
Yeah,
Two
I feel
quadras.
so much better now.
You're not a
Two
part of the team.
quadras.
Calm down. Hey, relax.
Nebulous, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 13 months of support. Oh my
I was
gosh.
so nervous. It felt like
freaking
they were
down.
too hyphy, that they were just making too many mistakes, that it was going to be another one of those games.
Holy moly, man.
I was like, look, you have Ari, Vi, Jen. I was worried for the Casio because it never really felt like we were going to have fun with a fight,
gameplay.
and then it just
Oh, I
clicked.
love to see it.
It's all about
Oh, that was
recovery
beautiful.
and
That was absolutely
how
divine.
The champions are
That was
supposed to
absolutely
work together, and I
divine.
feel like FlyQuest did a spot-on job
Yeah.
on this account, and thanks
Yeah,
to
all
their
that
rivals,
camp
System
on
Network,
quad. Little did
were
they know
able to
Masu
put
was
up
about to take
a
some
crucial
sheets.
fight that saved the game completely.
Oh my gosh.
Little did they know.
Absolutely were. Like,
Little
let's
did
take
they
another
know.
Look at this one. This is when they were down.
Masu was ready to
I
take
believe, and
some
it is-
cheeks.
the game had gotten sneaky late. Like, Bwiffo is level 16, but I'd said
Oh,
10
I need to
seconds before
screenshot this
Bwiffo was gonna
quadra
flash
kill.
forward and die, and that's what everybody thought was going to happen until Sterix, Ivern,
Yeah.
Redemption come in, and he actually doesn't even get close
Them
to dying.
boys.
Meanwhile, FlyQuest clean the fight.
Them
It's
boys.
ridiculous because this is just one of many moments, and I think you said Hilly on,
Oh,
on Twitter
absolutely
talked about
divine.
basically creating space. Bwiffo created a lot of space. The one that reminded me, there he is!
Oh my God.
That's him!
Oh.
That is
Absolutely
so
divine.
It is
Okay, there you go.
cursed. And that's the game, actually. It's Bwiffo's Renekton turning into it. But look at Masu. This was the result of the very
Type
long
B.
game. The Casio, I'm still not completely sold on.
Rookie
because
of the year,
especially
by
when
the
you
way.
see the damage graph, it's not like they dove into Casio and he repelled them.
Yeah.
It was Masu just doing 50,000 damage
That
in
is
that
crazy.
game.
The freedom to walk up because it was really difficult for PSG to do anything about it, especially that bot lane play where I would love to see the specific HP, but Renekton was like in the single digits, it looked like.
Yeah.
But there was no shot from PSG side to get a kill. And so Masu
Right,
recognized
beat,
that blue
baby.
side jungle fight where he hopped in
I
freely
beat all
and
that
chased
camping
them
for
down.
what? And for
Beautiful to
who?
see.
He did an amazing job. They all did an amazing job. I
Yeah,
feel
let's get that
collectively.
interview on
When we
Masu real
actually
quick.
have
Rookie of the year, by the
Masu
way.
with Shocks for the Verizon
2 quadrants, by the way.
Masu, congratulations. What a hard-fought win. First question has to be, how does it feel to finally get revenge for MSI on PSG?
It feels good. I never really had a grudge against PSG or anything, but I did really respect them, especially like they're a very good team. So it feels good beating them.
Yeah, they showed that again in this game. I want to say, talk to me
Anyways.
about kind of the approach and the difficulties early on and even to mid in that game and what you had to change in order to get that turnaround.
Well, the changes between MSI and here, or
No,
just
no,
between
this game,
right now?
this
Yeah, this
game,
game.
yeah.
Well, in the early game, we kind of made too many mistakes. We gave them a lot of gold, so we were on the back foot quite a bit. And we were fine because we scaled way harder than them. So we understood that if we just didn't give them too much gold, or we didn't let them stack Drakes or get Baron, that we can outscale them and win eventually.
And did.
But yeah, that was kind of the mindset we had. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out exactly as you had planned it, but of course that comes with the stress of, okay, now the fights come that we absolutely have to win. And you're on Kai'Sa and you don't have any kills yet, and I guess in every fight you're like, okay, is this gonna be my moment? Is that a stressful situation? And did they take 2 pentas from you, or was it only 1?
I think I got 2 quarters, I'm not sure. But
You did.
for the fights, I think the tension, of course, builds up between each item. Like, you're getting your items, and you know there's going to be one big fight, and you either win or lose, and it might decide the whole game. So it's definitely a bit nerve-wracking. But you don't really think of that in the game. You just think of your comp, the enemy comp, and how you want to fight, and then you kind of go from there.
Yeah, and you now move on to 2-1. You are in a great position. How do you feel about the steps you're taking, not just for yourself, but also as FlyQuest, with the lessons from the entire year, knowing that a lot of the eyes of NA, all of them actually, are on you to give them some hope?
For sure, I think throughout the year, especially in summer, we grew a lot as a team. We became a lot closer, and we played more coherently together. But I do think we have a long way to go. and I think we can definitely make it. So yeah, I think our team can definitely be pretty good.
Awesome. Final question. How many times have you watched the music video and your part?
I can't count that many times.
I understand.
That's cute.
Thank you so much and congratulations, Masu. Fantastic game out of FlyQuest as they move on to 2-1.
God bless FlyQuest. God bless FlyQuest, my boy. God bless FlyQuest. And God bless America. Lord have mercy. They did it. They did it. What is a kilometer? What is that? What is that? I don't know that. I don't know what that is. Holy moly. Dark, thank you so much for the follow, guys. Oh, I can't believe they did it. I can't believe they did it, actually. Let me take that back. I can't believe it. Holy moly, man. No, like the weight is lifted. The weight is lifted. And what a way to end the game, honestly. 2 quadras? 2 quadras? Oh, divine. Free win. Free win. Fluffy! What do you mean? Oh, y'all. T1 parted ways with Meech. T1 parted way with Meech. Oh man, it's too good. It's too good. That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good.
I freaking love it. Meech was the old ADC for 100 Thieves. They swapped him out like mid-season in Summer Split, and they just announced that they're getting rid of him. Yeah, former ADC for 100 Thieves. NA Killers who? I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who you mean. Okay, but y'all, PSG and BLG being in the losers pool and Team Liquid being in the losers pool. Ooh. Ooh. That's a toughie. That's a toughie, my boy. Oh. All right, enjoy your study time. Good luck on your test, Spooky. Yeah, we got G2 going up against Weibo. Okay, we can't have G2 in the 1-2 pool. It's gonna be extremely bad for TL. But like, TL already lost to Weibo. So like, are we just doomed? Are they just doomed? Like literally having to go through BLG, PSG. Who else down there? Who else in the O2 pool? Let me see. Let's see. Freaking PNG, MDK, Mad Lions, Gam, So not the worst, but like, baby. That's tough, man. Chill, Sizzle. Yeah, it's not looking too hot, but never say never. You're right. All right, guys, this is the last game of the day. This is the last game of the day. G2 versus Weibo. Earlier, we saw Top Esports play against Fnatic with Top Esports taking the win. After that was BLG versus T1 with T1 taking the win. Amazing game, by the way. And then we just saw the lovely FlyQuest annihilate, absolutely crush PSG. Love that for us. Tomorrow is elimination matches. Tomorrow is elimination matches. So we'll see that MDK, we'll see that GAM. One of those teams is going home in a best of 3. After that, we'll see that PNG versus that Team Liquid. One of them is going home after that best of 3.
Oh. This is recorded after the HLE game, so we don't know the next opponent yet, but I think it's good to get some perspective right after this game specifically. What went wrong?
Well, I guess early game didn't go quite as planned. I think we were a little bit...
okay, we're back.
Yeah, looks like we were a bit sleepy in the early game. We were not really talking much, so we just got caught a lot of times. And then we were really paying attention to where they are. But then we got some good fights, some good momentum, we got some Barons. And I think we could have closed it when Caps was fighting mid 2v1 against Ash Jax. And if I hacked over that wall, I think I just get a double stun because Ash had no flash. And I think we just win the game there. But I messed it up. And then the game took a bit longer, and then we couldn't fight anymore because Smolder was too strong. Yeah. We tried to do some side lane plays.
Yeah, G2
yeah,
Street.
Really work out, but I'm confident that next time we can take it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the game, you said you had a bad early game.
Your
the resiliency and the way in which you fought yourself back in a game, and you say it yourself, there was a couple of like mechanic misplays that in the end did us in. You know, how much courage does that give you that, hey, the game plan and the prep and our abilities is actually where it should be despite the loss?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It could be a lot worse, right? We could just gotten stumped, and then it was like, oh well, I guess we're just too bad. But it didn't feel like we were too bad. We were still worse. But at least from myself, at least, if I feel like if I don't int as much as I did this game, we're probably just gonna win. So that's nice for me.
Okay, I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed for you for the next game. Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you.
It's great to have some context around this game here, and this was the game.
It was close. I mean, Smolder did 58,000 damage, had 600 stacks, and had 10 kills. But the fact that this game was actually this close is a testament to how creative G2 actually was in finding plays.
Yeah, and I mean, that's been the most fun thing about G2 so far in this tournament. Like, both games they've had.
Oh, do they really, Fools? I really want to go there. I really want to go to the T1 PC Bong
and just being
in
able
Korea.
to find plays.
But that means I would have to go back to Korea, and
been the thing that
I don't know when that's
the
happening.
Most, especially when they went up against Pain.
TL can't rematch Weibo Gaming, so if Weibo were to be down there, they'd have a higher chance to get BLG or PSG.
Well, if we just
oh, lovely.
Yone is going to be able to deal with them, so we need to send you. Then that means we're just completely conceding Baron. So it's like they were just in a tough position in that entire game.
And I'm just wondering, what could G2 do better today, because they were able to put Caps on sideline and try and buy time.
Yeah, who are y'all rooting for this game? G2 versus
the early game
Weibo.
didn't go quite the way they expected to, so I appreciate the fact that they trust their approach.
I think next game will start in probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
But game-wise, and especially setting up the pace in the early stages of the game, I feel like G2 could do.
You got about 5 to 10 minutes to lock in.
That was the pain.
Lock in on your lecture.
It felt like nothing could be done.
Ask a couple of questions.
It was a necessity because they were going to lose fights.
I think it's going to be tricky. I do wonder if they have anything cooked for non-meta picks that maybe Broken Blade could play, just because this is an updated bracket of what we have. Weibo has had an extremely difficult road here. They actually were very close to Gen G in that first game, and then they found their way into this game based off their second loss. But the importance of this is you can see the 2-1 pool and the 1-2 pool already being populated.
Yeah.
Right now, for me, it's
really,
8.
really want to be in that 2-1 pool because you'll have a second chance, especially now that BLG is already in that 1-2 pool. But specifically to your point, Laura, as we get to the MasterCard fan prediction, I do think the laning phase is going to be extremely hard in this game because Weibo, even against Gen G, we had an amazing stat. They were the first team all year to be ahead of Gen G top, mid, and bot at CS at 20. And they still lost the game to Gen G. That was a credit to Gen G. But that just shows how well Weibo Gaming's laners can play. So I think G2 will have an advantage if they get out of the early game.
Are they going to draw today for the 2-1 pool? Yeah.
Well, let's get to game then. Casters, over to you for the last game of the day. Weibo versus G2.
I like the confidence in G2, Jet. I wish I wasn't a pessimist. I could revel there with you, but obviously going to be a thrilling game no matter what, especially when you think about the history of these two teams, and also when you think about the history of the mid laners,
Yo, Noodle, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today.
Since 2017 Worlds. Back when it was RNG versus Fnatic. Now a new era, a very different story.
7 years.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's like when we started casting.
Yep. The thing is, right, I think you could make the argument that on paper, G2 could be considered favorites in this matchup.
Okay, pink trousers,
However,
right.
Weibo are the most unpredictable team on the planet.
Yes, they are.
Domestically,
G2 has home advantage.
Should not have made
Okay.
it to the LPL finals.
And yet
they did.
And last year, internationally, they were not a team that should have made it to the World Finals. And yet, they did.
Yeah, and they had a very good start
I think
in
they
their
do
game versus Gen G.
Oh, do they do the
ended up
draws
getting
tomorrow?
outplayed.
Oh, that
And
would
then they
make
had a bad
sense,
start
honestly,
versus TL, where
because
they were able to come back.
the players tomorrow will enter the 1-2
And, you know,
pool.
I was speaking
You're
to
right.
Munch the other day,
They'll
and I
probably
was
do the
like,
draws tomorrow. You're absolutely
am I mean
correct.
for calling Weibo weird? And he's like, no, they're really weird. And I was like, okay, cool. Glad we're on the same page. They are a difficult team to predict, so I don't know what Weibo we're going to get today. What I do know is that Tarzan is an incredible jungler, and if you give him the tools to carry, he will carry. So let's see what's on the ban table. Weibo targeting out Yike, similar to what HLE did.
Yeah.
They banned away the Brand, they banned away the Zyra. That meant that if G2 wanted to go for the Yone, he would be forced onto the Lilia. And I think that G2 should branch out. Regardless, the Yone is going to be banned away. So the Aurora is available right now. You imagine that's going to be the final pick, ban, I should say, on the side of Weibo. And then it becomes a question of what does the first big priority become for G2?
OG2. OG2.
The high
OG2.
prio pick still available. Aurora, the one you highlighted first.
Oh, literally insane.
Italy.
I like that a lot. We were just talking
Yeah,
about Tarzan.
Ari, thank you so much for the follow. You would have liked the last game because
there is a difference.
Ari
You'll
got a
notice
camp,
Tarzan's early
but
game impact when
they
he's
were
on
helping
carry
her get
versus when he's
fed.
when he's not. That's not to say that he's bad when he's off carries.
No, sure.
But you really feel it.
You're a
in the early
mess,
game when he's on
Olis.
something like an Italy.
Also, just LPL Italy's can be terrifying. Right? And the sheer
So
amount of CC
World's
and
finals
setup
is
champs
in
that are present in the
London.
meta right now, now that AD
Semifinals will
carries are
be
mostly
in
gone from
Paris
mid lane,
along with
means she's kind of
quarterfinals,
better
and
than ever
then
in a lot of
play-ins and Swiss
situations.
stage is in
List of
Berlin, which
priorities
is what
for
we're
G2.
watching
That
now.
explains the Poppy ban right from the start. Ash removed as well. G2's coming with a clear game plan that they want to play.
Yeah, the
towards the bot side
T1
of the
game
map.
was
Do they also
really
wanna try something
good.
like the Nico
If you want to watch that back,
Obviously a champion.
I do
or do they want to
recommend.
just set up counterpick for Mickey X? I guess is the broader question, regardless of what it is.
You already talked about the LPL's priority around Jhin.
I don't like it. I think in the right circumstances, Jhin can be one of the best 80 carries in the game, but it's
I'm
so
surprised
much
to see
more
so
about
much
the
Jhin
other
in
stuff you put
pro play.
around him. I don't think he is the safe kind of early pick that most teams are using him as.
I was about to say the Rumble.
This is one of the picks that he needs to be the best AD in the meta.
Yeah, when you pair that up with the Rumble, we haven't seen it from Breathe so far at this tournament, but they are going to lock it in for him. I think that it's such a great,
thank you for the
flexible
follow.
pick, and I think that many teams have been finding success with it, in particular.
You having a good day today, Caesar?
And this is
Oriana's still up, by the way.
And this is something that Xiaohu's already
Oriana
played.
and
This is
Nocturne?
something that was banned against G2 for most of MSI, if I remember correctly.
But thing is now, if you're G2, do you really want to play Oriana into this?
Immobile carries.
Yeah,
against
Jade,
Rumble
it's
feels
kinda
terrible. So now we have
boring.
Galio. Remember
That's
that
a
this
flex
is
pick.
entirely a flex. Top Galio was kind of the big rumored priority pick. We've seen it a little bit. Hasn't
saw
looked
it
too
from
great.
Melee.
Yeah.
I mean, Galio can go top. Galio can go mid, and he can go support.
So still some room for interpretation in terms of where this is actually going to go, but definitely can
Nope,
mitigate
well,
some of the upfront
that
damage of the
negates
Rumble
that.
paired with
Well, it's
Rel.
not support anymore.
Will feel nice. So right now, really great engage tools. Some good tools to mitigate any potential dive threat as well.
Who are you
Galio
rooting
top
for? I think
is
I'm rooting
so
for
good,
G2.
or has been so good historically against any kind of dive threat.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't convinced by the Galio top. We'll see if things are different this time round. Assuming that it is for Broken Blade, he was in Europe the big innovator for new top lane picks. He was the early adopter of the Rek'Sai top. He grabbed the Zac top as well. He's always been someone to try new stuff on the top side of the map. And We'll see if he does bring out this Gallows. The Leona coming out for Crisp. I think this is definitely one of his preferred champions.
The coach's book is so cute.
Great setup, but already
the coach's book is super adorable, bro.
It's a bit old school, but like Rumble Ultimate into Jin Ultimate is
got a little ooh book, bro.
Tower, right? And if you throw in a Maokai as well, perhaps
that's cute.
Easy Merc Tread set up there.
Sure.
Thank you for sharing the live.
It just provides
I know he locked in with that book. Oh, it has to be.
One, I think
undoubtedly.
The context that's important for both these picks. With Rumble nerf not as powerful early on, obviously the ult is still really good, but I think it's these two champions together that kind of amplifies both their powers so much. And if you're playing something as short range as Kalista, you really need to be able to pull the trigger and engage aggressively. But if you make a mistake against a duo like Rumble and Jin, games fall apart very quickly. Now, seeing the Skarner taken away, obviously Tarzan thus far has been more about supporting the rest of the team, hasn't been on carry junglers. I imagine with so much damage in top lane, we will see the same be true.
Wait, there's a kitty in his front blazer pocket? Okay, now I have to look for this.
At arm's length.
But Weibo's thinking about mid-bans right now.
What is tap?
Yes, there's the Vi. I thought G2 may consider the Vi. Now they have to raise questions around, do they want to get rid of maybe Sejuani? What jungler are they even considering right now? Jungle pool is getting pinched a decent amount.
With Kalista Galio, you really want some damage coming out of top and jungle. Galio can do a decent amount, but usually, you know, opting for...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're
defensive
he does. Like he does have one. Oh my gosh.
I mean,
I wonder what that's for.
Diego, big comfort pick for Yike. Obviously feels good when you can.
I mean, you can see the G2. I think G2 was thinking about the Vi ban themselves. But once Weibo decided to do it,
it's his diary.
Removed one of the comfort picks for Xiaohu.
Any highlights from the T1 games? Oh my gosh. Keria was eating down on the Nico. Faker was being him per usual. There were several.
Perhaps it's a little bit too much on the... we talked about the Maokai earlier. There's going to be the lock-in.
Yeah, FlyQuest won.
You are now kind of looking at
maybe an sadly. Happily.
AP, it's
Yo, thank you for the follow, love. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Hello.
But like, I guess it's going to be a Tristana.
I think it has to be a Galio top at this point.
Yep.
This would be bold.
That would be interesting.
Ooh, honestly, I would love the Shyvana.
The VCS,
yeah, perhaps.
This is the champion that can be disruptive. Orianna instead going to be the option here. So likely we need AD in the jungle pool, and this is quite a combo.
Wow, yeah, the Orianna Nocturne. I saw it coming.
Long-range threat that Weibo have brought to the table.
Now, we've been seeing
NA forever
utilize Nocturne's ultimate very effectively to create surprise engages so that champions can find good flanks, even in warded up areas. And when you pair that with a Rel and a Galio, you can see how powerful the engage tools really are. Meanwhile, so for those that don't understand, G2 have this great kind of wombo combo set up with the team fight. The Orianna Nocturne is a very lethal combo that has easy access onto the backline. Meanwhile, Weibo, they have similar team fighting strengths. We already talked about the zone control that Rumble and Jin together provide.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
To boot, like,
but both my teams have won today, so
to approach or even start
you know,
just because of how much space.
Honestly, all three of my teams have won. Top Esports, I was definitely rooting for Top Esports. So I'm 3 for 3 right now. I don't need to go 4 for 4. But if they clutch up, if G2 clutch up, I'm not mad.
If G2 can weather the storm and how this early game is going to play out, because
yes, Munchie, that'll be so legendary.
Not so good one against Team Liquid, whereas for G2, the criticism around their early game pretty much all year, as they focused on improving their mid game, which we see. They find good fights, they play the map well, but their early game has still been a point of discussion.
And it can be very difficult to come back against a composition like Weibo's when they have an advantage. When they
yeah, Orianna ult on Nocturne ult, it goes kind of crazy.
Even if Nocturne can turn out the lights, it doesn't always mean that you'll be able to stop the kills from coming through. See a lot of G2 fans in the house. Weibo fans as well. Love to see it. I'm starting to feel the tension build. Wonder if this is how.
Where are the teams from? So G2 is LEC or Europe. Weibo Gaming is LPL or China.
Put together in terms of the draft. Jin, a champion that I think in the right circumstances can really take over games, really be such a fantastic powerhouse of a pick. We saw it in the Jackie Love game when he could get all those static shift procs, and Weibo have the recipe here to make that happen again.
But I also think the reason why this matchup is tense for EU fans specifically is that as the first seed from the LEC.
Good morning, Cody.
As someone
T1 already played.
Is expected
they won
to make it
versus BLG. It was an amazing game.
On paper,
absolutely divine game.
Favorite matchup for G2. Yeah. If they want to stick by the convictions,
thank you for the rose, the heart puff, and the dolphin, and the rose. Cody, thank you for the heart me.
Which is why I think there's a lot on the line for the side of G2.
Yeah, no, Jade, it was so good.
A roster where the expectations have been very low.
Oh, bubblegum. Okay.
It's difficult to gauge how strong this Weibo is, and the fact that they continued to surprise. Last year's World Championship, this year in terms of their LPL playoff run, they're a team that's able to find that magic, and I think a lot of it comes off the back of Tarzan's consistency in terms of his early game impact, and then Light. This man is incredibly consistent in terms of his damage output, his laning phase, and G2 are putting a lot of emphasis in the early game on their bot lane 2 versus 2.
Definitely are. I want to draw attention briefly to the mid lane just because there is so much history here. And of course, favoring Xiaohu. It's important to note a lot of these games happened in the Fnatic era when LEC as a whole, or EULCS at the time, weren't able to compete. When Xiaohu was really dominating with RNG across the board, it was Perks really who had the better record against Xiaohu. Now we'll have to see if this is a new chapter for this particular rivalry. As you said, bot lane early at least. Maybe a big center of attention. Saw Mickey.
Okay,
nice
getting some early damage down.
Overall.
Very nice.
Both AD carries relatively healthy.
Thank you. My daddy bought it for me.
Soon. Oh, Xiaohu gets a nice trade onto Caps there. Orianna does have the ability to consistently hit her opponent thanks to her Clockwork Wind-Up passive. Yep. But Tristana's still Tristana. So as long as she keeps hitting you in the face, she's going to do a lot of damage. On the top side of the map, we can see the Galio getting a bit of push in the 1v1 matchup. Broken Blades going for the Aftershock, providing him those extra bit of resistances. There's that magic shield from his W. Not going to be at a very high level early on. It is going to help him get some very nice trades. Maybe even
really
a kill.
Good trades.
Oh
nice.
On the E! Broken Blade just finds it. So this is what the Galio does in the matchup. You get the early push, you get the level advantage, finds a solo kill onto Breathe. Broken Blade holding on to the moniker of best top laner in Europe.
And this is so crucial. Because it's not just
I
about the laning phase, but Rumble has so much impact on what this composition of Weibo can do, putting him down early, delaying a level 6, getting a lead for this Galio. It's big for the side of G2 Esports. A misstep from Breed, obviously a bit of an unconventional matchup. We don't see it that much outside of solo.
I mean, you expect that to just get.
I just always love the E backwards. Because you can obviously, you can hit it on the wind-up if you go backwards.
But also, there was this change when Galio got this like mini rework, where the passive just comes up a lot more often now. And I think that Breed just wasn't kind of expecting that to come out so quickly, because the damage from Broken Blade really caught him unawares. No flash, ended up being bird. And yeah, small lead. Merc Treads. Magic resistance already being bought by Broken Blade.
Definitely. The early itemization going to favor him a lot. Hansama forced to cleanse here as Tarzan's on the way in. Bit of an overstep. Might be some bad information.
They on his forehead.
Easy and fast. Kill pick up for the side of
Oh, Hansama, they on your forehead. Ideal, that's a lot of flashes.
A crucial mistake from Hans as he overstays for the wave, making sure that it gets underneath the tower. Mickey thinks that he's safe to allow him to push that in, but Tarzan's in a position to collapse, doing a full clear from his top side towards bot.
How many flashes is that?
Weibo have equalized the kill score.
Good opportunity recognition from the side of Weibo and for G2.
No, that was 3, because Maokai flashed 2, right?
Fine in the top lane 1v1 for the early game, and
That
G2's
was 3 flashes.
winning initially, but they overstayed a little bit, and it cost them.
Yeah, Galio was top with a solo kill on the Rumble.
This mid lane match, however, much more even than yesterday's was.
Crucially, both of Hansama's summoners are now gone. Light expended his flash as well, but still has the cleanse available. So while the top side of the map going favorably for G2, the bot side of the map, small advantage gained for Weibo.
I will say that slowing Broken Blade down is a tall task for Weibo. They have exclusively magic damage on jungle top.
Cody, thank you for the heart me and the rose.
Hollow Radiance likely to be the first item.
Yeah,
I mean,
Merc Treads gets a lot of value.
Merc Treads, Hollow Radiance.
Bubblegum, you can ask me anything. What's going on, party babe?
I don't know if he can win the 2v1, but he can certainly live for quite
Why
a long
he pink
time.
with the chicken skin? Because he had to slay for the grass. As he should. Best Galio skin and pink chroma. Pretty pink chroma.
Yeah, we kind of take stock of the map. I wonder if we'll see some resets come through soon. The grubs are going to be up in 30 seconds.
I do not stream TFT. I don't play TFT at all.
At the same time,
no rotation just
Period
yet from Hansama.
Keep in mind, Broken Blade could have
I only play League of Legends. Oh my gosh. Atticus coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, love. Thank you for supporting the stream. Did T1 win? Yes, they did.
Early atomization, just some mercs to make it through the laning phase. Again,
They did indeed.
Yike going to be first on the grubs, but Weibo going to be playing around the bottom side instead. Have a lot of really good scaling tools, so setting themselves up for a potential Drake win condition does make sense. Conceding grubs early is always a bit of a risk. Likely means they will have to contest the second spawn, but for now, just the trade of objectives.
Wisely done by Weibo. I think they recognize that trying to fight on the top side probably isn't the smartest choice for them. Instead, they'll just play around the fact that there's a wave pushing on the bot side of the map. Easy trade of objectives. The Rumble can just drop the ulti into the top lane, which is exactly what Breathe is going to do. You can see that skill on cooldown. Catch that top wave, go back to base. Not much the Broken Blade can do about it. Meanwhile, G2's bot lane has to play on the weak side.
Really lucky. Do you think TL will be able to lock in tomorrow? I sure hope so.
Just a trade of objectives. So
I'm going to say yeah. I'm a believer.
Broken Blades and a nice punish from Weibo to catch out Han Summer. Summoner's slowly coming off cooldown. And we're kind of setting our sights on the next grub spawn in about 3.5 minutes as Nocturne now ticking over to 6. Tarzan looking to do the same in the near future.
Should be a big fight. We'll see who can get favorable setup. Both supports also racing to get level 6 as quickly as they can. Obviously last year when Herald spawned at 8 minutes, so much of the discussion was that arms race for support level 6 this year. Can't contest it on first grubs, but second grubs should be able to have it reliably. And honestly, just a very, very tense game. And this is interesting because I think we expected kind of today to be this all-out bloodbath, but a lot of our games have been very reserved for both teams.
Except game 1.
Except for game 1. Game 1 not reserved.
Yeah, game 1
needed to be reserved.
Yes. But it was not.
It was not.
Game 1 was the entry to today, and then today got super lit.
There to cover. Similar
super lit.
Position for Mickey.
What happened in game 1? Game 1 was kind of like quick. Top esports just kind of ate down. And then we had T1 versus BLG, which was like a little back and forth, but T1 came out on top. But like it could have gone either way. And then we just had FlyQuest versus freaking PSG, the NA killers. And oh my gosh, FlyQuest, they were losing in the beginning, but they ate down. They scaled. They did what they had to do. There was 2 quadras on our Rookie of the Year. Like, it really was a game to watch.
A little bit behind on the clears, you'd kind of expect. Yak hasn't really looked for any ganks as of yet.
Thank you for the rose, Jade. And Travis, thank you so much for the finger heart. I appreciate you, love.
I think his first use of the ultimate is largely going to
What's going on, William?
Caps, trying to find that wombo combo.
And Cody, thank you for the
really gearing up for a big fist fight around the next objective. All of these summoner spells coming back up, neither side. Going for too many aggressive moves. You can see G2 kind of forced to retreat here, not having an early support itemization, not having any wards in inventory does mean they don't have tri-brush control, and it's the looming threat of Tarzan appearing in their lane for the side of G2 is just always there without that information.
It's going to come through from Mickey, who is now finally level 6. Crisp actually still short on that experience. Merc Tread's now secured for Mickey, along with the control wards. Tiamat picked up as well. Perhaps the Phage, or missed which one came first. But Stride Breaker on its way for Yike, regardless. Here are the grubs now, 55 seconds. We've been talking a lot about them because I'm curious as to whether or not you imagine that G2's going to have a priority. Yes, this is the last game for the day. Is Weibo going to look to try and fight, given that there's still a
I've not been watching. Is G2 doing good or not? Honestly, this is just the start of the game. Everybody's kind of just doing their thug fizzle. They both have a kill.
And when we talk about this G2 composition,
they traded objectives, so we're kind of chilling right now.
Whenever you build a composition with Nocturne,
it's nothing crazy.
Your side lanes just naturally get that much better, and you can really leverage this grub buff.
Certainly can. Notice that the bot lane of Weibo has made their way up, so it looks like they're eager to contest. Han Summer making a beeline towards there now. Cleared out that wave.
Caps. He's prioritized first item completion. He has no boots. He just rushed that Ludens, wanting to be more powerful for the fight.
Nice spike to have for sure.
Downside of double 80 carries, you have no item spikes.
Remember, Broken Blade doesn't actually have to rotate down if he doesn't want to. He can just keep the Rumble pushed and then has the ultimate available. Let's see how G2 can utilize the Nocturne ultimate as Weibo.
They're on a ward.
Remember the amount of zone control they have, though. Maokai ultimate, Rumble ultimate, Jin ulti.
This might be a situation where G2 just take the 4th grub and walk away.
No, they went all 6, baby.
Right now, Weibo
they have Nocturne Orianna with Rel.
Far away, that's why.
Rel ulti is up, is ready.
Yeah, completely.
That's all 6.
Have just sat and watched.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, is they're waiting for that window of opportunity to leverage
They
their
wasted so
composition.
much time.
But G2 just don't really give them the angle, and they don't feel confident to just force and start the fight. And as a result, they show up to watch another
That's
team
good.
get a 6
Joseph, thank you for the follow.
Now,
Trees in the
G2
games
have said,
today.
we're quite happy to concede the next dragon.
Chef's
you can
kiss.
have it because now we've got 6 grubs and Kalista can be left alone in top lane. Breathe will have the ultimate available to clear out this wave. I think the idea from G2 is to maybe funnel some plates into Hansama, but I don't think this plan is going to pay off just because of the Rumble ulti.
Difficult. Broken Blade.
That was nice.
Obviously, when you're playing out on a side lane.
Oh, the dive. Smart play from G2, but again, here's the Rumble ulti that we were just talking about.
Just clear the
I
wave.
think it's important to stress G2 playing incredibly well around the 2nd grub spawn. Caps sacrificing himself in terms of boots, which would have helped the lane a lot.
So that's 2 dragons over to Weibo, so they're kind of stacking, but it's going to be a Cloud Soul.
They're really committed to this, and I think it's a good gold injection. They're sharing it across 3. I'm a little surprised that they would give some of that gold to Mickey. But that's first tower.
Oh, truly counts.
That's a lot of gold.
This is a very big gold lead. Weibo are setting
Absolutely
themselves up
treason.
for
I recommend the FlyQuest one and the T1 games. Those 2 were phenomenal.
But G2 are very rapidly accumulating a pretty significant lead.
Notice that they've put Xiaohu into Broken Blade with the idea being, ha, you've built all this magic resistance and we have an AD mid laner. That means that our Tristana can actually do damage to you. And then Broken Blade has said, okay, I'm happy to play this matchup, but that does mean that your Rumble is now at risk of being dived. And so, what could Breed do there? He threw the ultimate down, the idea was good, but then the next wave spawned, he's zoned away from the wave. Look, he's cautious to even approach this, because as you highlighted earlier, Nocturne, side lanes, scary, real scary, because if you overstep, the ability to collapse is very quick.
Right now, the good news is it's only rank 1 of ultimate, and mid lane tower is still standing. When that one falls, it's so easy for G2 to get access to Weibo's jungle. But this is a situation where G2 are leveraging the power of their composition in the 6 grubs, but now Weibo want to punish Caps for overstaying, but here comes the Galio to try to disrupt the play. Mickey ready to turn as well. G2 should just be content to retreat. Maokai ultimate hitting 2, 4 shot on the Caps, trying to get him out of the exchange. G2, do they want this fight? They already absorbed the engage, they got what they came for in the bottom lane. No, they're not gonna take the 5v5, they just go right back for the tower, knowing Weibo doesn't have a wave to play around. Caps can recall and TP right back to mid.
He has to be careful about that TP though. The
yeah,
risk of a dive is still very real.
It.
Maokai ulti used, but Breathe, his ulti is going to be up available soon. Light and Crisp also used their engages. Smart TP from Caps onto the tier 2.
The plates are still up for a brief moment, so they don't really have a way to threaten the entire
protect the tower. I mean, the criticism coming in was, can G2 play the early game well? I can say with confidence they're playing the early game well. They're leveraging the strength of the early grubs that they set up for cleanly. They're playing around the fact that Hansama is as strong as he is, and they secure top tower, funnel that gold into Hansama and Yike, then rotate towards bot, leverage the push they have to unlock that tower as well. And on top of that, Caps should have been caught, doesn't burn the flash, TP's back to mid, keeps the tower alive, and now they can have Hans and Mickey come mid with Caps to start sieging onto this final outer tower.
And Xiaohu's still fighting to complete that first item, which means that it's very likely that Weibo cannot contest this Herald, which means that G2 are very likely to break mid, but they don't even need the Herald. They have so much pressure. They see Xiaohu bottom lane, they know he has no TP, they know Breathe has no TP, so they're gonna at least get a massive chunk here. They're gonna stick around.
They're committing to this tower, and they will secure it. 3 towers, back to back to back. 15 minutes in, and the best they can get is a cross map on the bot side. Xiaohu trying to unlock this tower, but the Herald available as well. That top wave in an awkward spot, someone has to go and catch it.
Caliber of early game we have not seen from G2
in a while.
In quite some time.
They are just playing the map so much better than Weibo
we might
is.
even have to go back to one of those the first T1 series at MSI to find something like this. But
I mean, for international viewers, right, like, Dregs and I have cast G2 all year long.
No, you guys don't understand. They just lose and then come back because their macro's good. They just die randomly early game and then they come back. And they're really good at coming back.
Yeah, their summer was not great. Their summer was not great at all.
The Tristana skin is so confusing. How so?
Can they clear up their early game? So to see them have an early game like this,
did you really, Jason? Did y'all win?
But a welcome one.
And
are you in EU?
Mickey talked about it.
I think his quote was, "If I
Facts,
just don't
Jade, slick."
I mean, that could be one
And yeah, I totally get what you mean, Corey.
And feeling like
I
the
agree.
HLE game was winnable despite a rough
But we
early
got a
game, and giving the team
Cassiopeia in the previous game. Like some of the teams are switching it up. We even had a Twitch ADC.
See it come to fruition. Impressive
Well,
stuff
yeah.
thus far. When we look at Weibo on the opposite side, however, Leandri's is completed. Kraken is completed. You've got a Shiv. There are tools now to fight on at least more even footing with G2. As long as they don't finish those second item spikes, you have a reasonable angle to contest them.
And don't forget, Weibo found themselves behind against Team Liquid. Team Liquid made a couple fumbles, and then Weibo were able to fight their way back in.
Speaking of, Mickey in trouble now. The
Crisp
lights
is dead.
turned off. Crisp is dead. G2 quick to turn, and now they're going to try to lock down Xiaohu, isolate him out of the fight. Broken Blade stepping up. Taunt is there. Fear there onto Xiaohu. Nice use of the spell shield to stop the knockback coming in. They're trying to turn it back with a rumble. Light still standing for now. Caps is going to be the one in trouble. Breathe and Light turning the fight for a moment, but Yike able to take down Xiaohu. Broken Blade trying to get involved as well, but Mickey is getting lower and lower. Yike needs to try and clean up. Weibo happy with the fight thus far. One more shot. Will it be enough? Light still standing. Hansama can't get involved. He needs to finish off this Galio. Broken Blade, can he make the difference?
Oh,
a messy, scrappy
Hansama
fight,
was a little bit scared.
G2 need to be quick.
Can he make it out?
To be good. One side step.
Oh, Hans, baby!
Maybe thought Broken Blade was going to body block, but that is huge for Weibo.
And it's the team fighting capability of Weibo that comes through. Crisp's initiation is a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team, but the overchase from G2 ends up being punished. You'll notice here, as Mickey tries to get vision, the collapse comes in, but Crisp immediately gets collapsed on thanks to all these globals that come through from G2. Then they try to force the fight, but the fight on two fronts, while Yike is turning his attention to Xiaohu with Mickey at his assistance. Look at this Rumble ultimate onto Caps and Hans as we turn our attention back to Live.
Just a bit of split attention there. Needed to finish off Xiaohu, so he couldn't get back into the fight, but Mickey not being there means they lost so much of that CC. G2, though, still priority access on the objective.
Right, Corey. Oh my gosh, if I see another Yone, I am done. Oh, 1 HP is crazy.
It's a reminder of how good Weibo can be in those fights of G2.
Kalista said, let me go back within range. Let me actually just stand in front of the bullet.
And Weibo immediately
How do we
took
feel?
advantage of that. They realized, hang on, they've split their resources too far. And we
I
can
think
punish
that's
this.
still
A really nice ulti came through from Breathe. Light's positioning was fantastic. 3-0-2 the scoreline now for him. He's still behind a little bit in terms of gold, but he is a full level up over Hansama.
Yeah, like it's okay, but like also Jin just got
carry for Weibo.
3. He's up 3 kills now.
G2 has to play carefully. Obviously, we've seen Jin games where he's not able to do a whole ton. A lot of people skeptical about how good the static shift can be. But if you're able to find those
it wasn't great,
fights, it can do so much work. Scrappy back and forth fight. G2 trying to assert their dominance on the top side of the map.
Both supports covering for their mid laners. Jungler's not that far behind. Yike looking for an ult angle. As Broken Blade actually takes the mid wave. Hansama moving up towards top. Not sure what the game plan is here for G2 as they overstack on the top side of the map.
But they see Yike, which is crucial because Breathe can now push as far as he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, all the waves are being caught right now. Nice push in from Breathe. Broken Blade's going to head towards bot. Looks like nothing too dramatic is going to come off the back of that.
I mean, we're 40 seconds away from Baron. G2 can't really threaten at this stage, although Kalista obviously very strong on helping you secure the objective. Either side gets it, honestly. It's pretty difficult for the opposition to slow that push without engaging completely.
2 items now finished for Light. I imagine that he's going to start building the big damage items next.
Hansama really wants to finish this next item.
Still a ways off it though. Finds himself still a full level behind that of Light.
Good discipline from Weibo, waiting to see more members on the map before Chris steps too far forward. Once he sees him on the wave, he knows
amazing amazing games today. Truly.
Play overall, as neither team really sees an easy objective to play for. Weibo love to unlock more of these outer towers, but it's difficult. They can't really find many opportunities on the map. G2 though, conversely, unless they start sieging onto a tier 2, there's not much that they can really do. Herald's actually going to be dropped. They're going to send that towards the bot lane as Caps is there. has that escape route as he has used a few times throughout the year. Xiaohu chipping away at that tower. Broken Blade TP up going to be soon.
Well, G2 happy to put caps on the Orianna. Obviously, they're going to have the same side.
This is the last game of the day, party.
They were used to in their previous game with the Yone. So we'll need to be
absolutely,
a bit more
Bob. I got you, boo.
Fight for these tier 2s. Up lane tier 1 dropping down, and Weibo really starting to even out the gold. Again, item completion's the big thing.
Which is not good.
At least slightly ahead of the
They
curve.
don't want the gold to get evened out.
Finishes second item as well. We're on pretty good footing. Start coming out on top of these 5v5s.
You can see Tarzan giving up some of his farm to help funnel
What time is it? 9 o'clock.
Spot any vision thanks to the Scuttle Crab.
I do not think I should play games afterwards. I want to catch up on editing. I haven't edited I haven't edited a what's it called, vlog, and I really want to have that vlog out by tomorrow. So I think I'm gonna spend all day today editing. Like literally I stayed up like 2 extra hours editing and I got 7 minutes done. Like editing takes so long. Yes, God, it was fantastic. So I think I'll play games after the games tomorrow on Monday.
Now completed for Xiaohu.
But I don't think I'll play any games today.
Picked up for Light as well.
Since it's the weekend, I'm just trying to chill, you know, take my time, all of that. But during the weekdays, I will play games after the games.
Weaker to Broken Blade, but ultimately still has the Leandries, so that red
I hope I'm not losing my touch on League, though, is the
Sometimes when
thing.
you have follow-up like a Jhin ultimate, all that really matters is a little bit of damage from the Rumble and the slow it provides to ensure you can just isolate those targets. It's hard for Caps to play this out. He's really the most immobile champion on this team. Luckily has the Galio to protect him, but if they're using it too defensively, it's going to cost them in some of the fights.
I mean, it's a tense affair. You can tell that
Period,
a lot of this game is going to come down to the
I'm an ADC main. I play Jinx.
G2 turning their attention away.
Tarzan on the side. Initial ulti going wide.
But are you doing well on your test, Cardinal?
Also there. TP from Breathe.
Wow, that was a quick
Thank
response.
you,
Weibo
Ellie.
were really poised to fight there. They use Crisp's ulti. Now the Dragon becomes a
Ellie's
much
so
easier
sweet.
objective to take without one of the engaged tools available. Breathe forced to catch the bot wave once again.
Top
Peak
wave's not in a bad
Emerald
spot for G2
3.
either. Weibo behind on the play. They can maybe try to rush Baron, but this would be incredibly greedy. They're going to start it though, realizing they don't really have any recourse to stop G2 from taking the Drake.
But it's too ambitious because G2 can just leave the Kalista to take it alone. She's more than happy to solo this objective, especially with the Rend, and that means that the Orianna can be in a position to zone the enemy away.
G2
Crisp
have to stay composed here.
I love Lux ADC. Oh, we're getting a fight.
Now trying to follow up. Nocturne turns the lights off, and they're managing to burn through.
Uh-oh,
G2 trying to make his way
y'all.
safety. Yike already retreating. Weibo, they needed that fight. They find it.
Yeah, they got that, and they're gonna get the Baron. G2's just gonna push, see how much they can get, but that's not good. It always happens. They always win. Okay, but Nick, talk to me about FlyQuest and how they put it down on PSG today. Oh my gosh, they ate. They ate up, down, and up again.
They would have lost out big time on the map.
Just a great collapse, all in all. You'll see the chain CC that comes down onto Caps, and there's so little they can do. That angle from Tarzan
Not your
on the left.
hater.
Chris looks like that he's overstaying. He connects onto Yike, but it just gives
But
him
they call him the
ability
NA
to get onto Caps. And look at that chain
killers. They
CC.
call him the NA killers. I was terrified.
They followed
I
up
was
with a pick onto
absolutely
Mickey, who doesn't
terrified.
bother flashing
What do you
away,
think about
realizing
Team
there's
Liquid
little that he can do to
tomorrow?
get away, and that converts into
Team
a
Liquid being
Baron
in the
for
same pool
Weibo.
as BLG.
Because of the 2 towers secured by G2, I
PSG.
believe they actually still hold on to the gold lead for now. But this is going to be much easier with 2
Yep,
out of towers still
yeah, T1
available.
played
There's a
today
lot
and
of
they beat
standing gold.
BLG.
I'd
It
say
was
that
such a
one
good
tower did
game.
drop at the top lane. Standing
TL
gold
is
available for Weibo to
playing
grab at least a bit less.
PNG tomorrow. So I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be
G2 in a
okay.
situation where they really set that play up better around the Drake, but Weibo really
I don't want to say
recognized that
easy
window
win because I
opportunity
do
to force
love
G2 to
my
come up to them
Brazilian
to threaten the
counterparts.
Baron,
However,
and were able to find that engage.
if they don't
Yike maybe a
win,
little bit late on the
I will
paranoia, you could say.
be
Didn't really have too much
gravely
effect on the fight.
disappointed.
And now we're in a much more even game state, but with Weibo, the next minute and 40 seconds, they control the map.
I mean, this is the thing. It's a lot harder for G2 to level.
Engage on a breathe.
Ooh.
They get the Seekers out. Weibo, are they in a position to follow up? Ulti from Mickey not going to connect, but they get the flash out of Breathe. Meanwhile, Xiaohu in the side lane. Someone's eventually going to need to respond. G2. Seems like they want to force the fight. Your eyes on Yike.
To overstay here.
Tarzan sticking around. Xiaohu now trying to get involved. Where's the ulti going to go? They need to isolate a carry. They need to get Yike on top of a key target. Breathe. They know he's got nothing left. They want to finish him off. Good equalizer, but Broken Blade is there to fall off the Rebel equation. A reset now coming in. Broken Blade into 2. Both AD carries taken off the board for a brief moment. Going gold in the meantime.
But can they finish this fight off?
Hanzama trying to follow, but Xiaohu and Light are still alive. Light still standing. 1 bullet. The first static reset. Light ready to take over a 4-shot. There's Xiaohu trying to get out. It's a close battle. It's a back and forth. Light. Can he get it done? He's getting lower and lower. He needs to reload. He's got 4 shots. There's 3 opponents. If he can find the kill, the math might work in his favor. The spear coming in.
Period, Caps. Period, Caps.
Now desperate to get the rocket jump reset. He's gonna get 1, but he will go down. It's a close fight, but G2 taking it.
Tip on what?
Ace for G2.
Tip on what?
Broken Blades heroics.
Period.
He finds a crucial 2-man knockup into Torn, setting up the whole fight.
Winnable.
You'll notice here at the start, G2 turn their attention onto Breathe, isolated as Mickey becomes the target. Zhao, who's not in a good position to follow up, and the near sight from the
I was a little bit scared when Jin was over there and everybody was low. I feel like one little Q bounce.
It buys enough time for G2 to reposition. Zhao and Light's forced to retreat.
They bought enough time.
And the fight gets split up. Broken Blade and Caps turn their attention to the top side. Light almost single-handedly turns the fight around if it weren't for the tower.
Period.
But then he's forced to retreat as Caps regroups with the team. Zhao, who with the TP, tries to turn the play around, but then Light takes too much damage. The Leandries finishes him off, and while Xiaohu almost cleans up the fight, it's too much damage, and it's G2 that walk away with an ace.
As they should.
Incredible fight from both sides. Light was 1 auto away from killing 3 members of G2. All it would have taken is 1 more static proc, and he would have been able to clean up the rest. Incredibly close fight. They have to be careful of the Jin in the future. He's only getting stronger. You see 4K damage. Hanzama able to auto attack so consistently, manages to outmatch him. But this is a game of inches.
No, like I really do hate the Kalista pick, Street. I'm tired of seeing Kalista. I feel like it never eats down. But both of the teams that I want to win today have played it and they won. So
haven't really found a reliable way to deal with him yet. It's so difficult though with the Nocturne ultimate, and then the Galio can come and you just can't see it coming. It's so difficult.
I'm tired of seeing the Kalista. Honestly, I'm tired of seeing the Jin. Not gonna cap.
And crucially, Light is
the Varus. Yeah, no. Every time Varus was locked in, flop. Immediate flop. Like, why are y'all picking it? Why are y'all trying to lose? The Twitch pick, the random Twitch pick, 8 down. And I've never rooted for a Twitch a day of my life. But that day, go Twitch, go Twitch. Okay, now these little deaths and giving over 600 gold to the enemy ADC, that's never going to work. G2. That's never going to work.
So many resources. He got that tier 2 tower in the top lane as well. He has a 2-level advantage over Caps, and he is at 3 fully completed items. They know that he's the one
Troy, like, I need to know, what's the T?
To catch him off on a side lane.
Big for the Baron setup. A minute now.
Never cold.
Top wave pushing in will demand a response. Mid lane slightly in favor of G2.
I mean, Xiaohu is really the big I say Xiaohu.
Not the rock bro.
This isn't going to be an easy road. G2 won the last
so
fight. But you can see how Xiaohu still has the tools to make this game complicated in a way in which G2 often leverage the side lane to convert games in their favor. Xiaohu can do the same thing in this game. Level 16 being ticked over for many members on both sides.
I mean, Dasana's also got a lot of range, the reset potential here, but it looks like G2 want to try and find a fight, want to try and find a pick of their own. They spot out Tarzan. How many resources can they afford to burn to kill this jungle? It looks like they're willing to spend all of them as Tarzan's about to fall. He tries to flash the stage. The grind is there. Broken Blade again off to the side. He finds the Jin. Isolated, but Breathe is there to protect him, to keep him standing. G2 want to keep going. They know they can take the Baron. 8 seconds. Jungler dead. They should just be able to grab it, but Weibo not dropping anybody else, refusing to fall.
They don't have the Rumble ultimate, which is such a valuable tool. Light gets sent back to base. They have a little bit of vision.
They don't see him at the moment.
But Tarzan's death is likely going to cost the Baron. How are they going to steal this one away with the Rend available too? They're going to try their best to fight their way back in.
Only way you can steal it is with a Jinx ultimate. And guess what champion people are not locking in? the ultimate Baron and Dragon Sniper.
Recognizing that window of opportunity to take a jungler out.
I like the idea there from Yike as well.
Like, why have one jungler when you can have two?
Trusting the other members of the team to
Any teams in Worlds, if you need somebody to coach your players on how to steal objectives with Jinx, hit my DMs immediately.
Just like that,
they can't pull it off.
G2. They need to reset though. Shouldn't overstay their welcome.
What game had the Cassiopeia? It was FlyQuest versus PSG, the one that was just played. What's your opinion on the double ADC? Not my most favoritist in the world.
Especially onto a low mobility carry like this Orianna.
No, Glendo. Also, good morning.
As well.
Right, Sunny. Like,
they haven't really been given many opportunities to set that one up. Outside of the pick that they were able to find on Caps, a lot of the fights have been set on G2's turn.
Has anybody in here ever gotten a lash lift?
Which Weibo could turn things around, but whenever it's G2 to initiate with the Nocturne ultimate, Weibo just, it's so difficult for them to fight their way back.
And with G2 having the Baron empowering their push, allowing them to set up this vision first.
How was it, Nick? Did he like it? Was it good? No, not Tarzan. Just Tarzan. Two different people. No. Wonderful experience. Okay, period. Okay, period. Okay. Do you have any recommendations of where I should go? Anything like that?
Resources burned to try and stop the push here, but there's another Baron wave coming in. They're going to have to concede this inhibitor. They have to be ready to go straight for the 5v5 if they don't want to lose this. But I think they should just give it up.
Hey, have you been? What is the lash lift? It's kind of like
walking through that choke,
just
such a risky proposition.
Like as it sounds, like they tint your lashes and curl them so that they're more prominent.
Coming in for breathe, no immediate follow-up. Hansama quick to cleanse here. Flashes on all the carries. Cleanse down for Hans.
Because I don't want to get lash extensions,
G2 continuing to push forward.
But I do want to make my lashes naturally like more
taunted up by Chris. Nice
like
stun to stop from pushing forward. Broken getting lower and lower. Dash through. A decent angle. Curtain call there. Xiaohu hoping to find the resets. Ulti coming out from Yike.
Nice
trying to get more space for his team. Xiaohu now looking to follow. Sterix gauge big there. Xiaohu has to be careful though. It's a greedy move. It's going to cost him. Burned down. He thought he had the angle, but G2 playing
honestly, I get that. I get that play. I would have done the same thing. You think that you could get that reset. Yeah. No, like, I get it. I get that 100%. Especially as Tristana, you always have this itch on your W key. Like, and you always want to, like, just scratch it. You know what I'm saying? No, absolutely. I get that.
But he has no flash. Xiaohu has no
I get
flash.
that.
That is massive for G2. Makes it so much easier for them to play out this fight. Xiaohu, you can understand why he went for it. The rocket jump resets, the static resets, the ability for Jin to back him up from range.
Oh my gosh. I just know your lashes are always delicious.
Further behind. One inhibitor left. G2 can't afford to take risks.
Every single time, Camp. Every single time.
Set up to close this one out clean.
I mean, Xiaohu's still dead. If nothing else, they'll set up for this last inhibitor tower.
Is G2 doing it? Are they winning?
To be off on the flank, has the ulti available. They're gonna go.
Spotted. Crisp ulti, the last chance. Redemption there. Crisp into the back line. Tarzan off on the side. Yike doing what he can to body block. Good move for G2 to get away from the ulti. Broken Blade, decent ulti, but they've already lost Mickey. G2, do they want to keep going forward? Resets now coming in. Light 4 shot. Not doing a lot. Xiaohu off to the side. No flash, but might not need it. Re-engage now coming in. Beautiful combo on the Orianna. Hansama on a rampage. Can they clean the fight? A 3v3
it's still
now.
2v2. Yeah, 2 for 2.
But they might not need it. Xiaohu rocket jumping out. G2.
Look at the base, look at the base. It's falling apart for Weibo. It's a 2 for 2, sorry, as 3 members remain alive, but Caps has the TP available to him. He's gonna TP back to top lane.
They want to close it. 36 seconds
Speak
on,
on it, Sammy.
Crisp. Breathe, no
Speak on
ultimate. Xiaohu has his.
Call me crazy, but I do lash lifts at home to save money. Same with brow lamination intent. Really? I've never done them at home. I try to wax my own brows at home.
Broken Blade with an excellent two-man taunt cast there to follow up, and now Breathe is going to be a knockback from Xiaohu, who is clutch, buying a bit more space, but Broken Blade
I'll pay my little $50 for a brow wax.
Blade of the Rune King procs. Broken Blade single-handedly zoning, but G2 need to get the hell out. They bought enough time. Light is about to respawn. G2 could be in trouble. Yes, they found the kill. Charlotte comes alive. Caps turns it back, but Crisp is now on the hunt.
Okay, Hansama.
Curtains opened.
Okay, they're standing still. It's open Nexus. Broken Blade, why would you do that?
Breathe the blinking health bar. Hansama
like, why would you do that?
The TP coming in. Caps is here.
Is this it?
Paranoia is here. G2 want to end
Did
it.
G2 do it?
Do they just want to focus the Nexus? Caps trying to get a bit more space. Light still standing for Bo1. Hansama pulling him back. Breathe getting so much damage down. Mickey knows that he can keep slide out. G2 will end the game.
Hansama, you will always be famous.
Running. G2 will take down Weibo.
Oh, Hansama.
A close affair with crazy clutch fights. That final
give them their tins
being
real
pulled
quick.
off by Yike and Caps. Hansama doesn't hesitate to flash in and follow up on the damage dealt. G2 needed to make a statement at this World Championship, and they will take down the LPL 4th seed.
An incredibly
Hansama said, move, let me get to the front of the stage. I gotta go wave to the fans. I gotta go wave to the crowd.
Perfectly close, but not close enough. I loved it.
What a good day.
Yeah,
They just gave us
That's
a good
big Sama. Oh, okay,
Except
big
for the 14th that lost,
Sama. Okay, I didn't know it was big Sama, but that's
We
big
got the T1 upset because everyone loves seeing
Okay.
Faker and T1 go as deep as possible. FlyQuest won.
Not the little
NA
one.
happy. G2
Not the
wins.
little one.
You happy?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the trifecta.
That's a thumbs up.
And it's the reassuring
Guys,
win,
we are 4 for 4 for games today. G2, FlyQuest, T1, Top Esports.
They guaranteed an entertaining win.
We're 4 for 4.
And the team fights I felt like were really fun to watch.
Period.
Weibo put up a fight, of course. The Baron
Guess who
area
wants
pick.
to be on the winner's couch now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just waiting for this.
You're waiting.
It's fine, but sorry, interrupted you. You had a really interesting
No, that's
point.
a good clapback, actually. But yes, the Baron fight made it a little dicey, but it seemed like they were just caught off by the Galio. The Galio damage when Tristana was jumping in and then got hit by the Q. Also the solo kill that went through. And so why not just talk about it? I feel like we should. Player of the game just goes straight to Broken Blade.
Absolutely. And it's funny because we heard about the Galio into Rumble matchup at MSI. We did not see it at all. And when we think Rumble is not a champion anymore, it comes here. I love this solo kill.
1v1.
I feel like we're going to see Galio a bit more into this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. WQE. He did the backwards E to get the surprise damage on the Rumble, and then he was just a force throughout the rest of the game, making it extremely difficult for Weibo to actually commit to any fights.
Yeah, I mean, for a while throughout the day, we were wondering who's going to be the OPPO player of the game. It makes sense that after this game, seeing the solo kill, seeing how he was dictating a lot of the fights. The ulti to guarantee the safety for Nocturne, because he was not just yeeting himself in for with the Orianna ball. It was just a full-on committal. So I was like, how effective was the Maokai going to be? Not effective enough.
For me, this is a good win because of the way that G2 won.
Yeah.
It wasn't some, like, throw early game a bunch, other like, even the way G2 beat Weibo last year, where they threw Baron, there was a Dragon Soul, it was a crazy game. They actually had, to me, a lot of control for most of this game.
And cleaner early game, we'll talk about this a bit later, but Shox is standing by on chat with Yike for the Verizon post-game interview.
As the studio erupts for Yike and for G2, our Nocturne in this game. Yike, a fantastic victory, but what I can only imagine from your side must have been a nerve-wracking one because of that mid-game, because of the picks that they were able to get. So talk to me about kind of the shot calling and the planning and the difficulty in driving it home.
Yeah, so I think we picked a we had a very good comp this game. I think we had like Nocturne, Orianna, Rel, Galio, we had like a really big wombo combo. And we were trying to do it a lot this game, but they were really respecting it. So it was very hard for us to just find opportunities. And that was like what made it hard for us. But I think we got like a lot. We got all of the objectives after the 2 dragons they got. And then it was just kind of easy because they didn't really contest anything.
Yeah, I wasn't actually sure what was... I wasn't actually sure what was going on because your early game was so clean, you weren't overstepping, you were going for the macro. Talk to me about that kind of specific working point going into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I always want to make sure that we have a good early game plan, and I think this game was pretty good. I think we wanted to play for the grubs. We got a lot of towers as well. They got dragons, but I think that's fine. I think it's a fine trade, and I think we just got so ahead, and then it was just easy for us to play, and I think we just made some mistakes after, but that happens.
Yeah, it happens indeed. It was such an important victory to move on to 2-1. I was speaking to your father yesterday, who's of course here to support you as he has been with the rest of your family. And it was before your first game, and I asked him, are you okay? Are you nervous? And he said, I'm not nervous, but my son's a little nervous. So tell me about kind of coming into this tournament, the very close game versus HLE, and having to keep your own cool, also specifically in this game.
Yeah, the HLE game was a very crazy game. I think we could have won that game. It was very close, and I think we were in a very hard state. But I think we were very creative. I think Caps was like very smart in the side lane, also BB. I think they made really good plays, and yeah, we did some mistakes. You know, some TPs that just failed, and I think we could have won that. So it's a bit sad, but I'm still happy with how we played. You know, I think we performed well, and we could have won that in a different day.
Okay, so now you're moving on to the best ofs to qualify, hopefully for Europe. So how does the road ahead look? I know that last year was a huge, of course, heartbreak for you when you did get to this point as well. So yeah, talk to the G2 faithful about the work that has been done and the work that lies ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we're 2-1 now, and last time in Worlds, everyone remembers what happened when we were 2-1. So I think we just wanna, I don't think we're gonna have a lot of like expectations. I think we're just gonna play what we do. We're gonna play our game, and whoever we play against, I think we're gonna do our best to beat them, and I think we're gonna win, and then we're gonna qualify to Paris.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Yike.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and it's G2 with a victory to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Shox. Welcome to Cooldown and welcome, Caps. Congrats.
Oh, you know what? I'll stay for a Caps interview.
Shox was just talking about it with Yike. 2-1 now. Is it panic intensifies or is it the comfort zone you guys were looking for?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely just ready for the FlyQuest draw.
Oh my god.
Hey!
Oh my please, no.
Chill out.
How similar does this year feel to last year?
They won.
Completely different experience.
I mean, definitely, I feel it feels a bit different. I think last year we were going in 2-0.
Yeah.
And it felt like very messy games. I mean, I guess that's kind of similar to this year, but I think it's just happening a bit all over the place, especially with the swaps and stuff. But I do think that we have a bit more strategies prepared this time. And compared to last year, we are a lot more confident in like the very later parts of the game. I think even if we fall a bit behind or if we don't get the super snowball, we can still close out the games.
And tell me about the mentality, because I feel
it
like
was G2 versus Weibo Gaming. Before that was FlyQuest versus PSG, and then before that was T1 versus BLG.
And MSI, like what happened?
All of our teams won today.
Like, for you guys, what's the mentality going into an international event that makes it so different?
I mean, we definitely have like a bit of a longer time on the patch, and we have like a longer boot camp compared to I think most patches. So we get to really experience and figure out like, okay, what is our opponent's gonna pick, and what kind of things can we prepare for those.
That's fun.
When you think about this game compared to the HLE game, what have you guys been working on? Because I ran into Romain, I ran into all of you backstage after the HLE game. Everyone felt happy in the sense that you liked what you've been able to showcase against them. But I do feel like you would have been able to close it out, but you were maybe, I don't know, unsure about either of you guys as teammates or maybe the approach of the meta. What did you guys readjust for this one?
I mean, I definitely think a lot of the HLE also came from like we were falling behind quite far behind early game, and then we managed to like claw our ways back. And I think then we weren't really sure what we were doing. We definitely had a few pivotal moments, like with the Baron, we kind of just wasted it. We didn't really get anything done, and I think we had a few like TPs that get cancelled. And like, maybe if I get the TP off or BB gets TP off or we cancel their TP, we can just like close out the game, right? So we were just not clutch enough in like the moments, but we will do it next time.
I love the approach that you have this year and what you guys have been working on, especially Shox was mentioning it on stage, I don't want to say trauma, but disappointment of last year with Worlds coming back in Europe, especially when you think of what happened in Korea. How do you manage expectations, but also maybe stress around not having the same history repeating itself?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think, hard with this Swiss stage. I think even more so than like the previous group system, because
Raw stage will be tomorrow.
You don't know who you're getting, so you can't really like rely on preparation as much as you could maybe in the past group stage. And then it's just like, it's the best of ones, of course. Now we're luckily moving into best of threes, but it definitely feels like even this game you were very, very scary for sure.
We have the bracket.
Take a look.
So you can see all the teams in 2-1, which is you guys. You're going to want FlyQuest, but how does that grouping feel? Because I think this win for you guys, I think is really impressive since it is the win against the LPL or the LCK team. You're also experienced of having a 3-0 best of 5 against an Eastern team.
Is heated. Thank you for the follow, love. Hope you're having a good day today. Cardinal, thank you for sharing the line.
In the next one, draw them and beat them.
I mean, we're definitely feeling confident going into the match. I mean, we were also feeling confident going up against Hanawa Life, and sadly we didn't like managed to make that work.
And that's the tweak. You can't play them again this time. So there's actually only 4 different teams that you'd be able to play against.
Which one would you want to play the most?
I mean, T1 would be fun, right? We already played them. We played them so many times this year already, and I mean, they were boot camping actually at our like office as well for a few days. So it would be fun to play against them for sure. I think at the end of the day, obviously, I think FlyQuest would probably be on the weaker side, or Damwon, I think would be.
Can you not do what you guys did last year, saying that LCS is going to be the easiest? Because I don't know if that's true.
I mean, I
am. I think both FlyQuest would want G2 and G2 would want FlyQuest.
Yeah, it would be the easy win to advance to quarterfinals.
We talked about it just a little bit, but what are your personal goals and expectations? Because I guess we're talking about Worlds a little bit, but also you guys in MSI had a top 4 finish. You guys actually smashed expectations a little bit, right? And it feels like if there was a little bit more that you guys could have done, you could have beaten T1 and good and farther. So what are your personal goals, like team goals and yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely we want to win Worlds, right? I think that's why we're here, and that's also why the draw is like, sure, some teams might be easier or harder or whatnot, but if we want to actually win Worlds, we will need to be able to beat anyone.
Yeah,
that's true.
And I think the first step is this best of 3s, which in a way they are less pressure than like the later best of 5s, because even if we lose the next one, we still have one more chance.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, so I wouldn't mind like the strongest opponent we could get, right? Because it's good experience, it's good practice. I think we learned so much from playing against Hanover Live. And even this game, I think if like we can play this way cleaner than we did, so.
Yeah, I like that attitude, because even LNG Scout interview was like, I actually kind of wish we would have not gone 3-0 because we wanted more practice. And it's fine if you don't want to answer this, but I'm actually curious from your perspective, like, what the biggest strength of G2 is against the Eastern teams, because I think in the past years, there was always this thought of like, oh, it might be close early game, but then once like the game actually starts, the LPL or LCK is going to dominate. But I feel like you guys are almost reversed. Like, I feel like once it gets to the mid game, you're extending your gold leads against everybody you play against because your macro is so good. But I'm just curious what your assessment is, because that's my read.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely always hard to compare like against other regions because there's like different teams and stuff like that. I think definitely we have a lot of innovation in draft. I feel like even these games where the Galio or the Yasuo and all these kind of picks coming up can definitely be clutch for us. I definitely think something we were practicing a lot was like the later parts of the game, just because, you know, when we found success in the past years with like past G2, past Fnatic, it was a lot of the later parts of the game. We were struggling quite hard in the early game, and it was kind of funny that last year was like we were doing very well early, but then every mid-late game we just started throwing. So now I hope we can reach a point where we're not like 10k down in the early game, but we're also like contesting them and doing well in the later parts.
Never want to make it easy for yourself. Go ahead, Russ.
And also just like, I feel like this world's been a little bit
I get what they're saying, but I also kind of wish that FlyQuest and G2, even though it would be an easy win or an easy advance, I would kind of want FlyQuest or G2 to play different teams in hopes that they both win.
Because they have their own scrim bubble.
That way,
have you felt like
we don't knock out both of our teams. Like, yes, NA versus EU is like a thing, but I would much rather see NA or EU win Worlds before I see LPL or LCK. Does that make sense? Like, even though they're like our enemies, like I would still root for LEC to win over LPL and LCK, because
seeing a lot more AD carries.
LEC, like
Smolder, the Tristana. Actually, I only played against AD carries so far.
We're the underdogs when it comes to like worldwide. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So definitely.
So I would kind of want to keep FlyQuest and G2 away from each other, because
it's crazy because the expectation coming into
even if they do both lose, they would still have another chance to play each other. Oh, you will never root LEC ever, even if NA is completely out.
In a way, but you have more picks, I guess.
I mean, it's hard to say what is like more or less viable, right? I think it's probably just still not like figured out that well. There's definitely still a lot of ways to optimize, and I think at least for us, we can say we haven't like gotten to experience all the different picks in the different situations. And I think once we go later in the tournament, I'm sure there's going to be like some quite clear priorities.
What is more annoying for you, Smolder being that dominant or Yone being that dominant? I know they're intertwined here.
I mean, honestly, I don't mind either. I think it's always fun when there's like these like strong mid picks, and sadly I didn't get to play Smolder yet. Maybe it's something
it's
we
more
can play.
Fun to play though. You know, we have the Chovy quote saying just like, I don't enjoy playing Smolder, but I do
I'll do it if I have to.
I mean, I think Yone, you can definitely do some cool things.
Yeah.
So that's like very fun. Like whenever you pull it off, that's for sure like the peak fun, right? Whenever you do like something crazy. But at the same time, Smolder, if you go late game and you're just like the raid boss, you know, you just one shot everyone. That is also very, very fun. And you know, everyone enemy team is like, oh, we have to kill the Smolder, and that can be quite enjoyable. So I think those two champs are actually both like very, very enjoyable. But probably I would give it to Jon.
All right. We respect that. I don't want to take too much of your time, Cavs. You had a really long week. Quick take on tomorrow's games: MDK versus GAM, Pain Gaming versus Team Liquid. Who makes it out?
I mean, I will have to go with Matt, right? I think otherwise it would be a bit sad. I think they definitely still have some things to show. I think I don't know if I watched like every part of their game, but I feel like they didn't really go with so many crazy things compared to in Europe. So
they played super scaling against PSG and just
so it didn't really feel like Matt necessarily. And I think if they want to have success, they probably need to use some of the things that actually brought them here, right? So I'm hoping they'll pull it out. We'll see.
And TL?
I mean, I think TL will probably win as well.
Probably.
There you go. We take it.
I'll take anything at this point.
I think they were looking very strong against us in scrims.
Yeah.
That's a curse almost.
Oh, I don't like that.
They were kind of like the kings of the swap for sure.
Yeah.
But it seems like, I don't know, the swaps haven't been too successful, I would say, so far the tournament.
We'll take that for now. That's the rest is the story for tomorrow, of course. Cavs, thank you so much.
All right, guys.
Congrats, again on defeating Wave.
Amazing day today. We went 4 for 4 with our teams, bro. Tomorrow's a do or die day. So if you lose a game tomorrow, if you lose the series, because they're both best of 3s, you are sent home. You are eliminated. You cannot advance any further. That is it for your journey at Worlds. Tomorrow, we do have our dear brothers over at Team Liquid putting it down at 8 a.m. against PNG. I need everybody in full suit, in full attire, in full energy to root for Team Liquid, okay? We have to be ready. No, I've been awake the whole time. Yes, that is it for today. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm not going to play any games after today, but I will play games tomorrow, since tomorrow will be like my normal stream type of deal. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. I love you guys so much. Until tomorrow at 5 a.m. I wish you guys nothing but W's in your games. Bountiful LP in the lowest ping you could ever imagine. Love you guys so much. Bye-bye. Have a good night or day.